Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Find Me Worthy by Annabeth Albert. Narrated by Elliot Sands and Lance West. Chapter 1. Worth. This was still my tree. I had no clue what I was doing in Safe Harbor on the 4th of July, a town I hadn't been to in nearly 20 years. Sitting in front of a house that hadn't belonged to me in almost as long. My back was pressed against the same massive Oregon white oak where I'd spent many an hour sitting and thinking as a kid. It had been from here that I could watch the neighborhood, especially on nights like this, when the sounds of barbecues and gatherings filtered all down the block, and here where I could think. I wasn't a kid anymore, wasn't that same person. Hadn't been in forever, but here I was, sitting under the same tree, a little wider now, both me and the tree, a little more gnarly with age, wild branches and rumpled leaves. We both needed a good trim. The ground under me was mossy and soft, years of shade from the dense leaf canopy keeping the grass at bay. The ground stayed cool and damp even in the middle of summer. The evening air brought a chill as well, not uncommon for the mercurial Oregon summer weather. Or maybe that was the cold in my soul, icy and directionless. August would be far warmer, but I wouldn't be here then. Heck, I didn't fully believe I was here now. I stared at the house, but it had nary an answer. Darkness had started to fall, and with it, the sound of fireworks and backyard celebrations picked up, making me more aware of how very alone I was. My gaze turned inward, unfocused. The last 48 hours, the last 40 damn years, catching up with me. Worth? The sound of my name snapped me alert. A younger guy holding the scroungiest, ugliest Sheltie mix stood in front of me in my tree. The white wooden front gate hung open. "Who are you?" I demanded. The guy was younger than me, probably early to mid-30s, with darkish hair and lighter eyes. It was hard to determine color at night, but he was slim with a strong bone structure. No one I recognized, although clearly he knew me. "You don't know?" The guy sounded disappointed as he bent to retrieve a phone from the ground. And if I had any more self-recrimination in me, I might feel bad. "Sorry, man. Been a lot of years since I was back around these parts." "I know." His voice was flat as he shifted the scraggly dog to his other side. "I'm Sam." Oh, Sam. This was Sam. And if I'd checked social media any time in the last decade, I might have known that. "Sam Bookman? But you're—" I trailed off because both "you turned out hot" and "you're supposed to still be a kid" were wildly inappropriate. "What are you doing here?" I asked instead. "Don't you live on the other side of town?" "I live here." Sam's tone was somewhere between patient and irritated. "This is my house. You're on my front lawn." He gave me one hell of a pointed look. The Sam I'd known once upon a time was endlessly chipper and never got irritated. But perhaps I was to blame there. I seemed to try everyone's patience lately, including my own. Oh. I scrubbed my hair, suddenly aware of exactly how many hours it had been since my last shower. "That's right. You bought the place. I heard that. Forget from who." The house and my tree had been through one bad owner after another. It was a wonder both were still standing. My stomach gnawed at itself, empty but angry, and the longer Sam stared at me, the more I had to fight the urge to rub my middle. "Worth, why are you here?" A bottle rocket whistled, a pink firework bursting over Sam's head. The light revealed his auburn hair, a deeper shade than the candy apple red it had been as a kid. "Why now? You didn't come for your mother's memorial." I didn't. Nothing to do but agree. Sam didn't need to know I'd had a ticket to Portland, a hotel reservation too. In fact, despite shaking hands and a queasy stomach, I'd been debating which suit to pack when the feds had shown up at my high-rise condo, and that had been that. No doing the right thing. The expected thing. Story of my whole damn life. Memorial. I hated that word. It sounded so tidy, serene and peaceful almost. Unlike the other M word, missing. The word that had ridden shotgun with me ever since my mom's disappearance 20 years ago. And then the M word I could barely wrap my brain around. Murder. I hated that word most of all. Unlike memorial, it was a gory, messy word, bringing drama and chaos, upending everything I thought I'd known, including the 2 decades I'd spent convinced my father was behind the disappearance. He wasn't. A serial killer was. The reopening of the cold case had proven that, and the truth was so much more complicated than any story I'd told myself to get through the long years of not knowing. "You don't reply to my messages anymore either." Sam had been 13 or 14 the year I'd been 18. He'd had a young teen's voice and had always been popping up where I least wanted him. Some things apparently never changed, but other things were radically different, like Sam's melodic, radio-worthy voice having no trace of his bouncy teen mannerisms, and his adult voice was far harder to dismiss, the tone used by teachers everywhere, a scolding that wasn't easily ducked. "From what I hear, I'm not alone in getting ghosted. Should I call Holden or Monroe for you?" God, no. I couldn't have either of my oldest friends see me like this. And if I couldn't explain to myself why I was here, no way would I be able to answer the questions of 2 professional investigators. And I, had to change numbers recently. Long story. I waved a hand. "But I did get your messages before that. I might have fallen behind on liking a few memes, but—" "A few," Sam sighed, dog wriggling in his arms. About a year ago, messages had started appearing. First from Monroe and Holden, who were championing the reopening of my mother's cold case. Then from Sam, the kid from my past who'd always wanted to be the sidekick to our little group. Unlike Monroe and Holden, who wanted answers, Sam apparently wanted nothing more than to send me positive-thinking memes and funny cats. And he'd never know, but there were days, hell, weeks, where he'd been my only reason to crack a smile. "Hey," I pointed at the dog. In all the memes, and there had likely been dozens, it was always cats doing silly things, never dogs. "Aren't you a cat person?" Kaboom! Another firework went off, and the dog leaped from Sam's arms to my lap. "I am. Trust me that Delilah is not going to be amused, but I found this girl all alone and scared. I need to check my phone. Safe Harbor has an app now for used furniture, yard sales, and things like lost pets." "This dog won't be on the app." Narrowing my eyes, I peered at the dog's ratty collar, almost hidden by her dense fur. The silver tag had been attacked with some sort of metal implement, the name and contact info scratched out. Someone dumped her on purpose. "In Safe Harbor?" Sam's frown deepened. "I found her in a nice neighborhood over by Holden's house." "Yes, Sam, in Safe Harbor." I mocked his horror. Hard to imagine, but bad things happen here, too. "I know they do." Sam had a piercing gaze, seeing so much more than I wanted, even in the dark. And in his shrewd expression, I saw the last year play out, my mom's cold case getting resurrected, providing all the proof anyone needed that bad things happened in Safe Harbor. Even perfect small towns weren't immune from serial killers. Hell, I was undoubtedly now one of those terrible occurrences. The prodigal son who couldn't even make his own mother's memorial. The shame. I could hear the pearl clutchers, How much louder would they be if everyone here knew the truth? It was bound to come out, only a matter of time. The heavy sense of doom that had plagued me for days intensified. No way out. Looking away, I returned to the dog's collar. No phone number, no address, can't even make out the name anymore. Luckily, my understanding is that dogs are quick to learn new names. The animal shelter should be open tomorrow, and hopefully she finds a new family and new name fast. Sam's tone was pragmatic, but something in his offhand tone pissed me off. So what? She gets a place to stay for the night, then she's someone else's problem to solve? I pet the dog's shuddering head. I wasn't being fair. Sam could have left the beast where he'd found her, but my rant kept gathering steam. What if she's sick, injured, old, and she stinks? What if the shelter doesn't have time to make her presentable? Not all dogs get adopted, you know. My voice cracked on the word adopted. I do know a thing or two about strays, Sam said mildly. And oh, that was right. He ran some sort of charity for at-risk youth, putting them to work in a non-profit coffee shop. Crouching, he lifted the quaking dog back off my lap. It's okay, girl. The fireworks will be over soon. Not everyone likes the 4th of July. I used to love it, I blurted. Big stack of fireworks, Mom's potato salad, friends over for a big barbecue, red, white, and blue bunting on the front porch, twinkling lights on the back deck. I remember. Still kneeling, he petted the dog before standing and studying me closely. Too closely. Come inside, Worth. Let's get your princess cleaned up and see what we're dealing with here. You can't call her princess. That's like the most cliched dog name of all time. I ignored the hand he offered to help me up. I was staying right where I was. And yet you seem determined to be her white knight. Finally dropping his hand, Sam looked down at the dog. Okay, Buttercup, let's see if we can sneak you past Queen Delilah. Buttercup is hardly... I paused. Another tendril of a memory snaking its way through my brain. Movie night. Youth group at church. Old movie. Everyone quoting parts they'd long since memorized. Sam's laughing face popping up over the back of a couch where I sat with some girl. Late night. Hide and seek. Sam raiding the junk food with Holden and me. What are you going to do after graduation, Worth? Take on the world. God. If I could only go back. My voice dropped to a hoarse whisper. Okay, we can call her Buttercup. We? Are you coming in to help then? Another firework sounded, and the dog whimpered pitifully. You want me to come inside the house? That is where the shower is, Sam said mildly. Were you planning to spend all night under this tree? Not sure I had a plan. Understatement of the fucking century. I closed my eyes. Just wanted to find my tree. My tree, Sam was quick to correct me. Not mean, just accurate, but damn, that stung. You know what I mean. I pursed my lips. I do. He pursed his right back. A stalemate. Anyway, I thought if I could just sit here long enough, I might find... God, I don't even know. I hefted myself to my feet, irritated at my own ridiculousness. A reason? Sounds stupid saying it aloud. No, it doesn't. Sam exhaled hard, voice gentling. But I have to say, you look pretty rough. Did you sleep on the plane? No plane, I drove. I pointed at his driveway. I'd parked in the back like I always used to. I was surprised he hadn't noticed my Beamer, but maybe I was surprised enough. The car pointed itself north and, well, here I am. Sounds like quite the plan. Plan A, B, C, and D have all failed. My voice was as caustic as my stomach. Fuck it. No more plans. What happened? Sam's voice wasn't unkind, but the way he shifted the dog and glanced at the front porch said he was quickly losing patience with my delay tactics. Guess you'll find out soon enough. No more eager to enter the house, I relieved him of the dog, who cuddled her damp self right into my dress shirt. Oh well, I'd seen worse. Surprised the gossip hasn't arrived ahead of me, actually. Why don't you tell me? Sighing, Sam perched on the top step. I half expected him to break out treats next, to lure me up the steps like a lost puppy. You already know the start of my story. Local boy makes good. Stanford MBA, cushy investment banker job, high-rise condo, living the life. I paused for dramatic effect, waiting for Sam to nod. And then it all crumbles. Perry and Ellis is no more. Sam narrowed his eyes. You worked for Perry and Ellis? Ah, he does know my story, I said to the dog before returning my attention to Sam. Yep, the same investment firm making headlines for duping customers, embezzling funds, and a pretty sweet Ponzi scheme. And me? I was their star associate on an inside partnership track. I was Perry's right-hand man up until the feds hauled him away, and he squawked like an angry parrot to anyone who would listen about how Ellis masterminded the scheme. So you lost your job? Sam asked when I paused for a breath. The scandal broke months ago, I thought. Oh, it gets better. No job and not much savings because I was strung out on credit, waiting for the partnership offer to come, trying to keep up with a high-dollar lifestyle. Thank God I paid for my car with my last big bonus, or else I guess I'd be on a bus to nowhere tonight. My condo foreclosed because, silly me, I kept waiting for everything to blow over. Except it didn't. I've got no hope for a new job because the whole damn world, including every last friend and contact in the financial world, thinks I was in on it. Were you? Sam asked as casually as if he were inquiring if I preferred fries or tots with my burger. How can you ask me that? Because your answer matters, he shrugged. If you say you didn't do it, you didn't. You can't just take someone's word for something like that, Sam. Jeez. If only life were that damn easy. Sam might be all grown up now, but I seriously worried about his naivete. Well, did you? He sounded fully prepared to believe me either way, which was all kinds of disconcerting. First, the kid had had a serious case of hero worship from me way back when, which seemed to have all but evaporated. Also, even without the blind adoration, Sam seemed willing to believe the best of me at a time when no one else was, not even me. Nope, I wish. I gave a bitter laugh. I'd be on an island somewhere drinking away the money I'd stashed in offshore accounts. But no, I'm Worth Stapleton, local golden boy and village idiot who didn't know a damn thing until the feds showed up on my doorstep. I defended Perry. Not that it did any good because he'd already talked, making me look even worse. I'm sorry. Wonder of wonders. Sam actually sounded like he meant it. If it matters, I believe you. I made a distressed noise. My stomach burned like hot ashes had landed with Sam's every word. He believed me. Wow. The surprise might be enough to lift my bleak mood if I were still capable of hope and wonder. However, like my stomach, I'd taken up permanent residence in a fiery hell. No one else does. And unless you've got a Fortune 500 company hiring, I'm not sure it makes a hell of a lot of difference. Nope. He way too readily agreed with me. No job offer. Just a smelly dog who needs a shower and a couch you can crash on. Standing back up, he approached the front door. Coming?
Chapter 2. Sam. Coming? I waited, hand on the doorknob. The way I saw things, Worth had two options: follow me into the house, or remain on my front lawn while I called for friend backup, or a mental health evaluation, which he likely needed more than Monroe or Holden making an appearance. Through my work with at-risk teens, I had extensive experience with individuals with a high likelihood of self-harm. Worth ticked all those boxes. No place to live, no job, no purpose, no social network, a stated lack of plan, seemingly disoriented and distressed to find himself here in search of something he didn't seem certain of wanting. Support? Someone to believe in him? None of that seemed to make a difference. He kept right on snapping at my outstretched hand, so to speak. The dirty dog he was holding was far better behaved. And I was all kinds of messed up because I preferred his outright hostility to the several months of ghosting. I'd missed his thumbs-ups, funny emoji, and the occasional witty one-liner. And I'd liked knowing he was at least alive and somewhat okay amid all the news about his mom and the case around her disappearance. However, with each new development in the case, his responses to my texts had become increasingly sporadic. Understandable, for 20 years, Worth had steadfastly sided with the public opinion that his father had likely killed his mother and hidden the body, which would be traumatic enough. But that wasn't what happened. New evidence had been uncovered over the last year, tying a serial killer to the area. And worse, there was evidence his mom might have had an affair of sorts with the man. The discovery of her remains and the recent confession of the serial killer was proof enough for most people of Worth's father's innocence, especially now that the confession had led to quick sentencing. The serial killer would spend life in jail, but it was Worth's life I was more concerned with right then. Whatever was going on in Worth's head about the case, he wasn't talking, not to me, not to other friends. And at the moment, he wasn't moving either, stubbornly rooted to the same spot near the tree. Fireworks went off overhead, but Worth didn't so much as flinch. Fine. Crossing the porch again, I moved to take the dog from him, but she growled at me. I made a show of stepping back. I hope it's not more vicious than I thought. I don't want the thing to bite me. Buttercup is not a thing. Worth had exactly the reaction I'd hoped for. Haughty as a princess himself, nose tilted backward, he marched himself and Buttercup up the porch steps, deigning to wait for me to open the door. It's unlocked? He frowned as I turned the handle. It's safe harbor, I said by way of explanation, which only made his frown deepen. I keep forgetting I'm a homeowner now, but I'm not worried. I am. He stepped inside exactly far enough to allow me to shut the door, then gasped. Where did all this color come from? A paint can? I smiled. I was still getting used to the house myself, both my ownership of it and all the renovations that had been necessary after years of neglect. The house had always had strong craftsman bones, but my brain kept trying to reconcile its present updated state with my childhood memories of gatherings here when the house had reflected random decades of changes. 80s tile counters in the kitchen, 90s mini blinds in the windows, 60s wallpaper lingering in the stairwell, an original clawfoot tub hanging out next to a more modern, hastily installed shower. Despite the mismatch of decor vibes, the whole place had been meticulously clean, nary a dusty bunny, or color, none of that either. The walls in here were always cream with white trim. Always. Worth sounded legitimately pained, not mad, hurt. And there's no furniture in here other than that old couch. He pointed at my parents' old leather sectional, the only furniture downstairs besides a kitchen table and some chairs. The place was definitely a work in progress. Worth, taking my chances with the dog, I approached him. You knew the house wasn't going to be the same, right? Mouth clamped shut, he shook his head. It's had a number of owners since the original estate auction and sale. I didn't need to point out that he hadn't come home for that either, letting the probate process play out from a distance. With no other family to speak of, he'd received the funds from the sale, but had clearly failed to process that the house as he knew it was gone. Partial renovations, bad renters, vandalism, squatters, failed purchases. The house has been through a lot the last 20 years. And so had he. Not that he seemed inclined to open up to me about the life he'd led away from Safe Harbor, the life he'd now apparently lost. He'd arrived here looking for a past that no longer existed, and it broke my heart more than a little that he wouldn't find it here. Getting to this point has been months of work. Monroe's guy, Knox, is a contractor and an artist, and thrifty. While trying to stay true to the house's character, he did raid the bargain paint bin. I gestured at the walls, which transitioned colors from room to room. Navy here near the entrance, olive green in the living room, ruby in the dining room beyond that, a hint of marigold showing from the kitchen in the rear of the house. A very northwest palette of muted but abundant color, including painted shelves and accent pieces like the built-ins and fireplace surround. I'll say... Worth swallowed hard enough to make me fear he might hurl on the polished hardwood floors. I don't hate it. It's just... Not home, I suggested. He blanched, pale skin going more pasty, so I softened my voice further. I'm sorry it's not what you were expecting, but I like the colors, and I think my kids will too. You have kids? His eyebrows shot upward. Are you old enough? Wait, of course you're old enough. I'm 35 now. I kept my voice patient. In fact, there were times I felt behind on my dreams. I'd wanted a large family since childhood, but always assumed I'd find the one first. Then I'd be able to put an inheritance from my grandparents into buying this house. It was past time to chase my parenthood goals, partner or not. But I'm talking about the teens I help. That's my whole purpose in buying the property. It'll give me more options, especially for teens under 18. I've spent the last year working to become a certified foster parent. As a single guy, I faced a bit of an uphill battle in that department, but Worth didn't need my bureaucratic complaints, not when he looked in danger of keeling over any second. I could already tell that any attempts to have him sit or coddle him would be met with resistance, so I shifted my focus to the other pressing problem. Let's take the dog to the laundry room sink. I briskly led the way through the living room and dining rooms to the kitchen and the laundry room beyond that, which contained a washer and dryer along with a deep industrial sink perfectly sized for a small to medium dog. I gestured for Worth to set Buttercup in the sink. She whimpered like Worth was abandoning her on an iceberg, but my concern was more for Worth's shaking hands. Are you okay? Not sure. Might be having an out-of-body experience. Worth gave an unsteady laugh. I keep seeing colors where they're not supposed to be. Are you sober? Placing a hand on the dog to keep her from jumping out of the sink, I peered more closely at Worth. Buttercup wasn't the only one who needed a shower. His suit was rumpled to the point that I wasn't sure the cleaners downtown would be able to fix it. His eyes were puffy and bloodshot, which could be exhaustion or something more concerning. Take anything today I should know about? Thought about it. Worth slumped against a nearby utility stool. But no, my stupid stomach can't handle half a cocktail anymore. My body won't let me get drunk, and I'm too broke for other types of highs. Not exactly reassuring. I pointed at a shelf full of emergency supplies, like a flat of water bottles, behind us. Grab a drink, start chugging. You've gotten bossy. Worth obeyed, then made a face as he swallowed some water. "Let's hope that stays down," he muttered before taking a second sip. "Sorry, you've got the dog to worry about. You don't need me too." "I don't mind. Sounds like maybe you need some looking after." Not that I was the person for the job, and I was supposed to be irked at him over the ghosting, but Worth had the same magnetic pull on my emotions as ever. "I don't," Worth snapped, then made a sour face. "Sorry, I'm being an ass on top of everything else. I shouldn't have come. Not sure why I did, honestly. Fuck." He sounded dangerously close to tears, and I wished I had an extra hand to pat him and the dog both. I settled for gentling my voice as much as possible. "You thought it would help. That's not a terrible impulse. I'm sorry the house is not like you remember." "I didn't come to jog my memory." Worth rubbed the center of his chest, voice more weary than angry. "I think maybe I came to say goodbye."
Chapter 3. Worth. I hadn't meant to say that. Heck, I hadn't realized it myself until the words escaped my mouth. But it was true. This was a goodbye. Not a hello, not a pleasure visit, nor a trip down memory lane. I'd reached the end of the line for me. Something I'd known when the condo door clicked behind me for the final time, but hadn't truly internalized until now. For months I'd fought and fought to keep my life together, and then, with the dude serving my eviction notice, the last of my fight left. If my life were a movie, that would have been the last act, and all I felt was relief. I hadn't really expected my tree to change a damn thing, and all the time sitting there had done was show me exactly how far I was from the person I'd once been, the person I'd never be again. Sam sucked in a loud breath, studying me far closer than I was comfortable with. He already saw too damn much. "You need help?" "Nah." I waved my free hand. "The time for help is long gone. Like I said, I'm sorry I came. I didn't mean to bring my trouble to your doorstep." "Tough. You did come here, and I can't not do something." "Nothing to be done." "Don't be such an Eeyore." Another memory. This one of standing in this very laundry room, telling my mother some hopeless middle school drama and her laughing and clapping me on the shoulder with a damp hand. It's not that bad. Except my reality was that bad, and as it turned out, all her optimism had been an illusion, as untrustworthy as the January sun in Oregon. I rubbed my burning stomach, the water sloshing around, caustic as battery acid. "Sure there is. We're going to get you help," Sam said firmly, like he could will it into existence. But unless he had a brand new reputation, a job, and an attitude transplant from me, he was wrong. Sam nodded crisply. "We're going to wash the dog. Then I'm taking you to the ER." "ER?" I scoffed. "You think I still have health insurance?" "You think that matters?" One hand remaining on the dog, he fiddled with the faucets until a stream of water appeared. Motions far more gentle than his voice. He sprayed the dog, dirt streaming into the sink. "Your stomach pain alone would warrant a trip, but you're threatening self-harm, and that can't be ignored." "I didn't mean I wanted to off myself right this minute." I sounded petulant, the sort of defensiveness I hated from others. "Everything feels pointless, though. Like, why bother? If I get in the car, keep driving till I run out of road, then maybe all of it will stop hurting so damn much." "You don't need an active plan to be a self-harm risk," Sam said briskly before pointing at a shelf near the sink. "Hand me the soap." I picked up the bottle but didn't give it over. Buttercup looked so miserable in the sink. I didn't want to add to her discomfort. Is this soap safe for dogs?
It's organic, no sulfates, clear, gentle, and good enough for right now.
Sam held out a hand, wiggling his fingers. Wow. I gave him the soap. I'm not sure I've ever seen you snappy before.
Hi, Worth. Nice to meet you. I'm Sam. I'm a full-fledged adult now. I work with troubled teens.
He gave me a little soapy wave.
I've spent more nights waiting at the ER and visiting psych wards than you, so trust me when I say you need help. And help is out there. We're going to get you better. But I need you to take your situation seriously.
I can't not take it seriously. I rubbed my burning, aching stomach. You think I can ignore losing everything, having no future, being wrong about everything I thought I knew?
I'm not asking you to ignore your very real problems. I'm asking you to dial down the resistance to getting help for your intrusive thoughts.
Is that what you call them? That louder and louder voice that keeps reminding me how worthless, I am? I'd had a low-level version of that type of self-talk for so many years that I'd forgotten others didn't routinely tell themselves all the ways in which they were failing and didn't carry around the heavy cape of guilt.
Yes, that's the depression talking, and it's treatable, along with whatever's going on with your stomach.
Here, let me do it. I didn't like how Buttercup was shivering and how businesslike Sam was in washing her. After he moved out of the way, I took over, adjusting the water to be slightly warmer and using a cautious touch to soap the dog up. And your guess is as good as mine as far as my stomach. Like I said, no health insurance. Antacids used to help. Those stopped working, along with the other over-the-counter stuff. I'm okay as long as I don't eat or drink. The weak joke earned me a glare from Sam. Sorry. I huffed a breath. My inappropriate humor yet another reason to be mad at myself. ER is going to be a nightmare, though. It's the 4th of July. They'll be swamped with burns, barbecue indigestion, and assorted accidents. My problems will keep.
Maybe until morning.
Sam's expression turned thoughtful. And after drying his hands on a dish towel, he dug out his phone and started clicking around. Hey, what are you doing on the phone? My voice came out more outraged than the situation warranted. God, I missed being in control of my emotions, being able to put up a front of competency. Don't tell Monroe or Holden I'm here.
I'm not. I have a doctor friend. I'm verifying that she's on duty in the morning at urgent care because, if so, waiting makes some sense. She'll know how to best help. But I'm keeping an eye on you in the meantime.
I made a frustrated noise but kept my hands gentle as I rinsed Buttercup. I don't need a babysitter. Sam's wide-eyed expression called me a liar as he fished a set of keys from his pocket, dangling them from one finger.
Start cooperating or we're doing the ER now. Dr. Washington would be my preference, but if you can't behave, I'm taking you in tonight.
Behave or I'll turn this car around. Sam wasn't the least bit paternal, but he was equally serious. I believed him. I'll cooperate. I hoped I could keep that promise. Never would have predicted you'd grow up to be all stern.
Trust me, I'm surprised too.
Sam shook his head as he grabbed a towel from the top of the dryer and handed it to me. I blotted my face before starting in on the dog. It was entirely possible I'd ended up wetter than the dog. Do you think she's hungry? Thin as she was, she'd likely been scrounging a while. A slow anger, something I hadn't thought I could feel anymore, built behind my sternum. Whoever dumped this defenseless dog was the worst kind of human. Can she eat any of that? I pointed to his storage shelves, which held no less than 3 kinds of dry cat kibble.
She shouldn't have cat food, but I've got some leftover rice and chicken she can try. Where is your cat anyway? I glanced around the laundry area, which had a litter box but no cat in sight. Undoubtedly upstairs, plotting my doom. Sam laughed and headed toward the kitchen. Come on, let's see what we can find for you and Buttercup both. What do you think your stomach might tolerate? And no, nothing is not a suitable answer. Toast, not too dry, weak tea. Sometimes sweet stuff isn't too bad either. Wrapping Buttercup up like a swaddled infant, I followed Sam into the kitchen. Sorry, I know I sound like a diva. Or a princess. Sam gave me an unexpectedly fond smile before patting Buttercup on the head. When had he gotten so tall? We were disconcertingly eye to eye until he turned to gesture at the table. Sit. I had no idea why Sam's orders worked on me, but I sat in the nearby breakfast nook anyway.
The previously white kitchen had been transformed with marigold walls, flat dark wood cabinetry, and sand-colored countertops. Nothing was particularly high-end, but the space was fresh and modern, a far cry from its homey past. The L-shaped built-in breakfast nook was one of the few unchanged things, and I settled myself in my usual corner space. Did the table shrink? I frowned. Why did I keep forgetting I was bigger and broader now? The recent weight loss due to my stomach issues notwithstanding, I was nowhere near the skinny tween who had spent hours in the corner of the nook, doing homework and talking to my mom. Here. Sam plucked Buttercup off my lap, placing her nearby in front of a colorful dish with a cartoon cat full of rice and plain chicken. Absorbed in watching the dog bolt down her dinner, I started when Sam slid a plate in front of me. Try this. Thanks. The plate had lightly buttered toast and an oatmeal cookie. A mug of minty-smelling herbal tea accompanied it. Picking up the cookie, I gave it a sniff. Is this your mom's recipe? Yep, oatmeal cranberry. Holding his own mug of tea, Sam sat next to me. But it was your mom's recipe first. Oh. I took a tiny nibble, chest tightening around a wave of memories. All the cookies I'd eaten right here in this spot. Ginger, molasses, chocolate chip, oatmeal. My favorite was iced sugar cookies. Setting the cookie aside, I tried the toast. Perfect. Not too crispy, not too raw. A different sort of memory. Me sick with colds and sniffles, Mom bringing me trays of food while I was surrounded by piles of pillows and books. Another bite and I was back in the present. Sam looking earnestly on, hands wrapped around his cup of tea. I swallowed slowly to save my stomach and to gather my thoughts. I'm not sure of the last time someone was this nice to me. Then you've been hanging around the wrong people. Probably. I had to agree with him there, based on the way my contacts had dwindled to zero as soon as I couldn't afford the lifestyle. Sam yawned and then covered his mouth. Sorry. You should go to sleep. If he could order me around, I could do the same. I might not have cookies and tea to offer the guy, but I could at least make sure he got some rest. Nah, I'm going to keep an eye on you until we can get you into the doctor in the morning. You don't have to stay up and watch me all night. That seems like overkill. My pulse sped up. Not anxiety precisely, more like I had no idea how to be cared for like this. I was supposed to be in my car, heading nowhere, not drinking tea with an all-grown-up Sam Bookman, who'd apparently appointed himself my guardian angel. Leaving you on the couch seems like a recipe for disaster. Turning, Sam peered past the kitchen toward the front of the house and the lumpy, bumpy old leather couch. I'm half tempted to make you sleep upstairs next to me. At least I have a decent bed, and we might both catch a little rest that way. I made a high-pitched noise that startled Buttercup from where she was dozing by my foot. You'd share your bed with a stranger? Bad enough you leave the house unlocked.
You're not a stranger, Worth. Sam's tone was matter-of-fact as he cleared my now-empty dishes. And it's sleep, not my savings account. Let's get you a shower and some pajamas you can borrow. It'll be fine. Says you, I muttered. Nonetheless, Buttercup and I dutifully followed him to the stairs. The distant sound of fireworks outside added to my unease. Yep, yep. Buttercup barked at the stairs. Maybe she doesn't know how to do stairs. Scooping her up, Sam made it to the landing before he turned back toward me. Coming? Yeah. I took each stair slowly, deliberately. My gut churned, and for once it wasn't the food. This was Sam's house now. Of course he had a room and a bed here, likely the same room that had been my parents', a thought that made bile rise in my throat. Trying not to vomit, I shook my head and almost missed Sam turning toward the third flight of stairs. You live in the attic? While the third floor was nominally finished, it was a dusty, musty space storing outdated items and holiday decor. I'd always had a weird fascination for the attic rooms, the one spot in the house that wasn't perfectly clean and organized. I'd hunted for hidden treasure and snuck into dark closets. I'd also carted up stacks of books to read while gazing out the dormer windows at my tree. In my early teens, Holden and I had wrestled an ancient couch up the stairs, and we'd hooked up an equally aged TV set and a gaming console. It had been our hideout, and I'd spent many hours on that sofa, staring up at the ceiling. Sam paused to flip on a warm amber light. This is my suite now, and it's currently the nicest bathroom in the house. Thought you might appreciate the newness of the space. Yeah. I exhaled, not hiding my relief at not having to deal with either my parents' room or my old bedroom. And Sam was right. This space was new, untainted by old memories. What had been multiple smaller rooms and closets was now largely one open space, dominated by a big bed with white bedding worthy of a luxury hotel, and an alarming assortment of plants in front of the windows. Fluffy rugs underfoot and built-in shelving completed the transformation. This is... Nice felt too tepid, a word better suited for bland guest rooms, not this clearly personal retreat. Lovely. The compliment felt equally odd on my lips, a word I seldom used. Lovely didn't capture all the emotions surging through me either. Come in and stay a while. Some long-gone grandparent or elderly aunt's voice echoed, more of the memories that wouldn't stop coming. It's cozy, welcoming, makes me want to sleep for 3 weeks. I gave an unsteady laugh. After a shower. Sam steered me past the bed and the pillowy bedding I wanted to get lost in. The bathroom was nothing short of a revelation. In addition to a toilet, a shower stall tucked against an eave, and a narrow pedestal sink created enough room for a Japanese-style soaking tub. Small but deep and as inviting as anything I'd ever seen. Wow. Shower or tub, your choice. I'll take Buttercup outside for a before-bed pee, then put some pajamas for you on the doorknob. You'll feel more yourself after you get cleaned up. And with that, Sam was gone, shutting the door behind him, leaving me to remove my hopelessly rumpled and damp clothing. Looking at myself in the mirror over the sink, I felt a level of exposure beyond my naked skin. More yourself. I suppressed a cackle. Who even was that anymore? Who was Worth Stapleton? Unable to answer my own damn question, I shivered, as weary as I'd ever been, yet without a clue how I was supposed to sleep next to Sam, let alone find a way back to the me I used to be.
Chapter 4. Sam. Worth Stapleton was currently naked in my bathroom, and my inner teenager, the one I'd thought I'd banished, kept wanting to squeal. Moreover, he was going to sleep all night next to me in a pair of my flannel pants and a t-shirt advertising a youth fun run we'd done a few years back. The part of myself that refused to give up the ghost on this decades-old crush was giddy and bouncy. But the adult part of me, the more pragmatic and sane part, was seriously worried about Worth. Every syllable from him sounded more dour, gloom and doom words matched by a flat affect. I'd seen enough serious depression to know all the signs of a major crisis, not to mention whatever was going on with his stomach was troubling. After finding an old belt to fashion into a makeshift leash for Buttercup, I took her outside while texting with my doctor friend. On the way back into the house, Buttercup caught a glimpse of Delilah lurking on the couch in the living room. Yap, yap, yap! Hiss! As expected, my cat, a sleek, stately Siamese mix, looked positively murderous at the intruder's presence. Excessively vocal under the best circumstances, she proceeded to hiss and yowl her displeasure before fleeing up the stairs when I tried to come near enough to pet her. I'd have to soothe her hurt feelings later, hopefully before she presented me with a mouse or hairball as a token of her anger. Right then, however, I needed to check on Worth. I didn't want to leave him alone too long, especially once the shower clicked off. Luckily, he emerged shortly after as I pulled on my pajamas. My clothing fit him surprisingly well. Like me, Worth had a slim build, but his frame was slightly broader, making it more evident that his stomach problems had taken a toll. His pallor wasn't great either, pale and sallow with dark circles under his eyes. He needed to be taken care of, and foolish though it was, apparently, I was all too willing to volunteer. Here, needing to distract myself from the droplets of water clinging to his blonde hair and strong neck, I pointed at the over-the-counter meds I'd laid out with a cup of water on the bedside table. Doctor got back to me. Whitney says to try this cocktail of stomach meds to get some rest tonight before she sees you tomorrow. But if you vomit blood or otherwise get worse, we should go in sooner. I'll be okay. Worth didn't sound like he believed his own words, but he swallowed the medication, which was at least a minor win. You will. Medication, therapy. Whoa, hold up. Setting the water cup back down, he held up his hands. Who said anything about therapy? Time for some tough love. Do you think you're the only person who's ever had it rough? Only person to assume your life is over because of some misfortune? Worth gave me a long, considering look that dug into a history I'd rather forget. I'm not so far gone that I've forgotten everything. Monroe and Holden have had their share of tragedies. Your family, too. Sienna was older than me, but I remember. Yeah. I sucked in a harsh breath. He'd said my sister's name aloud, something most didn't, especially these days, over 25 years since she'd run away from home at 17, never to make it back again after being killed in a pedestrian traffic accident in Portland. That's why you do the work you do? Part of it. It was more than a little uncanny how much he saw, despite having been gone so long. Maybe in the beginning it was for Sienna's memory, but these days it's more about hope. This is where you tell me everything happens for a reason, right? Mouth twisting, he knelt to pet Buttercup, who had been getting increasingly antsy, undoubtedly picking up on the intense emotions. No, this is where I tell you about Mitzi, who had a baby at 14 and spiraled into bad postpartum depression after the adoption was finalized. Or Kyle, who struggled with anxiety from elementary school onward, with his symptoms worsening as his social isolation increased. I paced as I talked, my voice picking up speed as I warmed to my favorite topic. Then there was Jeff, who, like so many of our teens, had an abusive family situation. The sort of trauma I hear about on the regular isn't in anyone's plan. There's no underlying positive purpose for mental illness or emotional trauma. But what I have seen over and over is that help brings hope. All those kids later became success stories. Emphasis on kids. Worth rubbed his temples before he straightened. And your work is amazing, truly. I'm proud of you, but I'm 40. Lucky for you, there's no age limit on therapy and medication. But you have to want to get better. That's the key ingredient I see over and over. Not that wanting alone is enough, but you have to be committed to trying various options to find what works for you. It's not an easy road, but it is worth it. Pun intended. Worth finished for me with a weak smile. I get it. Want's not the issue. More like it's hard to believe any sort of help might work. Success story. Shaking his head, he sank onto the edge of the bed. I'm attempting to picture what success would even look like for me. Success is Mitzi being the best barista my Portland friend Brady says he's ever hired. Success is Kyle running a popular Odyssey card game playgroup, finally having a crew of trusted friends, and being well on his way to a college degree. Success is Jeff being an amazing dad to 2 little girls. I gestured wildly, but my enthusiasm wasn't as infectious as I'd hoped. Still frowning, Worth lifted Buttercup to his lap when she headbutted his legs. That sounds more like returning someone to what or who they were before. I'm not sure I have that baseline. I've carted around these dark emotions for so long that I forget others don't have to pretend the same way. Always? Like even as a kid? I prodded, coming to sit next to him on the bed. I hated the thought of the smiling, helpful teen he'd once been being an illusion. Sometimes. Worth shrugged, popping that image I'd had of him as happy, popular, and without a care in the world until his mom disappeared. I've always had moods. Mom complained. He dropped his damp head onto my shoulder, and I had to suppress the startled noise that rose in my throat. She called me her Eeyore. I'm good at faking it, being Mr. Congeniality, the deal closer, the hard worker, the loyal friend. But it really does feel like I wear this heavy cape of sadness that others don't have to. I'm sorry. Unbidden, my arm wrapped around his 2 bony shoulders. You're right. It sucks that others don't have to deal with the same burden. And then fate went and dealt you a rotten hand. Not sure it was fate. His voice was bitter, but his breath was warm against my neck, contrasting the cool dampness of his hair on my collarbone. I was holding Worth Stapleton. My abs trembled. He smelled like my shampoo and fit as perfectly against me as I'd always known he would. Of course, back then, I'd imagined him holding me, but this way felt right. Old desires rearranging themselves to fit my adult reality of who we both were now. And if Worth needed propping up, I could be as good at the job as the oak tree he loved so much. Unsure what he needed to hear, I simply held him tighter. Sorry, he mumbled several long moments later. I've had good moments, too. Not a constant parade of horrible, I promise. Tell me a good memory, I urged. Peggy Lane's retirement party. Lifting his head, Worth twisted his lips into something that might have been the start of a smile. I had this long-time administrative assistant at the brokerage. She retired to Tucson long before this embezzlement bullshit. Ours wasn't the kind of office with spontaneous parties and such, but I always tried to treat the support staff in my department well. I bet you were a good boss. I rubbed his shoulders, trying to burrow past that heavy cape he described so heartbreakingly. I had enough years of work in mental health to know my limitations, yet I yearned to break through the frosty layers he'd wrapped himself in. I tried to be one. His gaze softened and turned distant. Anyway, when Peggy Jane announced she'd be retiring, I had the idea to give her a surprise party. Flew her grandkids up from Arizona, got a dude in marketing to make a hype video, and booked a private room at her favorite Italian place. And she loved it. I remember heading home in the car afterward, how light I felt because it all went off without a hitch. That lightness, you can feel that again. I wish I shared your certainty. His eyes briefly fluttered shut, then opened again. But yeah, there was a run of years where life wasn't terrible before everything went to hell again. Right until the feds showed up, I loved working there. Heck, I even loved being in charge of the summer interns. Interns? That sounds a little like what I do wrangling the teens at the coffee shop, only yours was the brainy, nerdy version. That earned me a little laugh from Worth. Yep, Ivy League summer camp. I did an end-of-summer party for the interns every year, too. Watching them have a great time made me happy. Yeah, that's it. I was happy being a good boss with a job that I thought was helping people make their financial dreams come true. But that doesn't matter now. It matters. I squeezed him tightly, trying to will him to feel some of my energy and hope that he could return to that happiness. The start of a plan spun through my head. My mom would say I was never more dangerous than when I had good intentions and a plan, and she wasn't wrong. What if you could be a manager again? You know someone hiring out-of-work, ostracized financial analysts? His forehead wrinkled as he turned to peer at me, forcing me to drop my arm from his shoulders. Apparently bored with the conversation, Buttercup trotted across the bed to settle near the foot. It's not investment banking, precisely. My voice came out cagier than I would have liked, so I tried for a brighter tone. What do you know about coffee? My stomach hates it these days, which is a damn shame because what you were saying a minute ago about happiness, that's a perfectly pulled espresso shot. Single origin, hand-roasted, ideal temperature. Damn, I miss coffee. You're hired, I grinned at him. To do what? Worth stared back with no hint of a smile, but I was undeterred. Manage? Direct? Not sure what to call it, but we'll figure out a title for you on the fly. And benefits. If you work for me and use this place as an address, we can probably get your health insurance sorted out, have something to tell the clinic in the morning. You paint a nice picture, Sam. Worth let out a huge yawn before flopping back onto the mattress. I don't want a pity job, but I appreciate how you're trying to help. I really do. Then let me help. Not nearly done touching him, I reached down to touch his hand, but he pulled away, curling into a ball. In the morning. We'll see in the morning. He shut his eyes, tight lines appearing in the creases. The poor guy was exhausted, which I'd conveniently forgotten during my efforts to get him to see that better days were coming. And they were. But right then, he needed sleep more than anything else. Let's get under the covers, I whispered, a line my teen self had rehearsed hundreds of times, though in my fantasies Worth had been more eager than docile. This Worth was wounded, not unlike poor lost Buttercup, who was already snoozing at the foot of the bed. I gently arranged Worth on his side under the puffy white comforter before I flipped off the lights. I kept myself perfectly rigid on my side of the bed. This had been a terrible idea. How was I supposed to keep from sleep-cuddling Worth? Worth, who smelled like my soap and let out little huffy breaths that made it impossible to ignore his presence. My arm continued to tingle with the memory of holding him, and I dug my elbow into my ribs to keep from reaching for him. "Sam," Worth's voice was a sleepy whisper that sounded like a roar to my racing brain. "Could you... Never mind." "What? Anything." Foolish, so foolish. But if he asked me for a kidney, I'd at least entertain the notion. "Just come closer. It was kind of nice earlier, your arm. I liked not being alone tonight." "Oh." My heart broke yet again for this man. Worth had been alone for so long. I scooted as close as I dared, close enough to feel his warmth, but trying not to overly take... Whoa! All my air whooshed out as Worth cast out a hand, floundering around until he found my arm and hauled me against him. Spooning. We were spooning, and it was every bit as glorious as I'd always imagined. His body so warm and vital against mine. I resisted the urge to pinch myself as Worth snuggled in close. "There." He made the happiest noise I'd heard from him yet, continuing to hold my arm tightly, like there was any danger of my escaping. Wise or not, I was going to be here for Worth, whatever it took.
Chapter 5. Worth. I wasn't alone. That was my first conscious thought, and not an entirely unwelcome one. Someone warm was pressed tightly against me as the early morning light crept across the big, puffy bed. I could count on one hand the number of times I'd slept next to another person, and this level of cuddly coziness was a novel sensation, a far cry from post-drinking sprawls and morning-after awkwardness. No, this was sweet. As sweet as Sam Bookman. That was it. I was in bed with an all-grown-up Sam Bookman in my old house, but an entirely new room. Any one of those details would have been disconcerting, but taken together, I felt like a jumble of random puzzle pieces lacking the guidance of a picture. I didn't know who I was supposed to be in this changed universe without the job I'd worked a decade and a half for, unable to use the degree I'd sold my inheritance for, lacking funds or viable prospects other than the pity coffee shop job Sam had offered. Changed universe indeed. Little pesky Sam Bookman offering me a job in a world where he owned the only place I'd ever truly considered home. And that world was full of topsy-turvy truths I simply couldn't dwell on right then. My mother's case loomed large, but I'd run from the new facts for months now. Instead, I focused on Sam huffing warm, tickly breaths against the back of my neck. He smelled like warm spices and soft citrus. I stretched ever so slightly, just for the pleasure of feeling Sam's grip on me tighten. Another few minutes to bask in these new sensations wouldn't hurt anything. Except maybe Sam. Sam would get the wrong idea about me sticking around Safe Harbor. He'd had a way too obvious crush decades ago, and while we were both grown, I'd hate to hurt someone as nice as Sam. Reluctantly, I separated myself from Sam, ignoring his moof noise protesting my leaving the bed. I quickly took care of necessary business in the bathroom. When I returned, the dog was curled up in the spot I'd vacated, but Sam was sitting up in bed. He stretched, revealing a strip of fuzzy reddish hair across his abdomen. Guys weren't my usual flavor, but my dick pulsed for the first time in months and months. If you tell me where you keep the coffee, I'll start some when I take Buttercup out. I eyed the dog, who seemed totally content to snooze the morning away. "None in the house," Sam yawned. "I don't drink it, so I only keep it around for guests. And sadly, I broke the glass pot for my old drip maker last time my folks came for post-church brunch." I blinked. "I'm not sure what's more surprising. You cook? Like, good enough to have people over? But you serve them drip coffee? And you own a coffee house but don't drink coffee yourself?
Boy, that's a lot of questions for not even 7 o'clock.
He exited the bed with a groan, another clear sign that this Sam was all grown up with the aches and pains that came for all of us after 30.
Yes, I cook. No way my mom was turning me loose without knowing the basics, and turns out cooking is fun, not unlike owning a coffee shop. Both things bring people I like together. I don't need to drink coffee to appreciate it.
Huh. I haven't had coffee in weeks, thanks to my stomach. That and selling my espresso machine. But I can't imagine not liking the taste. Nothing like a perfect espresso. I made a happy noise before sighing. Figures that the one morning my stomach feels normal, it's not on the menu.
Like you just pointed out, I run an entire coffee shop, which, as it turns out, I should stop by.
Sam held up the phone he'd snagged off the nightstand.
There's some sort of drama with my early morning crew who were supposed to handle opening without me. We can swing by there on the way to urgent care, which doesn't open until 8 anyway.
I'd be good skipping the doctor. Maybe all I needed was some decent sleep. A cup of coffee at your place, then I can be on my way.
The heck you will.
He gave me a look so stern even the dog was startled, jumping off the bed to hunker by my feet. Perversely, his orders were reassuring, making my muscles warm and relaxed. He wasn't cutting me loose.
You're going to the doctor, and I'm coming in with you because I don't trust you to tell Dr. Washington the whole truth.
Fine. I made the executive decision to ignore how spot on he was with his assessment, that I'd omit or minimize certain details. I'll waste the good doctor's time, but I really should find something different to wear. I spared a glance for my rumpled shirt and suit, which I'd moved from the bathroom to a corner chair.
That suit needs burning. Here.
Sam dug around in a low dresser, coming up with a faded pair of jeans and a baby blue t-shirt so soft it felt like feathers when he handed the items over.
You can borrow these.
Thanks. I didn't exactly pack.
And you wonder why I think you need depression treatment?
He gave me a stare so hard I had to shift my weight from foot to foot. Hey, I could have driven off the Golden Gate.
Don't even joke,
he snapped, going so pale I could see traces of the freckles he'd had all over as a kid. Sorry, Sam, I have a pretty warped sense of humor. I'll say. Snatching a similar set of clothing for himself, he stomped off to the bathroom, leaving me to wonder where that funny, freckled-faced kid he'd been had gone. I used the moment of privacy to dress and locate the belt he'd used the night before as a leash for Buttercup. Not sure when the last time I wore jeans was, I joked, trying to find a way back to easiness between us as he emerged from the bathroom.
He looked all Portland hipster in a heathered Blessed Bean t-shirt, dark-washed jeans, closer fitting than the ones he'd loaned me, and hair tamed with some sort of product.
Smelled good, too, like he'd taken a moment to shave.
Well, if you're planning to make a habit of going casual, you might want the next size up.
Tone matter of fact, he cast a critical eye over my attire.
You're too skinny right now. We have to fix your stomach, then feed you better.
We? A not unpleasant shiver danced up my spine. I wasn't sure I'd ever been a we before.
You're not alone,
he said firmly as he led the way downstairs. Apparently, he'd stamped down his earlier irritation. Being around someone who didn't hold grudges was going to take some getting used to. Heck, that whole not alone business was enough of a change, let alone facing a day back in safe harbor. Chapter 6. Worth. Sam Bookman, the teen, had been everywhere. A whirling dervish of energy and bony limbs. I shouldn't have been so surprised that Sam, the adult, was an absolute force of nature. While I took Buttercup to the yard, he busied himself making another plate of perfect toast and a mug of herbal tea for me. For the road. He placed the food on the counter. Better eat fast, though, because I've had 2 more messages from the coffee shop. That sounds ominous. Also ominous was the appearance of a pissed-off large Siamese cat who set Buttercup to barking before it sauntered off to the laundry room. Heck, what will we do about Buttercup while we're at the coffee house in urgent care?
I think that the Humane Society opens at 8 as well. We can drop her off at the shelter after.
I cut him off with a noise so indignant I surprised myself. She's not dry cleaning or another errand. We are not just leaving her.
I didn't mean we wouldn't check up on her.
Sam placed a hand on my shoulder, but I stayed tense as he continued.
On the off chance that someone is looking for her, the shelter is the best place for her.
You think the same humans who scratched her name off her tag are looking for her? I scoffed.
Anything is possible.
He grinned widely, revealing the same dimples he'd had long ago, but were way more devastating now.
But no, it's not likely. We should see if she's microchipped at some point at least.
He paused as his phone vibrated again, then gestured at the side door.
Let's head out. Bring Buttercup along and we'll figure something out for a dog sitter before the urgent care clinic.
Shouldn't we have more of a plan?
Feel free to come up with one.
Sam grinned at me as he scooped up his keys and wallet from the counter.
A lot of my best ideas come from winging it.
Sounds terrifying. I didn't have to fake my shudder as Buttercup and I followed him out.
Aren't you the guy who drove over 12 hours without a plan?
He made a show of locking up, undoubtedly because I was watching and not out of habit. That was because all my other plans failed, not because I like chaos.
You need to work on that need for control. Chaos can be fun.
Pausing at the base of the back steps, he narrowed his eyes as he took in my Beamer.
Okay, clearly it was dark last night, and I was distracted because I missed your slick wheels.
Yeah, this model is a bit extra. I rubbed the back of my neck, noticing for the first time what had to be his car, an ancient wagon with mismatched hubcaps covered in bumper stickers for every possible cause. Please tell me we can take my car.
Gladly.
Turning, he held out his hand and wiggled his fingers.
I get to drive.
Says who?
Your scaredy cat dog who is going to ride on your lap. I don't trust her not to growl at me.
You just want to experience a car made in this century. Laughing, I handed over my keys even if I wasn't quite sure why. It wasn't like I made a habit out of letting others drive, especially not lately, with this being the last appreciable asset I owned free and clear. Nevertheless, I slid into the unfamiliar passenger seat and loaded Buttercup onto my lap. I might have been gone from Safe Harbor for 20 years, but I hadn't forgotten how to get downtown. Heck, we could have walked the scant few blocks. I know exactly what you're doing, I teased Sam as he took a longer, more indirect route to Safe Harbor's downtown area, approaching from the west rather than the east.
Maybe.
Smiling, he took another turn down a side street before arriving at a single-story older building with a simple Blessed Bean logo and sign. My friends had mentioned Sam's Endeavor enough over the years that I knew the name, but I hadn't actually visited the vaguely familiar structure myself. What did this place used to be? I asked as Sam expertly parked between 2 newer model SUVs. He handled my car like he drove 6-figure machines on the regular, and why my suddenly alert libido took note of that fact, I had no clue. Way back when my dad was a kid, it was a dive bar. Then it had a short-lived stint as a failed diner. You probably remember it as Classy Curls, a combo beauty parlor and vintage clothing store. Oh, yeah. My mom didn't care for the pair of old lady friends who ran the place. Sam snorted loudly. What? I turned in the seat to peer at him. Friends. Uh-huh. Even I, resident choir boy and preacher's kid, knew they lived in a one-bedroom bungalow a few streets over. 60 years they were roommates. He made comical air quotes. Died 3 days apart and left me this building. They left you this building? I gaped at him. I did all their lawn maintenance in high school and college, and as they headed toward 90, I took on more and more odd jobs for them. Sienna used to work for them off and on, too. They loved her. Sam stared off at the horizon out the windshield, the sky a stark, cloudless blue. I had only the vaguest memories of his sister, who'd been far too glam for this sleepy town. She'd been 5 or so years older than me, more like 10 years ahead of Sam, but I knew precisely how it felt to have a name in your head you seldom got to say aloud. I reached for Sam, but was a moment late as he was already opening the car door. Anyway, they knew I was working on my social work degree with an eye to running this sort of charity, training at-risk young people and providing necessary services for them. You don't drink coffee, but you dreamed up a non-profit coffee shop? It's Oregon. Sam waved his hand like that explained everything. Barista training for at-risk older teens and young adults gives them an employable skill. We get referrals from halfway houses and homeless shelters. Job training programs also bring grants and funding. When I inherited the building, Safe Harbor didn't have a coffee shop, so it also provided a community service, a gathering place, and space where I can offer other services like art therapy nights or speakers about returning to college. Wow. Continuing to carry the dog, I followed him out of the car. You seriously got the equivalent of venture capital funding for a dream you had in college. In the Bay Area, you could have been a legend. Ha! A startup nonprofit is hardly in the same league as a tech giant. A pink flush spread across Sam's pale cheeks. I'm just a guy trying to do what he can in a place he loves. The whole community came together to help with the renovation, and here we are. Yes, indeed. Still marveling at Sam making an entire organization appear out of a few good deeds and big ideas, I trailed behind him in the parking lot, then pulled up short. Inside the coffee shop, folks crowded around the front bar, several with payment cards out, waving and talking animatedly, while others stood in grumpy clumps, eyes narrowed like they were waiting for a reason to throw one of the colorful wooden chairs. What was that about loving chaos? I asked as a pair of well-dressed women bustled out, narrowly missing hitting Buttercup with the heavy door. God, I can't wait till that Green Label Coffee Company store opens. A blonde in a pink short-sleeved sweater chirped to her short, dark-haired friend. There's a Green Label store opening here? Sam sounded like he was the one with stomach issues. No one's told you? The blonde pulled a way too obviously fake sympathetic smile before gesturing down the street. I suppose it's hush-hush, but not for much longer. They're taking over the old Merrimack Bank building. The grand opening is in less than 2 weeks. They're really pushing expansion. There's one every block now in the Bay. My tone came out pragmatic until I glanced over at Sam. Oh, right. Coffee shop owner. I'm sure Safe Harbor has enough business for 2 places. I'm sure, Sam said weakly. Yes, it will be good to have choices. The brunette had a pinched expression as she and her friend continued their exit, leaving Sam and I to enter utter pandemonium. Voices greeting us, each louder than the previous. I just want a cup of drip coffee. Can't you run my card later? Where's Sam? Sam! There you are. An old man in faded jeans and a western shirt ambled over to us. Neither of your workers seem to know which end of the mule to feed. Neither? There's supposed to be 3 of them. Sam swept his gaze around the room, but sure enough, there was only one frazzled clerk wearing a black apron behind the counter. A tall, gawky kid with hair as red as Sam's had once been, but in a mohawk. George? As we made our way forward, Sam swallowed like he was bracing for the worst. Funny enough, not a soul had mentioned the dog in my arms, and I sure wasn't going to. What's going on here? I don't even know where to start. George twisted his apron with long, bony, tattooed fingers. First, Kyla called in that she'd be late. Marta's crying out back because the register locked her out before it bricked itself. Won't even restart now, and the espresso machine's broken. Again. He gestured at the gleaming stainless contraption, which made a disconcerting hiss followed by a gulping noise. Clog. And I might not have the first clue what to do about Sam's absent worker or the crying Marta, but I'd seen this issue before. Finally, something I could damn well fix in a year where I'd handled precisely nothing. Here. I thrust Buttercup at Sam. You take the dog, go do what you do well, and fix your crying barista. I've got the espresso machine. You're going to look at the problem? Sam sounded slightly dazed. I'm going to fix it, I corrected him. It's a Nuova Simonelli. I've owned a similar Italian model and worked on others in college. George and I will handle this part of the mess. We will? George sounded even less certain than Sam. Yes. I nodded sharply, suddenly having enough certainty for all of us. I tuned out the crowd in the coffee shop, let their voices all blend together, and darted behind the counter to get a closer look at the machine. Are you Sam's boyfriend? George asked idly as he stood back to let me examine the machine. I narrowly avoided choking on my own spit. What would make you say that? That's his favorite non-work t-shirt. George pointed at the t-shirt, which advertised some peppy a cappella group. Yep, Sam's special, all right. Embellish is his favorite group. Sam said he got it on their last Northwest tour. Oh, I stared down at the shirt. We're not... I trailed off because not anything was neither fair nor accurate to the kindness Sam had shown me. We're friends. It's a long story. I've got time. George leaned against the polished counter. You do not. My voice came out Sam levels of stern as I found a nearby pad of paper and a pencil. Start taking orders. Anything that doesn't require the machine, do those drinks first. How are people supposed to pay without the card reader? George looked about 2 seconds away from calling me boomer. Keep track of the orders. Quieting the crowd is more important. I waved him away. We'll worry about the register as soon as I get this operable. You sound awfully sure it's fixable. George shook his head sadly. This thing's older than me and cranky. So am I said dryly. But for the first time in months and months, I had a little glimmer of hope. Maybe I, too, was, well, fixable might be pushing it, but improvable might be possible. Now let's get to work.
Chapter 7. Sam. As it turned out, Buttercup was magic. Not only had she been the reason I'd been able to lure Worth into the house the night before, but she managed to calm Marta's tears in record time. Marta was new to Blessed Bean, and I'd already lost track of the number of meltdowns over small difficulties. I wasn't unsympathetic, as I understood all too well how frustration and teen hormones could give way to tears. Marta was tall but slight with thin limbs, wispy brown hair, a long nose, a square jaw, a soft voice, and watery blue eyes. "Thank you for bringing your new dog to cheer me up." Marta cuddled Buttercup closer. For her part, Buttercup ate up the attention, preening this way and that. "She's not exactly mine," I hedged, not wanting to distract her with the whole tale of the night before. "Does she need a home?" Marta asked with big doe eyes. Marta, Kyla, and 2 other 19-year-olds shared a 2-bedroom house with a postage stamp yard. From what I'd gathered, they lived on coffee, spaghetti, and boxed cookies. Still, the situation wouldn't be terrible for Buttercup. "You can't just leave her there." Worth's plea echoed in my ears, and as if on cue, Buttercup glanced back at the rear door of the coffee shop. She and Worth were meant for each other, and that was that. "She belongs to a friend, the same friend who's currently trying to fix the espresso machine. Do you think you feel up to going back inside?" "I guess I can try again." Marta seemed to have no energy for the task, but as we stood, Kyla, with her riot of rainbow curls, arrived on her bike. "Sorry, I know I'm late. 4th of July kicked my behind." Removing her helmet, she rubbed her bleary eyes. "You're here now." I gave her a look that said we'd talk later about punctuality. "Your team needs you. They've had quite the morning." "Sorry." Kyla slung an easy arm around Marta's shoulders as we threaded our way through the back of the front counter of the coffee shop. I stopped abruptly in the doorway to the main part of the building, narrowly avoiding both girls crashing into me. "Wow," I whispered into the quiet calm. There was a shop full of people drinking beverages, eating muffins, and not a raised voice to be heard. A short, neat line stood by the coffee bar, and George had an actual smile as he helped customers, while Worth pulled shots from an apparently functional espresso machine. He really did fix it. "Who's that?" Kyla pushed up next to me. "He's a friend of Sam's." Marta might as well have used air quotes. "Sam has a boyfriend?" I made a strangled noise. My inner 14-year-old wanted to say yes, pretend, if only for a moment, that Worth Stapleton was my guy. "Not—" "It's complicated?" Kyla suggested cheerily, and much too loudly. "Or, more specifically, you're working on it?" "Worth's a friend I'm helping." I gestured vaguely. "Looks like he's helping you." Kyla's tone was a little too appreciative. "Can blonde guys be daddies? Because, damn, he's a friend," I said firmly. Watching Worth work was a pleasure, especially after the last 12 hours. Gone was the scared, surly guy who'd refused to leave his tree, and in his place was a competent, apron-wearing, fast-moving barista who actually stopped to crack some joke for George, who laughed. This was the Worth I knew and missed, quick with a golden smile, competent, and dripping with confidence. "Oh, hey." He looked up, finally catching sight of the 3 of us standing there gawking at him. "We're almost all caught up here." "You're amazing." I shook my head. Ping! The register tablet chimed as George swiped another customer's card. "The register is working again? Marta said it turned into a brick?" "Secret reset button. George found it." Shrugging, Worth smiled. A real, wide, patented Worth Stapleton homecoming king and valedictorian grin. "Only because you suggested it." George bumped Worth's shoulder on his way to collect another order. "Okay, now, who had the soy latte, extra foam, extra shot, no sweetener?" George glanced down at the blocky writing on the cup. "Liza?" "You've got George writing names on cups?" While standard barista practice, George had resisted this part of the job for weeks. "Yep. Told him it was fine to print and to ask the customer to spell their name for him." "Oh." I nodded, more mad at myself than anything else. Of course. George had dropped out shortly after 9th grade and possibly had some undiagnosed learning differences. I should have thought of ways to make the task easier, like Worth had. "Next," George called out, but Worth went suddenly pale as a familiar face wheeled to the counter. "Worth Stapleton? Is that you?" Holden's voice was even louder than Kyla's. His eyes were wide, and next to him Cal frowned, expression frosty as he placed a protective hand on the back of Holden's chair. Holden continued, "Sam, why didn't you tell us Worth was back, and apparently working for you?" "I asked him not to call last night." Worth straightened his shoulders. "It was late. If Worth was going to defend me, I could return the favor." "Yeah, didn't want to bother you or Monroe," Worth said to Holden, "and I'm not exactly back or working here, just helping out in a pinch." "Well, you look back." Holden continued to study Worth like he expected a camera crew to announce a prank at any moment. Then he took a breath, nodding like he'd arrived at some sort of conclusion. "Come over for dinner tonight, both of you." He pointed at me, but I wasn't certain I would have been included had I not been standing right there. There were moments when the 5-year age difference still loomed large, and I felt like an outsider looking in. Holden glanced over at Cal. "Cal makes some amazing barbecue chicken. I'll call Monroe and Knox." "I'm not sure Worth is up to a party." I spoke up because no way was Worth going to admit any sign of weakness. "It's not a party." Holden held up a hand. "It's fine. Happy to catch up." Predictably, Worth went along with Holden's plan, even though his expression was wooden. The others probably missed his shifty eyes and jittery hands as he turned to pet Buttercup in Marta's arms, but I picked up on his discomfort loud and clear. I was about to say something when Holden pointed at Buttercup. "Whose dog is that?" he asked as Marta transferred Buttercup to Worth's eager arms. "No one's," Worth said at the same moment I said Worth's. "I can't keep her." Worth gave a heartbreakingly sad sigh. "Sam found her last night." "Busy night." Holden's voice was drier than usual, undoubtedly trying to make sense of Worth's reappearance, same as the rest of us. "You need help getting the dog to the shelter?" "No," I spoke quickly. "We'll work out Buttercup's ownership later." I waved a hand before Worth could lodge another protest. "For now, though, we need a favor. Could you guys dog sit while I take Worth to an appointment?" I hedged at the last second, not wanting to violate Worth's privacy or trust. "Are you okay?" Holden asked sharply, picking up on what I'd left unsaid. "Fine." Worth's chiseled jaw took on a stubborn tilt I was coming to know too well. "I'm off today. The dog can hang with me." Cal, Holden's boyfriend and former SEAL rescue diver, wasn't much on talking, but when he did speak, people tended to listen. And either he'd forgiven me for not announcing Worth's arrival in Safe Harbor, or was quietly plotting my doom, not unlike my cat. "You can pick her back up at dinner." "Sure." Worth nodded but didn't break a smile, instead looking nervously down at Buttercup. "Or we can get Buttercup sooner if you don't feel like being social." I made the offer, knowing full well he would shake his head. "It'll be okay." I wished Worth could believe his own words, a feeling that persisted as we sent Holden and Cal on their way with a cold brew and Buttercup and a host of dog instructions from Worth. He stayed quiet as I handed the shop over to my crew, hoping they could hold down the fort long enough for me to get Worth seen at urgent care. As I'd threatened, I went with him to the exam room so he could see Dr. Washington. Whitney, an Army Reserve doctor, was more Cal's friend than mine, but she came in the shop often enough that I considered her more than an acquaintance. Worth didn't object, and if the doctor thought my presence odd, she was enough of a pro not to let it show. Whitney bundled Worth off for a host of blood work and tests to rule out things like cardiac problems causing the chest pain and nausea. Finally, a few hours after we'd arrived at urgent care, Dr. Washington returned with a diagnosis and a game plan.
"It's just an ulcer?"
Mouth twisting, Worth didn't sound at all relieved.
"I'm not dying?"
"There's no just with an ulcer." Dr. Washington's tight curls bounced with every word. "You're going to need medication and to be careful with your diet while you heal." Eyes narrowing, she peered carefully at Worth. "Did you want a more serious diagnosis?" Her voice was a study in neutrality, neither accusing nor judging, merely opening up a conversation with Worth, who exhaled hard.
"Want? Not exactly. Expected? Maybe."
He spoke directly to his clasped hands in his lap.
"Thought maybe it would be easier. Just fade away."
I managed to avoid a horrified gasp by digging my fingers into my thigh. "I understand." Dr. Washington kept up a neutral yet compassionate tone. "And not surprising, considering your score on the depression quiz the nurse had you fill out."
"Yeah."
Worth twisted his hands this way and that. "Here's what I'd like to do. In addition to the ulcer medications, I'd like to enroll you in an outpatient depression management program and start you on an antidepressant."
"I don't need—"
Worth glanced at me. I took the opportunity to give him a pointed stare, reminding him why I was there. He huffed a defeated breath.
"I don't have insurance."
"If you room with me for an Oregon address and work at Blessed Bean, you'll have insurance options." "That sounds like a great plan." Dr. Washington was quick to jump on board, even as Worth looked decidedly sour. "I know I'd feel better if you weren't living alone right now."
"Not like I have options."
Gone was the confident Worth from the coffee shop. Here was the sullen Worth of the night before. "You always have options." I had to work to keep the frustration from my tone. "Holden, Monroe, the list of people who would help you is longer than you think." "He's right. We've got a whole host of community resources." Whitney grabbed a pad of paper, ever ready to make referrals. "The coffee shop needs you," I added before Worth could claim he wasn't part of the community. "Green Label is going to try to drive us out of business, and you're the guy to help save the shop."
"I do know something about coffee."
Worth's tone was thoughtful. Whitney let out a high, tinkly laugh. "Undoubtedly more than Sam." "Stay with me, and you can keep Buttercup." I wasn't above trying to sweeten the deal. "A pet?" Whitney nodded so hard that her stethoscope bounced against her chest. "That's another great idea for you."
"Buttercup does need a place."
Worth exhaled in 3 little huffs, then rubbed his chest.
"Okay, hook me up with the prescriptions. I'll think about the outpatient thing."
"That wasn't an idle suggestion. I want you to give it a good try. Medication alone can only do so much." Whitney was back to her stern Dr. Washington face before lightly adding, "You can bring your emotional support animal to the meetings."
"Fine."
Worth studied the motivational health poster on the far wall, but I'd take his reluctant agreement. We left with a list of prescriptions to pick up from the pharmacy, strict instructions to call if anything changed, a follow-up appointment with a gastroenterologist for the ulcer, and information on the outpatient depression program.
"So, apparently, I have a dog, a job, and a roommate?"
Worth asked as he settled himself into the passenger side of his car, as easily as if we did this every day. Not that I'd turn that down. I wasn't vain or materialistic, but I could admit to the pleasure of driving a well-tuned sports car, especially compared to my ancient wagon. Also, there was a certain thrill to driving Worth around, being in charge instead of always tagging along. Apparently, I shrugged, tensing my spine against the worry he was about to take back the promises he'd made to the doctor.
It's not that I'm not grateful.
Worth. I turned in my seat to peer directly into his brown eyes. Mistake. A person could happily drown there. You don't need to be grateful for basic human kindness. You deserve a chance to get back on your feet. That's all this is. A friend helping another friend through a rough patch. We are friends, right? Please, after all this time, let Worth Stapleton see me as more than a pest. I wasn't 35 at that moment, and I held my breath, waiting.
Of course we're friends.
He turned, too, our faces now mere inches apart. Friendly. Very friendly.
Your texts. It's silly, but I looked forward to them. Needed them.
I'm glad. I touched his upper arm. I was pushing the boundaries of friends, but I couldn't not touch him right then. And you need a friend right now. Let me help.
Okay,
he whispered.
I'll work on trying to find a fraction of your faith in me.
Mouth twisting, he lightened his voice.
And, if nothing else, I can at least teach your crew how to pull a decent shot of espresso.
Good. Somehow our faces were even closer now. His breath gusted across my cheek.
Maybe... Thank you. I don't deserve you either, but thank you.
Worth put an end to whatever mistake I'd been about to make with more of his misplaced gratitude. I couldn't take advantage of his emotionally vulnerable state, even if a huge part of me was dying to kiss him. Lean in, see what happened. But I couldn't. Not with him thanking me for being a decent human being. He deserved so much, and what I truly needed was for Worth to see his own worth.
Chapter 8. Worth. My friends had gotten old and coupled up, a fact evident from the second Sam and I arrived at Holden's home for dinner. Holden was a genuine adult now, a homeowner with manicured landscaping, a fancy grill, and a live-in boyfriend who put the P in protective. Monroe was practically an elder statesman, running a bed and breakfast called the Lucky Penny of all things, with his hot younger boyfriend Knox. Further making me feel ancient, I'd gone to school with Knox's police chief father, Rob, and now Knox was all grown up and a local business owner, having taken over Measure Twice Remodeling. Monroe was also a noted investigator with a book deal, but we all carefully avoided talking about that. Talking about Monroe's investigation and Holden's true crime podcast would mean talking about my mother, which wasn't happening any more than I was confessing to having listened to the podcast, including the most recent episode about the serial killer's confession and sentencing. He'd already been serving multiple life sentences. What was one more? I'd chucked my prior phone against the wall. Just as well. I'd been due a change of numbers. "What can we help with?" Sam asked as Holden ushered the four of us in through the single-story house toward the rear patio. His furniture all matched. Nothing like the luxury, ultra-modern vibe of my pricey loft, but adult and cozy nonetheless. Soft music added to the warm ambiance, along with a tray of drink options near the patio door. "Cal, do you need a hand?" Holden's tone was so affectionate that the rest of us might as well have not been there. "I've got it. Chicken is about to go on the grill." Cal gestured at a prep table next to the grill. "Vegetables, too." "Yep, yep, yep." Buttercup came darting from the bushes by the fence line. I welcomed her doggy greeting, bending down to pet her, muddy paws and dusty fur and all. Someone was going to need another bath. "I'm back, girl," I whispered,
testing out the words as the others exchanged greetings and backslapping hugs. Sam had said I could keep her. I wasn't sure I'd trust me with a cactus, but if Buttercup was willing to look past my shortcomings, maybe I could too. We brought salad, and Knox has brownies from Leon. Monroe held up a wooden bowl. The two of them were one casserole away from peak domestic bliss. Frank and Leon are still kicking? The former owners of Measure Twice had been a fixture around town in my teens. Unlike the Cozy Curl owners, I'd always suspected Frank and Leon were a couple, but it wasn't something people talked much about then. Yep, they got married a few years back when it first became legal. Still living in the same old house, and they don't know the meaning of retirement. Can't keep them away from the lucky penny. Monroe smiled fondly before Knox dragged him over to a nearby glider. You'll need to come see the place. It's a far cry from Aunt Henry's old house. Knox is a magician. I made a non-committal noise as Sam pressed a bottle of water in my hand and steered me into a boxy wicker chair. Thank God for Sam. Without his quiet support and direction, I couldn't do this. As it was, I had no idea how to manage enough small talk to skirt everything we weren't talking about. "How's the new nephew?" Sam blessedly asked Holden, taking the focus off me. Funny to think of Holden's little brother as a dad. Grown-ups. We were all supposed to be adults now, and indeed, I felt ancient. But wise? Nope. Any smarts I'd once laid claim to seemed to have evaporated under the weight of the last year. Buttercup snuggled next to me in the oversized chair, and I let the conversation swirl around me. I was more than content to keep the chatter to babies, remodeling, gardening experiments, and town gossip. I didn't know how to act around my oldest friends. Didn't know how to be this person they all seemed to think I was now. At some point, Sam handed me a plate of chicken, vegetables, and some grilled bread. I'd had my first dose of ulcer meds, and despite my unease, I felt like the food might have a fighting chance of staying down. Well, right up until Monroe turned toward me with that too-adult face and voice. Hell, I spotted more than a couple of silver threads among his light brown hair. Mr. Older and Wiser peered intently at me, and I shifted in the seat. "What can we do to help you, Worth?" Hell if I know. I did at least recognize that I couldn't snap at him, but if I knew what would help, I probably wouldn't be here in Safe Harbor, lost among familiar faces. Sam's the one who needs our help. I tried a different tactic, aiming for distraction. The new Green Label coffee house is set to drive Blessed Bean out of business. Not the way Holden frequents the place. Cal snorted. One customer, even a daily one, isn't enough to pay the overhead. What's the current profit margin? I turned toward Sam. I'd promised to save the place. No time like the present to get started. I don't know. We get by. He sipped his iced tea, a similar can to the one Cal held. The other three had beers, and much as I wouldn't have minded a buzz right then, I wasn't about to push my stomach. Sam let out a yawn, hardly helping my change the topic campaign. I can show you the book sometime. Monroe cleared his throat but didn't say anything. He didn't need to. I saw the whole damn story in the way his eyes narrowed and color rose up his cheeks. He knew. I'm not an embezzler. Best to get that out of the way right now. Of course not. Monroe nodded tightly. Perry and Ellis going under was hardly your fault. I'm sure not every employee there was in on all the wrongdoing the SEC and feds found. I wasn't, I said flatly as Knox slid closer to Monroe. Whether to calm him or show solidarity, I wasn't sure which. I trust Worth. Sam's voice was firm and didn't invite argument. "I take it the news of my downfall has reached Safe Harbor?" I stared Monroe down. Old friend or not, I wasn't about to be intimidated. "I'm not sure about news per se. I've kept up with you." Monroe waved a hand, but the gesture did nothing to settle me. "For your book." There, I'd said it aloud. If he'd kept up with me, well, that street had gone both ways, and I knew perfectly well he had a fancy book deal about the investigation into my mom's disappearance. "No, I checked up on you because I'm your friend." Monroe sat forward at the same time I scooted back. Coming had been all kinds of a mistake. "We've all been worried about you." "I'm fine." Why had I thought I could socialize like regular people? Had I really thought my mother wouldn't come up as a conversation topic? Monroe's book deal? My guilt by association career implosion? Nah, the truth always did wash up in Safe Harbor. Eventually. "Do you need a place to stay?" Monroe pressed. "He has one." Coming up behind me, Sam clapped a welcome hand on my shoulder. "And a job." "I thought you were just helping out." Holden frowned. Like Monroe, there had been a certain wariness to him all evening, a limit to how friendly and trusting he was willing to be. "When did you last barista? 20 years ago?" It's not something one forgets, and it's not like I can work in finance now. Hell, Monroe doesn't even trust me with Sam's books. "I trust you." Monroe sighed like the admission had cost him stock options. "I know you. I know what kind of person you are, and I know you're hurting. You missed the memorial, but a lot of people turned out in support. I'm sure grief is part of what you're dealing with. Don't make assumptions, please." I rubbed my temples and leaned into Sam's hand, which was still on my shoulder. My stomach burned. The ulcer medications needed to work faster. "I thought we were grilling dinner, not Worth." Sam laughed pointedly. "How about sharing some of the more fun turn of events? Like how Aunt Henry turned out to be a lesbian." "What? Seriously? Was the whole town gay and I didn't know?" I blinked, trying to picture Monroe's stern, quiet aunt as a lesbian. She had been rather tolerant of the various stray animals Monroe and I had paraded through there, unlike my parents, but fondness for cats and sturdy footwear were hardly clues. "Yep, we're working on becoming the second gayest place in Oregon." Knox threw an arm around Monroe. "Thanks to the lucky penny, we're going to be a destination for gay tourism just like that Rainbow Cove place down on the southern coast." "That place is gay?" Cal spoke up for the first time in a while. He'd been so quiet I thought perhaps he'd dozed off against Holden on the lounger they were sharing. "I drove past Rainbow Cove a few weeks back, ate some amazing carrot cake at this little tavern." Mouth twisting, he trailed off. "I guess now that you mention it." "It's okay, baby. I know your queer radar is broken." Holden yanked Cal closer. "As long as you don't accidentally bring a barfly back with you." "I always do come back to you." He gave Holden the look that was nothing short of worshipful. Hopefully, there was a fire extinguisher by the grill if the two of them spontaneously combusted. "What do you do?" I asked Cal, trying to make the barest of efforts to be social. "I dive." Cal regarded me much too solemnly. "Started with the Navy, but now I do some classes and nonprofit work." Cal's way too humble. Holden beamed at his guy. "Cal does recovery dives all over the country. He's the one who found your mom," Sam said softly, and I lurched away from his hand. "Oh."
Sour acid rose up my throat, medicine completely inadequate in the face of this news. I pushed to a stand. I need more water. If anyone wanted to question the quarter of a bottle I left behind, they were more than welcome to. I stalked over to the drinks table near the door. Gripping the edge of the wooden table, I took several steadying breaths. Didn't help. I was dizzy, nauseous, and utterly wrung out, with no more reserves left. Ready to go? Sam came up next to me and gently touched my back. Please. I made a broken sound. I've got you. He rubbed soothing circles between my shoulder blades. Be right back. I didn't watch him walk back over to the seating arrangement. I could hear him saying something to the guys. I didn't much care what, just as long as I got out of there. Back in my car, loaded into the passenger seat with Buttercup, I fiddled with the AC with trembling fingers. I'm cold. It's July and I'm freezing. I turned toward Sam. Why am I freezing? You've had a really long day. Eyes soft, he reached for me. Face coming so close his warm breath gusted across my cheek, and I braced for a kiss, only to have him buckle my seatbelt for me. Someday, you'll be ready to talk to Cal about the recovery operation. He's no stranger to loss. He'll understand. That will make one of us. I snorted bitterly as Sam headed back to his house. How about a hot shower or tub? He asked as he pulled in next to his car. He came around to wait by my door for me, exactly like Buttercup and I were real princesses and he our loyal footman. That tub did look nice. My voice came out far too wistful. I'm too old for baths, though, and a dude. Where in the Toxic Masculinity MBA handbook does it say you can't take a bubble bath? Sam shook his head and led the way into the house, which, sure enough, he'd left unlocked at some point. I'll go start the tub, and just for that, you're getting bubbles and bath oil. Okay. I was already learning not to argue with Sam when he got all bossy, and an hour later I was finally warm. My stomach was even relaxed enough to not protest my first dose of antidepressant medication and the evening dose of meds for the ulcer. Sam had thoughtfully put PJ pants on the towel rack for me when he'd started the tub, and I emerged far closer to human than I'd been in days. Wow. I guess I've been missing out. That was pretty epic. Thank you. You seriously haven't had a bath since you were a kid? Sam was lounging on the bed. Nah. I rolled my neck from side to side. I kinda suck at self-care. I've noticed. He gave me a pointed look and then yawned. Where did you want to sleep tonight? I looked at the side of the bed I'd occupied the night before. Buttercup was already there looking all hopeful. Guess I can't put you out 2 nights in a row. Is there another room with the bed? Sam scooted over slightly and moved Buttercup to the bottom of the bed with an oof. You're always welcome here, Worth. I just didn't want you feeling obligated or weird. I don't. I sank gratefully against the pillows, pulling the comforter to my chin. You're the only thing about this whole mess that feels right. I'm glad. His voice was as soft as his hand on my shoulder. Sleep well. He rolled to his side of the bed, and I made a noise not unlike an angry pigeon. Pardon? He appeared over my shoulder, and I tugged him against me, wiggling until he was securely pressed to my back. There. Perfect. Perhaps nothing else was. Nothing else made sense. That much was sure.
But Sam spooning me, warm body against mine, breath on my neck, arm around me. That made sense. A flicker of perfect to go along with that glimmer of hope earlier. It was a start.
Chapter 9. Sam. "Hey, Worth, I'm home." The sentence felt weird leaving my lips. I was still getting used to this house being my home, not to mention Worth in it. When I'd first purchased the Stapleton house, I'd resisted moving in because reasons. Good reasons, like the renovations needing to be completed, and silly reasons, like I hadn't been able to pick a room. Nor had I wanted to come home to a huge empty house. I'd spent 30-odd years in the same place, first in the house with my parents, then in an apartment over the garage, so the change in address felt decidedly weird and a little lonely, not having someone to wave at as I came in. I had a vision for the place, but even now, with Worth's reappearance, that vision felt a long way off. But the place did feel less empty, knowing Worth was here. I'd walked faster on the way back, pulse speeding up because Worth Stapleton was waiting at my house, maybe even asleep in my bed. I'd sent him back here earlier after the morning shift because he'd had a headache. I'd told him to look over the accounting stuff for the coffee house on my ancient laptop, but I had actually hoped he'd nap.
"In here,"
Worth called from the breakfast nook. He was surrounded by several yellow legal pads, pens, and sticky notes, and my laptop was propped up in front of him with a fan pointed at it. No evidence of a nap in sight other than Buttercup, who was dozing at his feet.
"I got your dinosaur of a computer up and running."
It's not a bad machine, just a little persnickety and prone to overheating.
"Not unlike that death trap you call a car,"
he said dryly, before gesturing at the screen.
"I'm afraid I have bad news. Blessed Bean is nowhere near making a profit."
I rolled my neck from side to side. It had been a long, busy day, where I'd had to be polite and stuff down minor irritations the whole time. But for some reason, with Worth, I didn't have to put on that front of niceness. I could be tired and cranky. Duh, that's to be expected, right? We're a non-profit. Isn't the point to not make a profit? I waved a hand airily before slumping onto the bench opposite him. Buttercup raised her head briefly, ears cocking, then went right back to snoozing, already bored by this conversation. We have donations, grants, state funding initiatives for on-the-job training. We do okay.
"You're not covering expenses."
His frown didn't waver, which I found oddly reassuring. He was taking his new role seriously, and I did appreciate his concern, even if I'd rather think about other things, like dinner. Okay, maybe it's a little tight. I eyed the plate of cookies near his stack of papers. Upon learning Worth was back in town, my mom had sent over a fresh assortment, and seeing Worth with an appetite was enough to mellow my mood some. The money works out in the end. We get by.
"Barely."
He shook his head as he slid the cookie plate closer to me.
"How did you afford this house, anyway? From what I can see, you don't even pay yourself a regular salary."
I get what I need, and this house was possible because my grandma was a saver and left me a small trust that I didn't touch for years. I took a bite of ginger snap, crisp and spicy. The magic of compounding interest. I do need to start drawing more salary for things like expenses here, but other things always seem to need the money more.
"Because you're cutting things way too close."
Worth pointed again at the screen.
"You can do better."
Not with Green Label coming to town. With everyone else, I needed to act like I didn't much care about the new coffee place opening a literal block away from Blessed Bean. But with Worth, I could echo his dire tone with one of my own. We're about to have less money, not more.
"That's not necessarily true."
Despite the gloom and doom accounting news, Worth sounded brighter and more alert than he had earlier in the day. Apparently, number crunching was good for his soul.
You have the advantage of longevity and town goodwill.
And the disadvantage of longevity, we're kind of known for inconsistency. I broke off another bite of cookie. In the past few days Worth had been in town, he'd undoubtedly already picked up on the consistency issues. Longtime customers tended to laugh at the odd specials board and put up with newbie barista mistakes. But our lackadaisical methods sure weren't winning us piles of good reviews, especially from tourists and newcomers. And that's on me.
Don't talk like that.
Worth adopted a stern tone, not unlike the one I used whenever he beat himself up for some minor failure.
You're great with the kids, and your heart is in the right place. Maybe barista education isn't your strong suit, but I've got a plan for that.
He held up one of the legal pads, which indeed had detailed steps. Is that a flow chart? I tilted my head. Like math, complicated spreadsheets and graphics weren't my strong suit, but I could still recognize Worth's effort. Wow, I'm impressed.
I do have an MBA.
Worth quirked his lips like he couldn't decide between smiling and frowning.
Do you not want me to treat this like a real job?
Of course I do. I beamed at him. The more invested he became in the success of Blessed Bean, the more likely he was to stick around. I might doubt our ability to pull off his grand plan, but his dedication made my chest warm and light.
And we need the rest of the crew to treat it like a real job, too.
I know, I groaned. I have a hard time enforcing things like quality control and punctuality because my workers have been through so much.
Asking for consistent service should be part of the life skills you're trying to teach them.
Worth reached across the table to pat my arm, a warm electric contact. I'll try harder. I subtly turned into his touch, hoping he'd linger. I'd never tell him, but the last few nights had been utter torture for me, holding him more turned on than I'd ever been, and unable to do anything about it, excruciatingly aware of his every breath. My skin hummed for hours after leaving bed each morning. Each place where we'd touched was alive and buzzing with an energy I'd never felt before.
You're great at being stern with me. You need to do more of that with your kids.
He gave me a fond smile. Zap! A vision flashed in front of me of us as co-parents, a flock of foster and adopted teens, this house teeming with noise and chaos. Worth laying down the law while I handed out cookies and praise. I want that. We make a good team, I said softly as he dropped his hand. If wanting was enough, I would have won Worth's heart decades ago. But this adult longing was far more powerful than a crush. I no longer idolized Worth or saw some polished image of him. He was a man, a painfully human one, and I wanted him on levels my teen self never could have imagined. And unlike my obvious adoration back then, I had to mask my desires now. Worth didn't need any additional pressure or guilt. Standing, I forced myself to adopt a cheerier tone. Enough of the finances. Let's find some dinner. And no, cookies don't count.
See?
He smiled at me as he also stood.
You're great at laying down the law for me. Just do more of that with your workers.
Crossing the room, he stopped in front of the fridge.
Huh. My stomach almost feels normal.
Good. How's the rest of you? Headache? I asked as Buttercup roused herself enough to follow us into the kitchen. While the ulcer meds had started to help almost immediately, Worth had faced more of an adjustment period to the antidepressant medication, which wasn't uncommon.
I took a short nap. That helped. I'm still a little tired, but today, for the first time, I feel productive, more me. Hard to explain.
Mouth twisting, he opened the fridge, studying the contents. More you is an excellent start. I peered over his shoulder at the limited contents of the refrigerator before moving to the pantry cupboard. Pasta? Probably not a tomato sauce, but how about cheese?
A cheese sauce sounds great. What melting cheeses do you have?
You're rather optimistic. I grabbed a bag of pre-shredded cheese from the fridge. I have this highly sought-after store-brand Italian blend. It promises to be great on pizza. It'll do.
How about I make the sauce and you handle the pasta?
Deal. While he took Buttercup to the yard, I flipped on some music, a favorite upbeat playlist. When he returned, we worked in quiet harmony as my playlist continued. I hummed along with a particularly awesome song. Oh. Worth took on a faraway expression as he precisely minced garlic.
My mom always had music playing while she cooked.
Should I turn it off? After I set a pot of water on to boil, I studied him closely. I didn't want to upset his good mood with unhappy thoughts. I'd been deliberately avoiding the topic of his family, figuring Worth would talk when he was ready, and he didn't need me prodding or playing amateur therapist.
No,
he shook his head.
She had better taste than whatever this bubblegum crap is.
A cappella is an art form. I matched his light tone.
So is finger painting.
He rolled his eyes at me as he added the garlic to a skillet where perfectly diced onion was already sizzling. So rude. I turned the volume up slightly, making my point by dancing to the beat while I waited for the water to boil. Shaking my hips, I tapped a large wooden spoon against my thigh. Thump, thump. I sang along with the chorus and kept my spoon drumming going.
Sam.
Worth made a pained noise that startled Buttercup from her resting spot near the nook. What? Reaching for my phone, I flicked the volume back down. Is the music that bad? Or my singing?
Not that. The spoon.
Sure enough, his gaze was locked on my hand. Experimentally, I tapped my thigh again, and he hissed out a breath.
It's distracting.
I'll rinse it before I use it to stir.
That's not what I meant.
Color rose up Worth's neck from the collar of the t-shirt he'd borrowed to up over his Adam's apple, streaking across his defined cheekbones and fair skin. Blushing. I'd made Worth Stapleton blush. Was I turning you on? The question escaped before I could think better of it.
Sam.
This time he said my name more like a curse.
Don't ask me that. We can't have this conversation. You don't even know what you're doing.
You make me sound like a kid. I waved the spoon at him.
Not a kid.
He swept his eyes over me, gaze decidedly more appreciative than usual.
But you're innocent.
Says you. I made a rude sound and pursed my lips. I knew perfectly well what my reputation was. Good guy, preacher's kid, everyone's little brother, choir boy, wannabe saint. So what if me whacking myself with the spoon turned you on? Do you think I'm unaware that some people enjoy kinks like spanking? I'm so tired of people assuming I won't get dirty jokes or might be easily shocked. The assumption was there every time someone like Holden stifled a laugh, or Knox glanced around guiltily like I didn't know my friends had sex, and plenty of it. As if I didn't know why certain words made Cal blush, or what hickeys looked like on Monroe's neck. They'd likely be shocked if they knew my choice of bedtime reading material. I wasn't a prude or a delicate flower, and I glowered at Worth.
I'm sorry.
Setting his spatula aside, he held up his hands.
I didn't mean to insult you.
Everyone does. I shrugged, yet kept right on glaring. You still haven't answered the question. Did it turn you on? This time I asked the question more pointedly, and my eyes widened as I fully realized the implication of his reaction. Worth, Are you kinky?
Chapter 10. Worth. We are not having this conversation. I stared Sam down, willing him to take back the question. Actually, it would appear we already are. He grinned, another of his easy, impish smiles that made him far too tempting. I couldn't afford to think about Sam and sex in the same heartbeat. I was already plenty aware he was all grown up, a fact my libido had been reminding me of all week. Not happily, I grumbled, and Sam's face fell. Because of course, he was a good guy and wouldn't force me to talk against my will, especially about sex. I regretted snapping almost immediately, but he was already bustling away, rinsing the spoon and examining the pasta pot. Fine, you don't have to tell me. His voice came out strained. Looks like the water is boiling. Let me take care of the pasta. Rotini or spaghetti? The kinky, curly, rotini, I spluttered exactly like my sauce bubbling in the skillet. Damn it, sorry. You can curse around me. Sam poured the spiral noodles into the pot of boiling water and gave them a brisk stir. And you could also talk about sex with me. I could. I sighed as I turned down the heat on the sauce because he had no clue how easy it would be to do just that. You're a great guy, Sam. You've been a far better friend to me. He made a pain noise and rubbed the back of his neck. Can we please not turn this into a just friends talk? Please? I don't want to hurt you. I replaced his hand with my own, massaging his tense muscles. He didn't pull away, but he also failed to relax. That would be part of the same talk. It's you, not me, and we're better off as friends, and you couldn't possibly see me as anything other than a friend, so why ruin a beautiful thing? His words tumbled out one after the other, little darts to my self-control. There, talk done. No longer thinking, I spun him around and planted the least graceful kiss in the history of kisses on his mouth. I didn't have the most experience with this, especially sober, as casual hookups tended to avoid kissing, but I had a whole week's worth of wanting and a mountain of frustration powering me. I kissed him too hard and too fast, swallowing his surprised gasp and reveling in how he clutched my shoulders. The bite of his fingertips grounded me as much as it turned me on, and I sunk into his grip. The second I went pliant, he growled and took over the kiss, all softness and finesse where I'd been clumsy urgency. He licked my lips and danced with my tongue, holding me like I mattered. One kiss bled into another and another until all I knew was Sam and... hiss. We jumped apart at the sound of boiling water hitting a hot stovetop. The pasta... Cheeks bright red, Sam whirled away to drain the pasta. And I'm sure this is where you tell me you didn't mean for that to happen, and it can't happen again. I groaned because he wasn't wrong. Trying to buy time, I motioned for him to add the pasta to the pan of sauce and busied myself with stirring and adding some more cheese. Tick, tick. Sam radiated impatience as I plated the dinner, but he didn't speak as he followed me to the table and waited for me to clear my work away. Clearly, this was on me to fix, and hell if I had a clue. Even Buttercup looked confused from where she'd tucked herself under the table. I don't know how to be what you need, I said at last, alternating bites of pasta with sips of water so my stomach stayed calm, despite the mess inside my brain. How do you know what I need? Sam glared at me, and this wasn't a drink your water or a go home and rest stare. This was Sam full-on pissed.
eyes glinting like steel in the sunlight, full mouth a thin, harsh line, and fist clenched around his fork. "I'm serious. You've been gone 20 years and only back a matter of days. Maybe I'm the kinky one. You don't know. Maybe I have a closet full of sexy props and a new hookup every weekend." "You're right. I don't know." Tilting my head, I forced myself to see him as he was before me, without the layers of the past between us. Here was a hot dude over 30 who worked with the public daily. Surely he had offers. "It's stupid, but I assumed you were still a virgin. And it's cool either way. I guess I always thought you'd be in the wait till marriage camp, or at least wait until serious. And maybe you've had serious." A terrible, awful thought hit me, making sweat snake down the back of my borrowed t-shirt. "Oh crap, are you dating someone now? Have I been cramping your style?" "The only thing you're cramping is my brain." Sam groaned and pushed his half-eaten plate away before resting his head on the table. "And I hate that your assumption isn't wrong. It's the same one everyone in Safe Harbor has. To all of you, I'll always be the cute, freckled-faced kid with the big crush telling people I want to wait for my future husband." "I don't see you as a kid," I said gently when he raised his head. "That was definitely a grown-up kiss in the kitchen." "It was, and it wasn't my first kiss, but it was probably the best." His tone was somewhat between defensive and defeated. "And I wish I could do the hookup scene, wish I had more than an e-reader filled with smutty books and a hyperactive imagination." "There's nothing wrong with having a strong understanding of your personal moral code." I hoped I sounded at least somewhat professional, not revealing how intrigued I was by the revelation about his choice in books. "It's admirable." "Nah." He shook his head sadly. "Being Saint Sam is exhausting, but I can't help wanting sex to mean something, which was probably smart when I was younger, but now I'm 35 and that serious thing never quite materialized. Anyone local knows I'm the settling down type and tends to steer clear. My reputation precedes me." "I'm sorry." I reached across the table for his hand, but he returned it to his lap. "You deserve the kind of relationship you want. You do. You deserve something meaningful and serious. What I meant earlier was that I have no clue how to give someone that. I'm terrible at relationships." Sam snorted like he didn't believe me. "I am," I insisted. "My experience with dating and sex is decidedly depressing. Few drunken hookups in college. I was a good safety date to sorority parties, and later I could be counted on for cocktail parties to make witty conversation and not embarrass anyone. I'm not bad arm candy for the upwardly mobile crowd of any gender, but I never really understood how to play the game beyond a few casual dates. I couldn't make relationships work. Something was always missing." "I'm sorry," he said softly. "Me too. And at least you know what you want. My most serious, longest relationship was a secret fling with a professional dom." I paused, waiting for him to gasp or otherwise react, but he gestured for me to continue, not looking in the least horrified. "I thought maybe Rochelle and I were actually friends and not just client friends, but she split as soon as the SEC news hit. Couldn't risk the reputation hit, and I guess I'm a lot less attractive without cash in my pockets." "You're plenty attractive." Sam was as loyal as ever, but the heat in his eyes, The memory of that kiss was new. Standing, he cleared our plates before turning back toward me with a thoughtful expression. "And I'm jealous of your Dom friend. She got to boss you around, make you listen. Bet you took better care of yourself when she was around." "It wasn't that sort of thing." I leaned back on the bench. By my feet, Buttercup let out a soft huff. Sam was such a good person, an optimist, and so much sweeter than I possibly deserved. "What sort of thing was it?" he demanded as he loaded the dishwasher. "I'd say you won't shock me, but maybe it would be more accurate to say you can tell me. I won't judge." "It was a transaction, not her taking care of me. I paid for the privilege of serving her, and the absolute thrill of not having to think for a few hours. I couldn't sit still a moment longer, so I left the bench to pace over to the counter, deliberately not glancing at Sam as I returned items to the fridge. I was happy to suffer whatever punishment and criticism she doled out, because her voice drowned out all my own voices and name-calling. "She should have taken better care of you."
Sam came up behind me, putting his hands on my shoulders.
"And before you tell me that's not how it works, I'm not entirely ignorant. I read books." "Kinky books?" I turned to face him, which was a mistake because now I couldn't escape his earnest expression or the memory of that kiss. "Yes, Worth, I've read books with kinky scenes." Sam rolled his eyes. The image of Sam reading naughty stories alone at night in his big bed with the puffy covers stirred me on multiple levels. "Consensual spanking sounds fun. Not that anyone's lining up to let me try smacking their butt." I damn near swallowed my tongue at that. Sam spanking. Sam as a dom. The world tilted, shifted on its axis 180 degrees away from all my wrong assumptions. I gulped. "And you've been doing kink wrong." Sam was back to his stern lecture voice, but for the first time, I heard a different note there. Command. "Sex and kink are supposed to make you feel better, not worse, and you're supposed to get aftercare." "Where you pet my hair and tell me I'm pretty?" I tried to sound mocking, but my voice came out more longing than dismissive. "And you listen." He gave a curt nod that was almost enough to make me drop to my knees right there. "I could give you what you need. I could give you what you miss, but you wouldn't like it." I made an inarticulate sound. I wouldn't put money on my not liking anything with Sam. I was rock hard merely from this conversation. "I can order you around and put a hurt on you, and I'd enjoy every moment of it, but I'd also want to hold you when you cry and rub lotion on your sore butt and talk things out and shower you with praise because you deserve praise." "You really believe that?" My voice was little more than a whisper, and when I ducked my head to look away, Sam made me meet his piercing gaze. "You're not a bad person, Worth." "And you'd like that? Being in charge?" I couldn't believe I was remotely contemplating getting kinky with Sam, but letting my cock drive the conversation was way easier than disagreeing with him about what sort of person I was. "What part of the last week has made you think I wouldn't enjoy ordering you around?" True. My breath felt hot and heavy leaving my lips. I've never done anything with a male dom before. Not that I'm not bi, but it's complicated. Not to stereotype, but bearded, buff daddies aren't my thing, and sweet,
twink guys tend to want me to be the one to top and take care of them.
Well, I'm too old to be a twink, and I definitely want to take care of you.
He smiled slyly.
And give orders.
What about you wanting to wait for something serious? Something that matters?
You do.
He said it simply, but there was a solemnness to his tone that made me shiver.
I don't need promises, Worth. Just you.
I don't want to hurt you, I managed to mumble right before he silenced me with a kiss. And I would hurt him. Of that I was pretty damn sure. But still, I couldn't pull away. Couldn't stop the thrill racing through me. It didn't matter how ill-advised this was. We were doing it.
Chapter 11. Sam. I kissed Worth with a recklessness I'd never felt before. I'd spent years restrained, carefully searching for something that didn't seem to be out there, and now I was going to take the one thing I'd wanted all along, Worth. He wasn't my first kiss, but he sure was the best, and he was who I wanted for the first, the second, the everything. He said he was bad at relationships, and maybe he was. I wasn't sure I cared anymore. He couldn't offer me forever, but he could give me this. His kiss tasted salty, but the truly intoxicating thing was how his whole body softened for me, letting me lead and direct. He trembled like the wait for my next direction might do him in, but he never seized control. He might be the one with experience, but I was in charge of what happened next. Everything. I'd read gay romance on the sly for years, fantasized about my first time enough to qualify for an Oscar in script writing, and now that I was here with Worth, I wanted it all. I wanted his taste, his scent, his every gasp and moan, and I wanted to be in him, on him, under him, all at once. Sam. Worth made a needy noise. If he called an end to this madness, I would let him go. But what I truly wanted was for neither of us to stop and think. Just do, like some energetic sports campaign, full speed ahead. He moaned again, low and urgent. More. Yes, more. More I could do. I pressed him against the wall next to the fridge, effectively trapping him between the fridge and the edge of the counter. He seemed to like the tight fit, groaning softly and slumping against the wall. Yes. He met my next kiss with an eagerness that only made me that much hungrier for him. I delved deep, following some instinct I hadn't known I possessed. The harder I kissed him, the more he melted against me. When I released his mouth to nip at his jaw, he shuddered. That, Sam. That's right. Say my name. I loved how my name sounded on his lips, all drawn out and raspy. Sam, he repeated as I intensified my attack on his jaw, moving to his ear and his neck, licking the tendons and his Adam's apple, nibbling along his t-shirt collar before drifting back up. Oh, God, kiss me enough there and I might come in my pants. Sounds like a challenge. Pulling back slightly, I grinned at him before diving back into feasting on his neck. He wriggled, and I growled and pushed him harder into the wall. He stretched his arms overhead, a clear invitation, and I pinned his arms with one hand while further exposing his neck with the other. It was a possessive, blatantly sensual hold, and it made my cock throb. Oh, wow, Worth flexed, testing my grip, and I tightened my hands. You're stronger than you look. I'll take that as a compliment. I returned to nipping and licking his neck. He might have marks later, but neither of us seemed to care, not with the way he kept straining against me for more. You like this? Like when I pin you?"
"Yes. God, yes."
Worth arched his back, aligning his groin with mine. We were both hard, and when I ran my teeth down the cords of his neck, Worth ground against me.
"Sam, I'm not kidding about coming."
Good. I wanted to make him climax so badly that I physically ached from the need, but I also wanted control, that heady, bubbly sensation of knowing Worth was all mine. But not yet. Wait. Worth frowned, then bucked his hips. I rewarded his insubordination by shoving him back against the wall, trapping him with my hands, chest, pelvis, and thighs. No escape. And if there was going to be any grinding, I was in charge. To that end, I started a slow, subtle rhythm, like a distant song.
"Yes."
Worth closed his eyes, lips parting, jaw going slack. He wanted this, wanted my rough treatment and my domination. He trembled like a leaf from even my smallest movements and the soft, soft kisses I pressed against his mouth. "You're doing so good," I whispered. This was undoubtedly praise he didn't want. Too bad. He was going to hear it anyway. So good, holding still and waiting. To my surprise, Worth didn't object, only shuddered more. He vibrated with barely contained need.
"Please."
Even now, too skinny thanks to his stomach issues, he could still likely overpower me. We were roughly the same size, but he had more natural muscle. And yet, he didn't use it against me, didn't take over, or even try to goad me into going quicker. Waiting. Worth was waiting because I'd demanded it, and even if it hurt, even if it was difficult, even if his instincts were screaming at him to move, he was going to wait. And in that moment, I understood the true gift of his submission and the appeal of being the one to earn that submission. In all the stories I'd devoured, I'd always identified more with the character taking charge of the situation, but had never quite understood why. I wanted this, not only for Worth, but for myself. I wanted to be what Worth wanted and needed, but I needed this too. Needed the rush of power and the gratification of him following my commands. Knowing he was willing to bear the discomfort of waiting simply because I asked was almost better than coming myself. In fact, I felt supercharged, like I could go all night rocking against him, hardness meeting hardness. So close I swore I could feel his pulse. His every exhale pushed his chest into mine, and each inhale grew shakier and shakier.
"Please, please."
He tilted his head, offering me his neck again, and I surged against him, claiming the patch of skin and him. He smelled sweet and spicy, and vaguely of my favorite brand of soap.
"Bite me. Mark me. Please, Sam."
Well, if you're going to ask nicely. I nibbled and licked, lighter than before, teasing him before I tugged his collar down and latched onto the sensitive patch of skin between his neck and shoulder.
"Can't. Need. God. Please."
Worth babbled, coming utterly undone simply from my mouth. I rocked harder, thrusting against him, needing every scrap of his sanity. And then, almost without warning, I was right there too, on the edge of something big and brilliant, and I wanted to take him with me. "Come," I ordered. "Come right now."
"Thank you, thank you, thank you,"
he chanted as he tensed, face contorting, thighs pressing hard against mine, back lifting despite my tight hold.
"Beautiful. You're so beautiful, Worth."
I gasped because in all my imaginings, watching the other person climax had been this vague, slightly blurry thing. A nice thought, but not this event. A few years back, I'd watched a total solar eclipse here in Oregon, the Earth going completely dark at midday. A once-in-a-lifetime event, beautiful and mysterious and awe-inspiring. Watching Worth was exactly like that, and I couldn't help but come as well, some powerful force making me thrust harder and harder until I was gasping and groaning, coming against the tight confines of my jeans, hot and sticky. I'd never felt more human, more alive, and I released my hold on Worth so I could pet and stroke him, whispering more praise, thanking him. Because it was him, not me, who was the miraculous one, who'd given something special and precious. Wow. Eyes still closed, he sagged against me. I never would have guessed that I had it in me. Much as I liked surprising him, my back tensed, continuing to balk at all the assumptions Worth and everyone else had about me. That, and that I'd like it. He gave me a twisted smile as his eyes fluttered open. That was a revelation. I'll take it. I managed to keep my tone aloof. It was a decent start. I can do better. Better? Gaze bleary, he blinked at me. I'm going to be the best damn dom you've ever thought about. I went from aloof to arrogant, staring him down. You cursed. He frowned like the sky had changed from blue to pink. Sometimes it's warranted, I laughed. I was going to defeat every last assumption he had about me until he saw me, all of me, at long freaking last. And I mean it. That was the warm-up. I'm going to figure out exactly what you need and deliver it. That's a hell of a promise. You don't think I can back it up? Cocking my head to one side, I regarded him coolly. I'm learning to never doubt you. He grinned, but then the smile drooped. But I'm not sure more is such a good idea. It's a terrific idea. I pushed on his shoulders again, reminding him I had no issues taking charge, being what he wanted and needed, what we both wanted and needed. This was the best idea I'd ever had, and I had a history of some amazing brainstorms. Until I break your heart. Well, there was that. I sighed, because that argument was tiresome. So don't. Groaning, he rested his forehead against mine. You have so much more faith in me than anyone else. You could try having faith in you. I cupped his chin so he'd have to meet my gaze. I'm not the man I once was, he whispered. Good. I didn't want the self he'd pretended to be for so long. I wanted the guy right in front of me. Sure, I'd had a crush on the idea of Worth for years, but the reality was so much better. I don't want that man. I want this one. As long as he'll let me. I don't need promises, Worth. I just want a chance. God, you're determined. Exhaling hard, he gave a nervous chuckle. And hell if I don't like that. Okay. I rewarded his agreement with a soft kiss. He might only be going along with me reluctantly, but I'd take it. He wasn't wrong. I was determined, and I would prove myself to both of us. Chapter 12. Sam. One day, just one day without a crisis. I stared blearily at my phone. My alarm was set to go off momentarily, but the chirp of a message on my phone had woken me. What's wrong? Next to me, Worth stretched sleepily, and not nearly nakedly enough. After last night's kitchen makeout session, we'd taken separate showers, handling mundane tasks like feeding and walking the dog, in between being weirdly cautious with each other. At bedtime, Worth and Buttercup had shown up as usual in my bed. That had to be a good sign. While the pajamas were a disappointment, I'd had big plans for a sexy wake-up to not let the awkwardness between us grow worse. However, sexy was going to have to wait. I hefted myself out of bed before I could be tempted to linger. The message was Kyla calling in sick again, leaving Marta alone for the early Sunday morning crowd. I rubbed my eyes. Hopefully, George can get there by 11 for the after-church rush. He went into Portland for a concert and stayed over with some friends.
None of your other crew is available?
Worth was also quick to exit the bed, leaving a startled Buttercup glaring at us over the rude awakening. Nope. Groaning, I glanced at my phone, trying to decide whether I had time to shower. I'll skip church. Go help Marta.
You will not,
he said, voice sharp enough to make Buttercup bark once. Worth, this isn't the time for your tough love on the kids lecture. I swiveled to confront him, only to end up doing a double take. Worth was in front of my dresser, shrugging into a familiar shirt. Wait, what are you doing?
Putting on a Blessed Bean shirt so I can help Marta and you can go to church.
His tone was long-suffering as he tucked the shirt into his jeans and buckled his belt, the same one he'd had on a week ago when he'd arrived. The jeans, though, were my old ones. He'd been here long enough for us to do laundry together, long enough for me to get used to him in my bed, but what I wasn't used to was having someone to back me up at work. You don't have to do that.
I work there, right?
Worth bent to retrieve a shoe, one of the leather loafers he'd arrived with. We seriously needed to get the guy some sneakers soon.
And I'm the newest employee. That's the person who always ends up covering. You're the boss. You get your Sunday off.
Boss. Employee. A siren inside my head shrieked. I hadn't devoted a second of the previous night to the reality that I was, in fact, Worth's boss. I'm not sure I like that hierarchy.
It works.
He shrugged like I was being silly.
People like structure, order, routine. The booklet the intake counselor at the depression program gave me stresses the importance of having a regular routine. If you establish yourself as more of the boss, you're actually helping your workers.
Thanks for the pep talk. Still in my pajama pants, I felt frozen to the patch of floor on my side of the bed. But I meant more between us. I don't want to be your boss.
Isn't that what you said you wanted last night?
Finished dressing, Worth frowned.
You want to be the best dom I could imagine.
That's in the bedroom. I gestured at the room around us. You calling yourself my employee, that's what I don't like. I don't want you thinking you have to listen to me one place because of the other and vice versa. My voice sped up, words coming faster and faster. Like, if you're not a good employee, maybe I won't give you what you need in the bedroom, and if you're not good there, maybe...
Sam, breathe.
Worth crossed the room to put both hands on my shoulders.
You're overthinking this, which is usually my specialty. In my lengthy list of real and imagined sins, sleeping with you is pretty tame. I know perfectly well you're not requiring my service in the bedroom. And as for being my boss at the coffee house, that's a temporary thing.
It is? I didn't have to fake surprise, but I should have known he'd view things that way. We had no formal agreement, no employee contract, no start or stop date, and no clear list of responsibilities. Maybe he didn't see himself as a permanent addition, but I'd sure been hoping.
I'm going to help you turn Blessed Bean around, but we both know I can't stay forever.
Says who? The same hope I'd harbored ever since he'd agreed to help at Blessed Bean also applied here. He slept in my bed, ate my food, wore my clothes, and I saw no reason that state of affairs couldn't continue indefinitely. Logically, I understood that Worth would want a return to his own life, but my heart didn't want to hear it.
Sam.
Dropping his hands, Worth made a pained noise.
I tried to tell you last night this was a bad idea. I don't want to hurt you, and me leaving eventually, that's a good thing, because it means we can fool around without the employer-employee stuff in the way. You can't hold the job over my head. Not that you would.
I wouldn't. I bobbed my head, the very idea of any abuse of authority enough to turn my stomach.
Look.
Worth's expression was weary, like he had decades on me, not a mere 5 years.
Maybe anything other than us helping each other out as friends isn't fair to you. I know perfectly well you don't want a casual or short-term fling.
Don't tell me what I want. My voice was decidedly snappy. I wanted Worth, and if this was how I got him, at least for now, so be it. You're right. It's less ethically complicated if you're a temporary employee, and I'm not going back on anything I said last night. I'm going to be the best you've ever had. Warming to the idea, I smiled and lightened my tone. And hey, this is a chance for me to experiment guilt-free.
How do you figure that?
Worth sounded like the idea of me experimenting sexually was horrifying. Good. I liked shocking him, keeping him off kilter when it came to assumptions about me. I want sex to matter. You matter to me, whether as a friend or something else. I waved a hand. Even if you move on eventually, this is my chance to try all the kinky things I've only read about with someone meaningful.
Please don't make me out to be some shining example of humanity.
Worth grimaced as if his stomach were acting up again, and I closed the gap between us to rub his tense shoulder. Trust me. My eyes are wide open, but you do matter, and I'm going to keep telling you that until you believe it too. I stared at him, willing him to see himself in my eyes, see how worthy he truly was. I wanted to kiss him, but there was no time. Now, if you're going to bail out Marta, you better hurry.
I'll take Buttercup out first. I think she'll be fine here by herself this morning, so long as she keeps leaving your cat alone.
He headed for the stairs, then turned back toward me.
Have a good time at church.
I will. Maybe next week you can come? My folks and plenty of others would love to see you.
We'll see.
He quickly slipped down the stairs, clearly not wanting me to press the point, so I didn't. Thank you for helping out, I called after him instead.
Don't thank me.
He looked up at me from the second-floor landing.
If you're serious about repeating last night, dream up some bossy scenario for later.
I can do that. I winked at him, and an hour or so later, freshly showered, shaved, and in dress clothes, I was still thinking about Worth's sexy request, despite standing in the rotunda of my parents' non-denominational church. It was a colorful space I usually adored, lots of rainbows and welcoming signs, but I was so deep in my own head that I almost missed my mother tapping me on the arm. "How's Worth?" she signed when I turned to look at her. "Better," I signed back. She was an amazing lip reader, but I'd long held the habit of signing with her in spaces like this, where signing offered a little more privacy. "He didn't come with you." Mom looked pointedly to my left, as if Worth might magically appear any second. I wished. "He's covering a shift at Blessed Bean." I forced a smile as I signed, but my mom saw through me the way she always did. "Maybe he's not ready yet," she nodded sagely. "Probably has too much anger still." She wasn't wrong, but I felt honor-bound to stand up for Worth nonetheless. "Don't you think it's understandable?" My fingers flew faster than usual with signing. "A serial killer destroyed his family." "Do you think that's his only anger?" Mom's hands were long and elegant and expressive as ever, but her wise expression was impossible to ignore. What else was Worth angry over? In the moment I took to contemplate Mom's question, a long-time parishioner came sauntering over. Sam! Ginny Davis, a local realtor, had a purposeful expression that immediately put me on edge. I was hoping to catch you before the service. I'm sure the opening of Green Label down the street has you in knots. It will be fine. Business as usual. Lies. In God's house, no less. But no fire or brimstone came for me. I have a client who could make your work easier. It's a developer. They tried to buy the Lucky Penny B&B last year. Your location would be ideal, and the sale could help you finance a new location with less competition and more funds for lean times. We're not for sale. My voice was firm. No one was chasing us out of Safe Harbor's downtown, and that was final. At least think about it. She pressed a business card on me as the organ sounded, encouraging folks to move into the sanctuary for the service. I pocketed the card, but didn't give her proposition any mental energy as I took my seat. Instead, Worth occupied my every thought, and despite the sacred location, my brain kept dreaming up decidedly carnal scenarios for Worth. Perhaps if I thought enough about sex, and indeed had enough sex with Worth, I wouldn't have room for any other worries.
Chapter 13. Worth. You're good at this. Marta watched as I slid the latest customer's drink across the counter. The well-dressed woman accepted her drink with a nod and headed for a table near the door. We were all caught up on waiting orders and could turn our attention to cleaning and restocking. It's all coming back to me, I said happily as Marta and I straightened up the creamer and add-in stations. And I wasn't faking my contentment. Pulling shots, mixing drinks, the clink of spoons, and the sense of coffee, vanilla, and sugar hanging in the air all combined to summon some of my best memories, untainted by present realities. Here, I could close my eyes and be 18 again. Freshman year at college, working in a quaint little place. Bad news yet to reach me. Then you'll get better. Just takes practice. I wasn't about to lie and say Marta was an excellent barista at the moment, but despite a terminal case of bashfulness and a lack of coordination, she tried hard. I know. I hope I get the chance. Marta polished the straw dispenser like a 5-star general might arrive any moment. I don't want to get fired. Sam wouldn't think of it. You're not the one who called in for the 3rd time this week. If Sam kept giving Kyla chances, no way was Marta's job at risk. But a healthy amount of fear wasn't a terrible thing, either. Kyla, as well as George, who'd ambled in a good 45 minutes after promised, could use more of that. Keep showing up and lean into your strengths. I'm not sure I have any. Marta wrinkled her face as she concentrated on cleaning up drips of creamer under the various dispensers. You show up on time, you're a hard worker. I tried to think of other good qualities. Sam would undoubtedly give the better pep talk. I glanced out the coffee shop's large picture window. Down the block, the new Green Label location was buzzing with activity. Undoubtedly last-minute preparations for their grand opening tomorrow. Their exterior was all slick chrome and carefully coordinated shades of green, sleek and stylish in an untouchable way that looked out of place and mildly threatening in Safe Harbor. Gah! Dread snaked up my spine. But Marta needed my attention more than dwelling on the impending competition. You're great at cleaning up, detail-oriented. What do you want to be when you're older? Alive? I gulped and glanced back at the front of the mostly empty store, where George was absorbed in a conversation with one of the few customers. I was woefully unprepared for how to deal with Marta's matter-of-fact revelation. Don't worry, it's a good ambition, even if new. She offered me a small, crooked smile. I didn't used to think I'd see 20, so I didn't bother having a plan. Pausing her cleaning, she flipped over her wrist, revealing a delicate tattoo of a semicolon surrounded by small butterflies. The gorgeous artwork wasn't enough to obscure the thin scar underneath. Oh. Understanding crashed into me. I'm sorry, so sorry, I didn't know. No? Marta frowned like her struggles should be common knowledge. I got that feeling. Even as an adult, I had trouble remembering that not everyone had heard of my mother's case or my recent employment woes. I figured Sam would have told you. He sat all night with me in the ER one time, 14 hours until a bed opened up on the mental health ward. Wow. I had no idea how to appropriately respond. I needed to keep my focus on Marta, but I couldn't help but worry if rescuing was simply in Sam's blood, if I was one more in a long string of strays. Did he care for me like he seemed to, or would he give anyone the same care and attention? Sorry. Marta patted my arm with long bony fingers, an awkward gesture like I was the one in need of comfort. I know mental health talk is heavy, but that's why I don't want to get fired. I owe Sam everything. I know the feeling. I exhaled hard. I wore Sam's clothes and subbed in for him at the coffee shop here, but I'd never be close to his innate goodness and could never repay him. Heck, even Marta did a far better job articulating what Sam meant to her. I lacked the words to process my last week, let alone the events of the night before. Sam truly was everything and defied all description. When I graduated from the depression program, he hung up my certificate, Marta shared as we resumed cleaning. Did it work? I asked before I could think better of it. I was scheduled for my first group meeting tomorrow morning, and I'd gone back and forth all weekend about whether I would actually show up. The program? Pursing her lips, Marta tilted her head as she considered the question. I guess. It all helps, you know, medication, being here in Safe Harbor, having a job and a place to stay. That helps, but it's still hard to visualize the future. I feel that. I was more focused on Marta's meh recommendation of the depression program, but my commiseration was hardly helpful. Taking a breath, I tried to channel Sam. You might not be able to see it, but you've got a bright future. What did you want to be as a kid? A girl. Marta grinned at me, apparently delighting in her ability to shock me. One more thing I hadn't known. And a vet. I can see that, I said slowly, hoping I didn't screw this up by saying the wrong thing. You'll be an amazing lady vet. You're amazing with Buttercup. Thanks. Marta smiled softly like I'd said something important. I'm better with dogs than humans. If we had more dog customers, I'd make fewer mistakes. Bingo! An idea slammed into me. That's it! You're brilliant! I am? Marta's eyes went wide. Get the specials board. Think you could draw a dog for me? Only 100 different kinds. Apparently, we'd finally hit on something Marta had supreme confidence in, and by the time Sam returned, the specials board was transformed, and my idea was gathering steam. What's this? Sam asked as he wandered in, looking far too edible in a white dress shirt and gray slacks. Marta gave me a great idea. I smiled at him, no fakeness in my present cheer. It's another way we can compete with Green Label. Sam studied the large chalkboard we'd been working on. Our new special is a pup cup? Yep, tiny paper cup, a little whipped cream topped with a dog biscuit, and we can get a cheap bag of those. George likes to bake weird things, Marta volunteered, gesturing at where George was working the front counter. Maybe he could make dog treats. Hey, George, you think you could make dog biscuits?
Heck yes. George offered a toothy grin as he came out from behind the counter to join us. There's a cookbook I borrowed from the library on pet recipes. I can make different shapes of dog cookies. Might be cheaper than store-bought and more special. That's a definite selling point. I nodded at him, but Sam frowned.
We can't have a ton of dogs inside here. Sneaking Buttercup in a time or two was one thing, but the health department would likely object if we welcomed any and all canines.
We need a drive-through. George scrunched his face. Wait, they can sit outside.
On what chairs?
Marta offered a surprisingly stern rebuke of George's suggestion, showing more backbone than she ever did around Sam or me. So, add some. George shrugged and gestured at the scrubby patch of broken concrete and gravel outside the shop side door. An aged wrought iron fence surrounded the patch, along with a few empty ancient planters. We could make a pet-friendly patio.
Calling that a patio is a stretch.
Sam sounded more skeptical than usual. I'd assumed he'd be all on board, but he'd seemed a bit reserved since walking in from church. Yes, but it's a way to set you apart from the Green Label store. I pointed down the street. There's no patio there, and they're known for having a time limit on people taking up tables.
True.
Sam's expression shifted from tense to thoughtful, so I went in for the hard sell. Aren't you supposed to be the one with an imagination?
You're right. It's a good idea.
He finally offered a smile, and simply that small act made me relax. Apparently, I counted on Sam's easy smiles and confidence more than I'd realized.
Let's make it happen. I'll call Knox and Cal.
Why? I grimaced. I was happy that Monroe and Holden were all coupled up, but I had weird unease, especially where Cal was concerned.
We're going to need some help. We can't do it alone,
Sam said reasonably. I'm not afraid of hard work. I sounded petulant and undoubtedly needed to dial it back, particularly in front of George and Marta, but I couldn't seem to moderate my tone. There's no need to bother your friends.
Walk with me to our future patio.
Sam none too subtly steered me to the side door, waiting until we were alone to say,
This doesn't have to be weird. Renovations are literally Knox's business, and Cal does a ton of construction work for him between recovery dives.
Is that what they call it? Recovery? I made a sour face. I hadn't liked that word on the depression treatment program brochure, and I didn't like it one bit here either. Recovery. Like a return to normalcy was possible. Like we were talking about a mild cold that one dealt with and forgot. Not this.
Yes, recovery. Cal's devoted his life to bringing closure to families.
I snorted. No such thing as closure.
Closure doesn't mean an end to thinking about.
I don't need a dictionary definition. I cut him off with a too loud voice and a too mean glare, but I couldn't seem to calm myself. Closure means to find peace. Cal's recovery mission brought nothing but trouble.
You'd rather have not known?
No. Yes. I don't know. I wrung my hands and tried to quiet my pounding pulse. No use. It's fine. Send your message. It wasn't fine. Not hardly. But I stalked away nonetheless, flopping onto a cement pillar and staring off into space, until Sam returned and stood before me.
Knox and Cal are available to help, hopefully this week. Cal said he'd be by tomorrow if possible. My mom is putting the word out for patio furniture, and Marta is drawing up some rough ideas of what the patio could look like.
That's good. My voice was far steadier now. Sorry for freaking out.
If anyone's entitled to a freak-out, it's you." He jerked his head toward the parking lot. "Come on, let's go." Go? I didn't budge, so Sam pointed, this time more deliberately, at my car. "It's a Sunday afternoon. George and Marta can handle the early close. You and I are going to collect Buttercup and go for a Sunday drive." I might rather stay and clean. I knew exactly what Sam was doing, trying to create an environment where I could open up. Nice gesture, but I felt like one of those cheap counter pressure cookers. Overloaded, full of steam, about to blow, and probably a waste of decent ingredients. No one needed my spew, but bless Sam for trying. I'm not sure what good a drive will do me. You don't have to be sure. You just have to trust me. That part's easy. I smiled at him despite my unease, because I did trust Sam. A surprising amount, probably more than I'd trusted another person in years. "Good," Sam beamed back. "I've waited a lot of years to take Worth Stapleton to the Bluffs." The craggy hills outside of town were popular with wealthy homeowners looking for a view, as well as teens looking for a little privacy. "We're going to Make Out Mountain?" "It's that, or you try talking to me." Sam shrugged and gestured for my keys. I had no intention of talking, so I tossed the keys into his waiting hands. "Let's go."
Chapter 14. Sam. If Worth didn't want to talk, I had a few other ideas about how to break his dark mood. And, if nothing else, driving his overpriced sports car was likely to improve my own mental state. "Are you worried about tomorrow?" Worth asked from the passenger seat, Buttercup installed in his lap. He seemed slightly less bleak than at Blessed Bean, shoulders relaxed and expression cautiously neutral. The Green Label grand opening? I knew perfectly well he was hoping to distract me with coffee shop talk until I forgot the drive was supposed to be about him, not me. Nope. Totally out of my control. No point in worrying. We might get less business, might get more, might get none. "I have no idea how you do that." A muscle worked in Worth's jaw as I slowed to take a sharp curve. "I worry more when I'm not in control. Other than, I chuckled gently, because I'd never met someone with such a strong need to let someone else drive, in all senses. He craved direction the way my best customers craved a double shot. Sex isn't the only place you can practice giving up control. I know you're a planner, but some things can't be planned for." "Trust me, I know," he groaned, mouth opening like he was about to list off his job woes again. "Not simply bad luck." I spoke quickly before he could go too far down the unhappy trail. Ahead of us, a white wooden sign flanked by wrinkly red, white, and blue balloons signaled a small dirt driveway. Good things also happen when you don't plan. Leave room for the unexpected, like cherries.
"Cherries?"
Worth frowned as I slowed to turn onto the narrow drive, pulling in beside the open front shed with a counter full of green baskets and hand-lettered signs.
"Oh, it's a farm stand."
He placed a hand on his stomach like he was testing its current level of crankiness. "Yeah, I could go for some fruit." We collected a large container of sweet dark cherries, a smaller one of tart orange Rainier cherries, and little baskets of plump marionberries and raspberries to have later at home with ice cream. I also nabbed some salad greens for dinner and a homemade treat for Buttercup, who was only too happy to explore at the unplanned stop. After rinsing the cherries at an old-fashioned pump, we drove a bit further down the road to a gravelly overlook, one of several nestled among these hills, and part of why local teens were drawn to these back roads. With the bright blue sky overhead and a warm July breeze, staying in the car felt like a sacrilege, so we lounged against the trunk while nibbling on the cherries. In front of us, Buttercup danced among the scrubby grass and bushes. "See? No plan, but we ended up here, and it's perfect." I bumped Worth's shoulder with my own. It wasn't hyperbole either. Years from now, I would bite into a just-picked cherry, ripe from the summer sun, and I would see Worth's lips stained red with juice and feel the warmth of this moment.
"It is."
Worth's agreement made me grin, and to my delight, he grinned right back.
"These taste like Oregon summer. I remember eating big bags of farm stand cherries under my tree and Mom complaining because she'd been planning on using them for pie or cobbler."
I made an indignant noise before laughing. Depriving the world of one of her pies was a sin. I remember her crusts.
"She had a secret ingredient, ice-cold vodka from the freezer."
For real? I hadn't known either of his parents to drink, but then there was a whole host of secrets none of us had known about Worth's family.
"Yep, something about the chemistry of how it affects the dough."
Worth gazed off into the distance.
"She was so smart about stuff like that. Should have been a scientist."
Or written a cookbook. I tried to match his fond tone, anything to keep him talking.
"Ha! Everyone always said that. But she'd say cooking was a labor of love, not a job."
He shook his head before his eyes darkened, going from chocolate to coal.
"Of course, that changed the summer she started selling Kitchen Kingdom crap."
Angry. Worth was angry, exactly how my mom had predicted. I patted the back of his cherry-stained hand. Half the town got swept up in the craze, though. I'd been younger that summer, earning money for candy and video games, cutting grass and lying around the town pool, moping because Worth Stapleton was away at college. But my mom had been invited to enough of the kitchen implement parties for me to notice the trend. And it was hardly the first or last such craze. Candles, leggings, aromatherapy, storage solutions, and educational books had all had their moments in Safe Harbor. Multi-level mass marketing is always going to have people looking to get rich quick.
"Like housewives with too much time and not enough income because their kids are off at pricey colleges."
Worth spat a cherry pit into the paper bag we'd been using for trash. "It's not your fault your mom got involved." I tried to meet his gaze, but he grabbed another cherry, studying it intently.
"Fault is subjective."
He plucked the cherry stem loose with nimble fingers.
"But there are certain inarguable facts. I was gone most of that summer. Funds were super tight. My folks argued a lot about money. My dad thought I didn't need a Stanford degree, thought U of O would be a better, cheaper fit. My mom kept telling me not to worry about the money. I had scholarships. The rest could be worked out."
He bit the cherry cleanly in half before swallowing.
"Or so she thought."
"You can't blame yourself, and you can't blame her either. Plenty of other people got involved with the kitchen parties." Buttercup was now rolling in the dust, oblivious to the tense turn of our conversation. "Wanting extra money or a side hustle isn't a bad thing, and you can't fault any of the people who signed up either. No one knew." Worth snorted.
"Kind of like no one knew Perry and Ellis was the scum of the financial world until it was too late."
He spat another cherry pit, lips pursing, expression bitter.
"At what point do we tax people for being gullible?"
"We don't." I put a firm hand on his shoulder. "Your heart was in the right place with the job. You didn't intentionally dupe anyone, and the same with your mom. If she wanted extra money to help you with college, that was a noble thing. She had no way of knowing she was dealing with a psychopath."
"But she damn sure knew she was cheating."
Ah, there it was. The real source of the anger my mom had worried about. Worth's eyes glinted, face as harsh as his voice. When the investigation into his mother's disappearance reopened last year, not only had her remains been discovered, along with a link to a known serial killer who preyed on women connected with Kitchen Kingdom, but letters had been found that hinted at a more personal relationship between his mother and the killer. "The evidence of a romantic entanglement isn't entirely conclusive." My voice came out too precise and cautious, like a defense attorney facing a hostile jury, and Worth predictably made a disgusted noise.
I get that you're trying to help me not hate my mom, but I'm not an idiot. And I might not have been in safe harbor, but I've kept up with the case. I've heard the podcasts, read the articles. I know perfectly well Monroe's book will argue she was the first victim of the serial killer. He was in love with her, obsessed, and devastated when she wouldn't run away with him. And all the other victims were women who reminded him of her.
I gulped. Worth's coolness toward Monroe at Holden's house made more sense now. And while I cared for Monroe and all the others as friends, my main concern was Worth. For him, I'd do battle with anyone. Let me talk to Monroe. I can suggest he go in a different direction. At the very least, we can ask him to downplay the hints of an actual affair.
Why? Monroe is probably right.
Worth sounded so resigned that I was afraid to touch him, fearing he might crumble like old paper.
And you're right, too. It's not her fault.
Of course, I started to agree, but he held up a hand.
It's mine.
What? I swallowed hard, the air turning dry and raspy, the lovely summer breeze all but gone now. No way!
It's my fault she was unhappy.
Worth stated it simply, but anger laced each word, sharp and deadly. I'd been wrong. He wasn't mad at the killer or his mother. All his loathing was directed inward. Because you chose a pricey college? She was so proud of you. I might have been younger, but I remember how she bragged on you. I squinted into the late afternoon sun. Kids grow up. They leave home. It sucks. I see it with my program even. It's bittersweet when kids age out or finish school, moving on with their lives.
Not unhappy over me leaving, although there was that.
Worth's speech slowed, each word more deliberate than the last.
The marriage, the one everyone thought was so perfect. It wasn't only the money arguments that summer. There were cracks around the edges for far longer than that.
He exhaled hard, inhaled, exhaled again as if building up to some monumental task. You can tell me anything, I whispered. I'd take whatever he was about to say to the grave. Worth had borne the burden of blame far too long. I wanted to help him carry the weight of his secrets, and so I waited, breathing alongside him. The dry air crackled.
I'm not my father's son.
Chapter 15. Worth. In my lifetime, I had spoken any number of difficult sentences aloud. The first time saying something was always the worst. Clammy hands, racing pulse, churning gut, a whole list of sensations that tended to get better as soon as the admission was out. Tended. As soon as I told Sam the one secret I'd never told the single soul, my stomach revolted, all that fruit turning to vinegar. Breathe. Sam's voice seemed to come from a great distance, but his hand was warm and steady on my back. In, out. He rubbed circles on my back and murmured soothing nonsense as I followed his simple instructions. Breathe, sip water. And slowly, the urge to vomit, flee, or both dissipated. You were adopted? Eyebrows knitting together, Sam glanced at Buttercup, who was cavorting in the dry dirt. Wouldn't that have come up in the case? If anyone had known. I followed his gaze to Buttercup. Watching the dog was far easier than watching Sam's face. I wasn't even supposed to know. It wasn't an adoption. His name is on my birth certificate, but he's not my biological father. How did you find out? Sam used his hand on my back to pull me closer against his side. I was 9 or 10, too old to be having nightmares and trouble falling asleep. The same old-fashioned attitude that had led my father to declare me too old for baths had also made bedtime contentious for a number of years. My parents argued over whether I was allowed to have a little light on. Mom lost that argument, And one hot summer night, I couldn't sleep. I crept downstairs for some cold water, and they were arguing in the living room. I went halfway back upstairs, out of sight.
But still listening in?
Sam's tone was fond as he lightly massaged my shoulders. His lack of judgment made it easier to keep going. Yep, they'd recently been to Portland to see a fertility specialist because all attempts to give me a sibling had failed, and they'd just learned Dad was sterile. Oh, crap. Breath quickening, Sam stopped the massage, leaning forward slightly. Apparently, back when they were dating, there was a period where they were an on-again, off-again deal. He was older than her, more old-fashioned, and already owned this house, and she wasn't sure she was ready to settle down and get serious. During one of their breakups, she hooked up with someone else during a one-night stand and thought it was no big deal.
Big deal?
Sam whistled low. Yeah. My voice turned hoarse. When they argued that night, she said she'd always thought he was the father, had never even entertained the possibility, except when the evidence was undeniable.
So she never intended to dupe your dad?
That was Sam, always quick to see the good in everyone. With Sam, intentions mattered, but for the rest of the world, outcome and appearances tended to be the decisive factors. That's what she said, but the result was the same. I swung my legs back and forth against the car's bumper, letting the pressure on my calves distract me from the sharpness of the memory. She cried, he cried, I cried alone upstairs.
And they never told you what they learned?
No. I shook my head. We hadn't been that kind of family. No big talks or family meetings, only a lot of weighty silences and unsaid truths. And I didn't reveal either. I just set about being the best kid either could ask for.
Oh, Worth.
Sam's voice cracked, and I made the mistake of looking at him. His usual cheerful face had sagged into despair, eyes creased with pain. Don't look so sad, Sam. I laid a hand on his thigh. The perfectionist complex got me into Stanford, top of my field, sweet wheels.
And a guilt complex larger than the Rockies. You cannot blame yourself for your mother's murder.
As his voice turned more emphatic, his expression hardened.
And that's what it was, murder. You don't get to blame her murder on your existence.
But my parents had to get married. My protest sounded weak, even to my own ears. I knew blaming myself didn't make sense, but my inner 10-year-old didn't care about logic. And it wasn't always a happy marriage. There were moments, but he had exacting standards, liked things just so. She chafed at the rules, but she stayed because of me.
No, she stayed because she was an adult, and she made her own decisions and choices.
Cupping my chin, Sam peered deep into my eyes. I wished I had even a tenth of his conviction. But I left for college, leaving her alone and vulnerable.
Still not your fault.
Sam nodded with each word. I could have helped the investigation more. I needed Sam to understand that I was no saint. I had so many layers of blame, thick like ivy, impossible to claw through. I was so damn sure my dad did it, too.
You were hardly alone in that assumption.
Yeah, but I was his kid. Biology or not, I should have been more loyal. Closing my eyes, I could still feel my rage at the gossip and hear every angry word that had spilled from my mouth. I told him to his face that I thought he did it last time I was in that house. Told him he wasn't my father on my way out the door. He died a few days later. Toxicology was inconclusive. He'd had alcohol, but the autopsy looked more like a heart attack. I knew the truth, though.
That it was a tragic accident?
Sam gripped my arm like that might be enough to convince me. He died of a broken heart. It would take more than Sam's iron grasp to change my mind. He thought she'd run away, and then I left him too. Worth. Sam's voice barely registered over the roaring in my ears. I never got to take it back. I rocked back and forth against the trunk. Hell, I guess I'm more like her after all. Didn't even occur to me that I might have been wrong until Monroe started digging, until Cal's dive. I trailed off, crying too hard to continue. Sam held me tightly, both arms around me. I was making a mess of his nice church shirt, but he didn't seem to mind as he patted my back and smoothed my hair. My damp hair. I glanced up. Sam was crying too, eyes blotchy and red. You're crying too. My tone was accusatory, but more at myself for making him upset. My heart is breaking for you. Sam brushed my hair off my forehead. I needed a cut in the worst way, but at that moment the extra length felt good sliding through Sam's fingers. You were so brave. I snorted, more like stupid. Brave and loving. Sam sounded so convinced, voice as intent as his gaze, like he knew far better than me. You gonna tell me again how my heart was in the right place? I managed a shaky laugh as Buttercup trotted over to headbutt us, a wary expression on her dusty dog face. It was. Sam picked up Buttercup and plunked her on my lap. You loved your mom. Everything you did was because you loved her. Yeah. Still weeping, I buried my face against the dog's neck, the fabric of her collar rough on my cheek. And him. You loved your dad, too. But I thought he'd done it. A broken noise escaped my throat as Sam gathered me and Buttercup against his chest. You loved him. Sam's voice was firm. Now you get your memories back, the happy ones with the three of you. Yeah. I took a few shallow breaths. I wish I could make this better for you. Sam sounded as broken as I felt, or at least hurt less. I'm so sorry, Worth. Sometimes life is so damn cruel and unfair. I laughed a little at his curse, but also his tenacity. In truth, if he'd tried to find some greater purpose to the tragedies of my life, I would have resisted. Instead, he'd cried with me and admitted life sucked. You're here? That helps. Eyes finally drying, I leaned into him. I can do that. I can be here. When he said it like that, slowly and deliberately, like a promise, I believed him. And maybe he'd show up like this for any friend or person in need, but when he held me close and kissed my temple, he made me feel like the only thing that mattered in the universe. What do you need, Worth? You. The admission slid free surprisingly easily. Take me home. Make me forget about all this for a while. Make love to me. I never called it that, but telling Sam I wanted to get fucked felt unnecessarily crude and inaccurate. I wanted to not think, wanted my teeth to rattle and bones to shake, but more than any physical sensation, I wanted the emotional solace only Sam seemed to provide. Make love. A slow smile bloomed across Sam's face. I can do that. Chapter 16. Worth. Sam kissed me in the great outdoors at the Makeout Mountain overlook,
as he held me tightly, the late afternoon sun beating down, and he kissed me in the car before we headed back to Safe Harbor. Soft kisses, little promises, anticipation. And by the time we stumbled into the house, our kisses had turned more urgent. "You taste like cherries." Sam laughed against my mouth as he shut the side door that led to the kitchen with his foot. Grinning, he lifted our linked hands to his lips, kissing the cherry juice stains. And I couldn't help but chuckle along. We're both a mess. "I do have a fancy shower." Sam tugged me toward the stairs. "Come on." "Think Delilah will be okay with Buttercup?" I asked. The dog had scampered in ahead of us and had presently installed herself on the sofa in the living room, looking very much uninterested in her humans making a dash for the stairs. Sam's seldom-seen cat was lurking on the back of the couch at the other end. "It's Buttercup I worry about." Sam gave a fond look to his large, sleek Siamese, who always managed to look like she was dreaming up recipes for my internal organs. She'd been rather vocal during Buttercup's first few days, but the protests seemed to be lessening with fewer yowls. "But so far so good. Queen Kitty hasn't declared war." "No war is good." I spared a last glance at the unlikely animal duo before letting Sam lead me the rest of the way to his bathroom. The room seemed far larger than its attic confines, and its modern sensibilities, with the walk-in glass shower and deep, Japanese-style tub, never failed to relax me, even when the rest of the house continued to make me slightly wary. I hadn't worked up the courage to open the door to my old room, but in the third-floor bathroom, I didn't have to think about anything other than how damn good Sam looked while peeling off his rumpled church clothes. I paused my own undressing efforts to watch Sam. I'd slept next to him for a week now, made out with him, but I hadn't truly seen him naked, apart from incidental glances while changing. Rather than avert my gaze this time, I feasted on his pale, freckled skin, lean muscles, and a surprising amount of reddish-brown fuzz on his chest and belly. Clothed, he had a slightly narrower build than me, but naked, there was nothing delicate about him. Powerful thighs and calves from all the time on his feet, muscled forearms from hefting supplies, and a softness to his belly from having more important things to worry about than ab definition. God, Sam. I wanted to sink to my knees right there, bury my face in his stomach, let him stroke my hair like he had when I'd cried. My mouth watered, needing the weight of his long, slightly curved cock on my tongue, but I settled for whistling appreciatively. Damn, you're hot. I'm sure San Francisco has far hotter. A flush crept across Sam's bare chest. Perhaps he was one of those people who blushed all over when they came. I couldn't wait to find out. They don't have you. Of that I was sure. Not that big cities lacked good people, but Sam Bookman was one of a kind. Hot, wholesome, sexy, bossy, nurturing, and entirely unaware of his own charms. True, Sam said lightly as he opened a white paper sack sitting on the sink. Tyson's drugstore is still in business? I cackled. I loved that Sam had somehow snuck in condoms and lube, on a Sunday no less. When he'd said he'd wanted to be the best I'd ever had, I'd believed him, but his dedication to the cause was mighty impressive. You're a brave man. Kids used to go 3 towns over to avoid getting their condoms in town. I don't care who knows. Sam's tone was defiant as he set both packages near the shower. We were both adults, and this wasn't last century, but I swallowed hard nonetheless. Sam was risking something from me. Maybe not his reputation precisely, but his values were on the line. He'd wanted to wait to find the one. He had a code of honor, and he was making an exception for me. The sparks in his eyes said he'd do battle to defend me, and the softness in his touch as he reached for the hem of my t-shirt said he cared. Perhaps he thought I was the one. Laughable. And one more risk. This one to Sam's heart. And that I couldn't bear. Sam. I drew out his name as I stayed his efforts to undress me. I don't think. That's right. You don't think. He tapped me lightly on the nose. You want it out of your head. Trust me here. And don't think. Okay, I nodded. If I trusted anyone in this messed up world, it was Sam. And while I worried about hurting him, I was also selfish enough to want to see what he had planned. When he'd pinned me the night before, I'd soared so high I'd feared for the kitchen ceiling. Sam tapping into his dominant side was not something I wanted to miss, especially when he glared at me. Not okay. You say, yes, sir, when I give you an order. Yes, sir. I hid a grin as I removed my shirt. Bossy Sam was the best Sam. All his earnestness and good intentions channeled into demands I couldn't help wanting to meet. With others, I'd followed commands out of fear or lust or respect. But with Sam, I followed because I wanted to please him. He had a way of making me believe I could be a better person, made me want to comply for myself as much as for him, and that was new. As new as taking a shower with another man. Once we were both naked, Sam adjusted the water temperature and pushed me into the shower ahead of him. Arranging me under the spray, he peppered the back of my neck with little kisses, the kind that made me want to follow his every direction forever. Forever. Downright terrifying, considering how a week ago I hadn't been able to contemplate the next 24 hours. The thought made me restless, and I shifted against him, tensing further as he started lathering me up with some of his citrus body wash on a cloth. Shouldn't I be washing you? I tried to turn, but he wouldn't let me. Strong. He was so damn strong. And strangely, his strength, the very thing I usually found a turn-off, made me soften my tone here to something closer to begging. I have a thing for service. I tried to take the washcloth from him, but he merely laughed and popped my butt with the damp cloth. And I have a thing for you listening. Yes, sir. I resigned myself to the torture that was Sam being nice to me. More than nice. Taking care of me. Washing my chest and back. Even delving under my arms and over my ass. A thoroughness to his actions that humbled me. In fact, the longer I stood under the warm water, the more meek I felt. I was in the presence of something bigger than myself. Something I couldn't quite name but made my breath catch nevertheless. He washed my hair, turning my head this way and that, giving the clean strands a playful tug. You're not allowed to cut your hair yet. Yank it like that again, and I'll wait until New Year's, I promised. Laughing, he scraped his teeth lightly along the base of my neck. And what would you do to earn a bite? I'd promise not to change shirts while at work for a week. No one has to know, just us. I arched up to meet his mouth. If the question had been a test, I was determined to pass it. I'd started out seeking pain as punishment, but somewhere along the way, I'd come to enjoy pain as a way of amping up arousal, the sharp edge of pleasure, the piercing spike of desire with a potent hit of submission. If I could please Sam by bearing his mark, I was only too happy to do so. Please. You do like this, don't you? He nipped harder, right above my shoulder blades, well below collar level. Yes. I moaned on a shaky exhale. He bit me again, more lingering teeth, more sting, and I slumped against the cool tile wall. Sam, sir, more. He laughed wickedly and dropped whisper-like kisses all down my spine. I'm in charge, not you. Now, close your eyes. Accepting his kindness with my eyes open was hard enough. Being trapped in my head, I ran the rather real risk of my internal dialogue ruining everything. I glanced over my shoulder. With a stubborn set to his jaw, Sam seemed as determined as ever. Trust me, I won't let you fall. His eyes were solemn. He wouldn't let me slip on the tiles, but moreover, this was Sam. He wouldn't let me emotionally crash either, wouldn't ever leave me hanging. If I fell, it would be for him, and if nothing else, I utterly trusted he'd catch me. I closed my eyes and rested my head against the tiles. Inhale, exhale. I focused on my breath to avoid the urge to look around. Gradually, my breathing settled, and I became more aware of Sam's every graze and each floaty kiss down my back. He trailed his fingers over my ribs, following the cascade of warm water, moving as though he wanted to memorize my shape with his hands and mouth. And the more I relaxed into the moment, embracing the darkness and how it enhanced each sensation, the more Sam rewarded me by alternating firmer touches and little bites. I moaned low, needy noises that echoed off the shower walls and mingled with the sound of the water. Holy hell. I wasn't so far gone that I missed Sam sinking to his knees behind me, peppering my ass with his kisses. I tamped down the urge to tell him he didn't have to go for rimming or ass play. He was in charge, not me. And by sheer force of will, I kept my eyes shut as he explored my ass more purposefully. You've done your homework. Yep, I got an A+ in the reading for Rimming 101. He lightly nipped where the curve of my ass met my thigh, and I yelped, but he merely chuckled. I even went for extra credit, researching conditioner versus lube for shower play, hence my stop at the drugstore after church. I made a strangled noise. Still can't believe you did that. You underestimate my desire to make a meal of your ass. Continuing to chuckle softly, he proceeded to do exactly that. Enthusiasm and natural curiosity made up for any lack of expertise. He licked and sucked, and taking notes from earlier, nibbled and gave me exactly enough hints of teeth to make me shake. And right when I was convinced his efforts couldn't get any more perfect, he added a slick finger. Sam. I shuddered as he worked me open. He used slow, steady pressure against my rim, adding distracting little licks and kisses as he pushed deeper. I wanted to turn my head, open my eyes, see the expression on his face, but I wanted to earn his praise more, so I kept my eyes tightly closed. Then, Mr. I've read books discovered my prostate, and fireworks exploded behind my eyelids, rewarding my obedience with an intense display of pure pleasure. You're going to make me come. That would be the point, he laughed, head resting against my ass, free hand steadying my hip. I don't know, thinking. He went back to the stern tone. Reaching around, he gripped my cock with a firm hold. Let go, Worth. We've got all night. Yes, sir. Like I could argue with the deadly combination of rimming, a finger in my ass, and a hand on my cock. And Sam was damn near genius level at reading my responses, adding a second finger and working my prostate like it held the key to something amazing. And maybe it did. I didn't have the most experience with this, But the more Sam played and stroked, the more certain I was that climax was imminent. Oh, God, thank you, thank you. Say my name. His voice was all gruff, and simply the desire to his tone pushed me closer to orgasm. Sam, oh, Sam, I moaned. Withdrawing his fingers, Sam replaced them with his mouth, deep kisses that had me keening with pleasure. Sam's arm brushed against my calf in a subtle but unmistakable rhythm. He was jerking off. Please come with me. I'd gone from not wanting to come to must come or die, and I was determined to take him with me. He didn't reply, but his hand on my cock sped up, as did the intensity of his rimming. He sucked hard on the edge of my rim, and the rasp of his tongue flung me into the hardest orgasm of my life. Fuck! I yelled the word, earning a breathless chuckle from Sam right before he groaned, stiffening against me. I slumped boneless against the wall, the press of his body next to mine as he stood all that kept me upright. You can open your eyes. He stroked my sides and turned, so more of the warm water hit my back, soothing the last of my shudders. You did good. Thank you. I blinked, the sudden brightness of the bathroom lights overwhelming after such a long time with my eyes shut. I'm not sure whether I need a nap or round 2 more. Both. How about both? He laughed and held me so close that I almost let myself believe he'd never let me go.
Chapter 17. Sam.
Aren't we supposed to be having sex?
Worth asked sleepily, not bothering to raise his head from my chest. We landed on the bed in a blissed-out heap of humans and towels. Worth sprawled more or less over me. No complaints. 10 out of 10 would highly recommend shower sex for my first adventure in rimming and other fun activities. Aren't you supposed to be not thinking? I gazed up at him, intending to look stern, but my expression was probably closer to dopey. I'd grabbed the condoms and lube on our way out of the bathroom, but I was in no hurry to use them.
Yes, sir.
Worth was sincere and sweet enough that I couldn't resist kissing him. I wanted him to believe me when I said he was good, but I'd settle for him respecting my authority. It was a start. 1 kiss turned into 3, which turned into towels floating to the floor as I unwrapped Worth like a birthday present I'd waited my whole life to open. The way I see it, the shower was the appetizer, took the pressure off. I gave him one last lingering kiss on the mouth before rolling him off me and onto his stomach beside me. Now I can take my time with you. I want to take forever with you. Forever was a big, huge, scary word, but it was best Worth got used to hearing it because I meant it. When he didn't object to my wording and pliantly let me arrange him to my liking, I rewarded him with a kiss on the back of his neck. Now this is a sight to behold. I sat back on my heels next to him. Worth Stapleton naked in my bed.
Bucket list fantasy fulfilled?
Turning his head, he cast a quizzical gaze at me. His voice was light, but the worry in his eye was real and made me gentle my response. Trust me, Teen Sam is beyond thrilled, but this isn't some one-and-done crush. I liked you as a kid, but I'm not sure I really knew you.
Not sure anyone did.
He groaned as I trailed my fingers down his spine.
Funny how it's only been a matter of days, but you already know me better than most of my so-called circle back in the Bay.
I'm glad. My voice turned husky. And that's exactly what I meant. I see you now as an equal, and on a completely different level, and I like what I see.
Hot mess and all,
he mumbled into the pillow. Hot mess and all. I lightly smacked his plump ass. And speaking of sexy, I think you'd look even hotter with a blindfold. I paused, giving Worth ample opportunity to object, but he merely gave a meek sigh.
Yes, sir.
If you need a word other than no at any time, you can use red, I told him as I left the bed to rummage in my top dresser drawer. Returning with a seldom-used light blue tie, I dangled it above him. This okay?
More than.
He helpfully stretched so I could blindfold him.
I didn't think I'd like closing my eyes in the shower, but I'm glad you ordered me to. Made everything that much more intense.
See? You have to trust me. I laughed and gave him another playful swat on the butt. I have good ideas.
You do.
He arched his back, not so subtly inviting more spanking, but I was in charge. I ducked my head, surprising him with a little bite instead.
Sam, sir, more.
You sure are cute when you babble, I said conversationally, caressing the pink mark I'd left on his behind. But I decide if you've earned more. We both knew there was no reward on earth I wouldn't freely offer Worth. But if he needed something to strive for, something to push against, I was only happy to oblige.
Yes, sir.
Worth relaxed against the mattress, clearly making an effort to cede control as I licked and kissed and touched all over his back and ass. His skin felt and tasted familiar yet different, warm and dry now as opposed to cool and damp in the shower. I drank in every needy gasp and moan, the way he pushed into the bed when I found a particularly sensitive spot, the way he shamelessly preened for more, the way he hissed when I used my teeth or tongue. His responsiveness made him a delight to play with. And play I did, resuming my newfound love of teasing and rimming, that especially. I'd always liked rimming scenes in books, but the reality was far, far better than anything my sheltered imagination had dreamed up. The warmth of Worth's skin, the various textures against my tongue and lips, the faint taste of soap and skin and Worth, the way his nearness filled my every sense, and his sounds. My brain hadn't been prepared for the chorus of noises my rimming coaxed forth from Worth, each sexier than the last. And every gasp and whimper made my own cock pulse that much harder, made me love doing this that much more. In fact, I was already dreaming of future encounters, ones where I might blow Worth and hopefully his mind, too. Because if rimming made him this vocal, I couldn't wait to see what oral might do.
Please tell me you plan on using those condoms,
Worth panted, face turned to the side, eyes covered by the blindfold but mouth slack and glossy. Don't make me add a gag for your bossy mouth. I licked a broad stripe right up the center of his crack.
I'll be good.
He made a show of clamping his lips shut, parting them only long enough to add a demure, sir. Since he was so determined to be good, I slicked my fingers for the sort of play I'd been doing in the shower. But without the shower, I could taste the lube, and I quickly abandoned rimming in favor of working him open with my fingers. His greedy noises and little grunts made it clear he wanted more right this minute and didn't have my patience for prep, but this was my first time, and I was determined to enjoy it. Plus, watching him stretch and take my fingers was fascinating. He pushed up to meet my fingers, spine undulating, body quivering.
Please, please, please,
he begged, and power rushed through me like a narcotic. I was high on Worth, and I never wanted to come down. Please what?
Please, sir,
he gasped as I pressed my fingers against his prostate, coaxing more moans from him.
Please, make love to me.
That's more like it. I beamed, even though he couldn't see my smile. I loved that he'd corrected his word choice. Making love. That's what this was. Fucking was all well and good and fine in books and porn and for others who sought that. But I wanted a more immersive, emotionally charged experience. I was remarkably talented at giving myself orgasms, but I couldn't make love alone. Making love, to me, implied the presence of another, one who inspired deep feelings and affection. Worth. He'd always personified sex for me, but also this, having someone to care about and pleasure. The more he enjoyed my attentions, writhing against the mattress, riding my fingers, groaning with each deep thrust, the more I trusted my instincts, let go, and enjoyed myself. This might be new to me, but clearly I was doing something right, as a steady stream of curses and pleas spilled out of Worth's mouth. "Please, come on, Sam, sir, need it." Be patient. Withdrawing my fingers, I gave him one last nip on the ass. I'd suggested the blindfold to heighten Worth's sense of submission, but I was also glad he couldn't see me take a second to read the instructions on the condom box. I accidentally ripped the first one, but the second was good to go. After adding more lube, I moved behind him. Worth was still lying on his stomach, blindfolded face pressed into the mattress, and he helpfully drew his knees up under his torso, perfectly presenting his ass. The decadent display, the way he was slick and open, was enough to make my hands tremble. Wow, we're really doing this. I swallowed hard, suppressing a nervous giggle. I shook my hands and wiped them on one of the towels, trying to release any lingering nerves. Moving cautiously, I lined up my dick, steadying it with my hand. I thrust forward, but it felt awkward, like something wasn't working. "Harder," Worth demanded. "Please, sir. Push it all the way in." "I decide," I reminded him, but in truth I was glad for the encouragement. I thrust again, this time pushing past the initial resistance as Worth groaned and arched his back to meet me. He dropped his shoulders as if attempting a yoga pose, and my next thrust was far more fluid. And deep, so deep. Oh, God, thank you, thank you. It wasn't the worst possible moment for prayer. I had lived 35 years waiting for this. That I'd arrived at the perfect intersection of pleasure and power was worth celebrating. Pun intended. I had to suppress another near giggle. "Really, really glad for the shower sex," I gasped. Without that pressure valve relief, I undoubtedly would have blown by the third exquisite thrust. Worth was a slick, welcoming, tight heat, and I couldn't get over how toe-curling good each new sensation was. The rasp of his leg hair against mine, the curve of his ass so perfectly fitting against me, the sound of our mingled breathing, the smoothness of his torso under my hand, the way his ass gripped me on each upstroke, almost like it wanted me to stay. I wanted that too, wanted to be inside Worth forever. "More. Please, more." Worth met my every thrust. He kept arching like he was searching for something. I tried pushing deeper, but that didn't quite seem to be it. Maybe a different angle? Wait, angle. That was it. I'd been so lost to my own pleasure and the novel sensations that I'd forgotten everything I knew about prostates and other erogenous zones. I shifted my weight and adjusted my grip on his hips before deliberately aiming for that spot inside that had made him curse and come earlier. "Sam, Sam!" Worth made a keening noise. "Bingo." "Is that it?" I panted. "Better?" "Any better, and you'll have to peel me off the roof." He shuddered. "Touch me. Please, touch me." Another good reminder. I was supposed to make sure he came first. Ideally. I shifted again, getting a hand on his cock. He was thick and hot, and merely holding him in my fist like earlier was enough to get me on the edge. The weight, girth, and velvety softness of his cock made my thighs tense and my biceps burn. I wanted to come more than I'd wanted anything ever. Except maybe wanting Worth to climax first. A race. That's what this was. No time for orgasm denial or begging theatrics. Simply a flat-out race to make Worth orgasm. "Come for me," I ordered Worth, stroking him hard and fast as I kept a steady thrusting tempo. Couldn't thrust too quickly or the game would be over in a hurry, but when I held still to try to buy myself precious seconds, Worth whimpered and rocked back against me. He needed me. Worth needed me. I thrust to the beat of that thought. Worth needed me. Not for everything, but in this, right here and now, he needed what I and I alone could give him. So I gave it to him, hard and deep, aiming for his spot over and over until I couldn't tell which of us was moaning, until there was no separation, no line where I ended and he began, simply us, doing this, making love. I was making love to Worth Stapleton, and it was both everything I'd ever imagined and so very much more. My back tensed, abs going bodybuilder tight. I was going to lose the race, but I'd win the war for Worth's heart and soul if it was the last thing I ever did. "Come for me," I repeated, far more desperately as I tumbled right over the edge. "Sam!" Head lifting off the pillow, Worth drew my name out into at least 10 syllables, and all that need to burst into white-hot pleasure behind my eyes. And right as I came, his cock pulsed in my hand, come running down my fist. My orgasm felt amazing, the best rush of my life, the hardest, deepest come, but it was his that was truly special. I drank in his every moan and tried to memorize how his muscles stiffened. He reached for his face, but rather than tug the blindfold free, he pressed it into his eyes with his fist. Obeying me. I'd never felt so powerful in my whole life. Worth had come at the same moment as me because I'd ordered it, because I'd told him to, same as he'd left the blindfold in place. Incredible. Pulse thready, my breath stayed choppy, even as orgasm retreated. A tie. We tied. Excellent. The urge for giddy laughter finally triumphed, giggles breaking free as I struggled to stay upright. "Eh?" Worth made a confused noise. Trying for grace, I untangled us, but judging by his wince, I needed to work on my pulling out skills. We came at the same time. I removed the condom and stretched to put it in the bedside trash can. And that's pretty rare, right? Like, not bad for the first time trying it? "Sam, I might not survive if you're hell-bent on leveling up next time," Worth groaned, and I preened at the mention of a next time. "Yes, simultaneous orgasm is a myth." "Except we just did it," I crowed. Removing his blindfold, I bent to give him a sound kiss on the mouth. "Apparently." Blinking at the last of the evening light pouring in through the attic windows, he yawned. "You're fucking unbelievable." "Or unbelievable at fucking." I flopped down next to him. "You're adorable, cum-drunk." He threw an arm over me, gathering me close. "Thank you. That was exactly what I needed." I frowned and sat back up. "You don't have to thank me." "I'm not sure what else to say when you just made me see God and the Big Bang." "Bang!" he laughed. Maybe he was also cum-drunk, whatever that was. "I could beg you for a repeat, but
3 orgasms in a night seems ambitious even for you.
Ha! Challenge accepted. I'm going to bring you some dinner, and then I'll make you believe in miracles.
God, I love it when you boast.
Worth gave a tired laugh.
You're the first braggart I've ever known who backs it up.
Good. I dropped a kiss square in the middle of his back. And he might love me cocky and toppy, but I wasn't going to give up until he loved me. Full stop. I'd seen what we could be together, and no way on earth was I giving that up.
Chapter 18. Worth. I woke up in Sam's bed, which at this point was a given. I had a side, Buttercup had a spot, and my charger and phone had a home on the nightstand. For all intents and purposes, I was moved in. As the early morning Monday sun crept into the room, what was different was me. Aches in places that didn't usually have aches. Pleasant twinges and reminders of yesterday's triple-header sex. Wait, not sex. Lovemaking. Because Sam Bookman didn't fuck or screw or have sex. Some item on a weekend to-do list. No, Sam made love. A whole-body, fully orchestrated event. Each kiss, touch, and emotion was etched into my memory bank in perfect detail. I'd taken a marketing class for my MBA that talked about core memories and how they shape us, and making love with Sam for the first time was one of those core memories I'd spend the rest of my life drawing on. Everything from this moment onward would be shaped by what we'd shared. I stretched, more unfamiliar aches rumbling. I wasn't being dramatic. I legitimately felt turned inside out, transformed. And I wasn't one to assign sex that sort of importance. Yes, it felt good. Yes, I'd purposefully sought it out in the past, particularly as a source of stress relief and escape, but I'd never seen it as something with the power to fundamentally change everything, from how I saw Sam, to how I saw myself, to my place in the world. "Doing okay?" Sam grinned sleepily up at me, reaching over to smack his alarm before sitting up. He was so darn sweet, caring, considerate, the perfect dom, and in some circles, he could charge a premium, but he was all mine, freely given and gratefully accepted. "Yeah, just not used to certain sensations. Gonna feel last night all day." I smiled back to show him that was a good thing. "Not used to..." His forehead creased as he trailed off. "Wait, was that your first time, too?" "Not exactly." Heat crept up my face. I didn't want to scandalize Sam, but I also wouldn't lie. Depends on whether pegging and other prostate play counts, but first time with a man, yes. "Oh." Sam's mouth made a perfect circle. "You seemed so good at it." "Well, thanks." My cheeks were flaming at this point. Pizza ovens had nothing on me. I couldn't deny loving prostate play, and that knowledge undoubtedly had made things easier, but most of the magic had been Sam, not me. "And you come across as the world's most experienced virgin, so we're even." "Reading. A lot of reading and a healthy imagination." Now he was the one to blush, a pretty light pink sweeping across his high cheekbones. "It was good? Truly?" "Truly. So good I may not move the rest of the day." I flopped back against my pillow with an exaggerated groan. "You could take the day off." He patted my chest and then frowned. "Oh wait, your depression group starts today." "Don't remind me." I groaned and put a spare pillow over my face. Now I really do want to stay in bed all day. "You need to go." Sam gently removed the pillow. "Yes, Ma." "Sam." I bit back my initial flip response. Mom jokes were simply never going to fly for me. I know, it will help. Coping skills, etc., etc. If I tell you the talking yesterday and the sex helped more, will you take it as a compliment? No. Sam gave me a stony glare, managing to look rather imposing despite being naked and surrounded by puffy white bedding. I can't be your therapist. Don't ask me to be. I'm not. Sitting back up, I held up my hands. But you do help, a lot. More than talking to a group of strangers, for sure. I want to be your partner, Worth. He said the word simply, like he hadn't hurled a live grenade into the middle of this conversation. Partner was a terrifying reminder that he wanted permanent, and I had nothing to offer. Yes, I know, big scary word and all that. He waved a hand. Put aside all your objections to the role. That's what I want. A healthy relationship is one where we each have resources beyond the other. This isn't some 90s romance. I can't be your everything, and you need to take responsibility for managing your health. I can help, absolutely, but I'm not the cure. Your dick did seem pretty magical. My chuckle came out forced, and Sam didn't grace me with as much as a smile. Sorry, I get what you're saying, and I'm trying. I'm taking the medications, I'm reading the materials the doctor recommended. I'm only waffling on the group because everyone there will know who I am. Wow, you're not a celebrity. Eyes wide, Sam managed to look both genuinely concerned and skeptical. Around here I am. Are there people who might connect you with the recently solved cold case? Sure. He shrugged, way too casual about the thing that plagued my thoughts all day, every day. But you've been at Blessed Bean for over a week now. How many people have recognized to the point of commenting? Oh, Holden had, of course, and a few other acquaintances from high school, but no one had mentioned the case, or my recent legal troubles, for that matter. My worries that someone would force me into an uncomfortable conversation weren't particularly logical. Good point, I huffed, lungs burning from the long-held breath. I guess maybe I'm building it up bigger in my brain than it needs to be. And that's exactly the sort of thing the group can help with. Sam smiled. Too smug, damn him. Find out what others do for anxiety. Try different things for yourself. Offer suggestions. There's value in helping others in similar situations. Looked like you did great with Marta yesterday. I tried. I would have said helping the teens was more Sam's expertise, but he looked so proud that I'd made the effort, and honestly, I'd enjoyed the exchange far more than I would have predicted. She didn't exactly give a ringing endorsement of the group treatment program, but I suppose if she made it through, I can do it too. You need to do this for you. Sam was far more tenacious than Buttercup, who was still snoozing at the foot of the bed. He could take a clue or two, but instead he pressed on. Not to make me happy or to prove something, but for you, because it might help, and you deserve to feel better. I'm still working on believing that. Scooting closer, I dropped my head onto his shoulder. Sometimes I feel like my whole life has been a disappointment. Never. That's more of that disordered thinking you can work on in therapy. Remember, depression lies. Because from where I sit, you're pretty amazing. Putting an arm around me, he held me close. And both your parents bragged on you all the time. The only person you've let down is you. And maybe you need to go easier on yourself. Lower my standards? I narrowed my eyes. Embrace your humanity. He kissed my temple. I know one thing I want to embrace. I snuggled more purposefully into his side, nuzzling his neck. Worth, sex isn't always the answer. I grinned because the way he was tenting the sheet said he was far from immune to my charms. If I agree to go to the group, for me, and to work on my beliefs and self-talk and all that, will you let me blow you before work? After. Groaning, he slid away, exiting the bed as his alarm sounded again. After your meeting. Cruel. Practical. He silenced the alarm before stretching. He was right that we needed to head to the coffee shop, but I still wanted the distraction of sex. Damn the need to be responsible adults. Sam, though, seemed to have no such regrets. Also, delayed gratification might do you some good. I'm going to be counting the minutes. Me too. Grinning, he reached over and ruffled my hair. I managed to snag a fleeting kiss before he headed to the bathroom. I'd go to the group. Maybe not for me like Sam wanted, but for him, because he deserved the best version of me. I'd never felt as connected and whole as I had the night before. Sam was right that sex wasn't a solution, and I couldn't look to him to complete me. Made sense, but my brain still said he might be the answer to every question I'd had.
Chapter 19. Sam. We should be busier. George had been grumpy through the quiet morning rush and the light lunch crowd. On any other Monday, a quiet shop would be a blessing. We should? Tossing my shoulders back, I added a hearty laugh. I needed to show George I wasn't at all worried about our lack of customers. I told Worth the same thing yesterday and again today before he left for his depression group meeting. I didn't control the customers, hence I didn't need to worry about the effect the Green Label opening might have on my business. Lies. All lies. In reality, I was plenty worried, but showing it would serve no purpose. I had so many people counting on me. Worth, my teen workers, my parents, others who worked with and relied on the nonprofit, and the townspeople who had supported us for years. And I hated that I had no way of assuring any of them that we could survive the competition. Worth was right in that we were already barely scraping by. Yeah, I was anxious, but I forced myself to smile that much wider, even as George continued frowning. "Look at the line at Green Label!" He pointed out Blessed Bean's large front window, down the street to where a line poured out of the new Green Label location, wrapping around the side of the building. Cars were blocking traffic, waiting to pull in through the drive-thru. Clean-cut, spiffy employees passed out little sample cups with the Green Label logo to the people waiting. "That's genius! Instead of letting people get pissed at the slow-moving line, they're using it to push product, and more people keep coming." Genius. I filed the sample idea away for running by Worth when he returned. My resident money expert would probably welcome the distraction after his meeting, and maybe there was something we could use in what they were doing over at Green Label. Stop comparing. I used the same stern voice that ensured Worth complied with my orders, but George didn't look nearly as convinced. The Green Label place is brand new. Of course people want to check them out. The grand opening balloons are obnoxious as hell. Heck. Mouth twisting, George continued to glare out the window. Wait, balloons! That's a great idea! Emerging from the back area, Marta headed for the closet near the restrooms, where we kept art supplies for youth projects. Monroe's guy, Knox, made sure we were always well-stocked. Digging around in the closet, Marta emerged with poster board, paint, and a bag of balloons. "We're not having a grand opening." George's tone came out condescending, but Marta huffed before I could call him on it, a rare show of assertion from her. "You think that's the only occasion for a sign? You wait, I've got a great idea." Marta had been far more confident all day. Whatever Worth had said to her yesterday had definitely made a difference. "Coming soon," Marta spoke aloud as she carefully lettered a large sign. "New pet-friendly patio. Try our brand-new Pop Cup treats and bring a friend." "Brilliant," I smiled at her as she finished. "Hang it up in the front window and add a few balloons."
"Guess I better get started on my dog biscuit recipe."
George stalked to the back room. The sulking attitude wasn't like him. "Why is George in such a funk today?" I asked Marta. Marta pursed her pale pink glossy lips. "Maybe because he asked me to a concert and I said no." "Oh, Lord save me from teen dating drama. This wasn't the first time we'd had intra-barista crushes go sideways, and it wouldn't be the last. You don't like him that way?" I could see how George might be an acquired taste, given the non-stop talking and wisecracks. "I don't not like him, but I told him to ask Kyla. They'd be better together." "Well, they are both extroverts," I allowed, but Marta gave me a glare so fierce it was a wonder no bushes erupted in flames out on the patio. "Wrong answer." Swallowing, I tried to think more like Worth, or maybe Monroe with their nuanced approach to things. I tended to simplify, which was helpful in some cases, but not so much in matters of the heart. "It sounds like it's you he wants to spend time with, not Kyla. Maybe you should give it a chance. A concert might be fun." "It might." Marta rolled her slim shoulders, long hair sweeping from side to side. "But Kyla's easy." "Huh?" I choked on my spit. Marta helpfully clapped me on the back. "Not like that. She has less baggage. With me, you get the anxious, awkward, trans trifecta with a side of depression." "So?" Unlike with George, I didn't have to fake my skepticism. Marta was gorgeous, sweet, and kind, and it was no wonder George had a crush. None of that matters. "You're sweet, but it does. Can't ignore reality." She sounded so much like Worth there that I made a frustrated noise. "I'm not saying that you don't have real issues, but George does too. We all do. What matters is if you enjoy hanging out together." "What if I like it?" she whispered so softly I could barely hear. "Then you'd do it more." "But if I got used to him being around—" She shook her head, the weight of far more than 19 years on her slim shoulders. "What then?" I closed my eyes for a long breath. I knew her fear on a primal level. I was already used to Worth being around. It was going to hurt like heck if things went south, like Worth kept predicting. I was determined to make it work, but I couldn't do it all on my own. Darn my lack of reality-bending skills. You can't borrow trouble. I relied on one of my father's favorite sayings, knowing full well I sucked at taking its advice. None of us know the future. Enjoy the present. Go to the concert. Is that why you're with Worth? Enjoying the moment regardless of if it ends badly? Marta was way too perceptive. Something like that. My back tightened. I wasn't going to let it end badly. And as for enjoying the moment, nagging concerns kept clouding my ability to stay in the present. "I better go check on how Cal is coming on the patio." I was far better at giving advice than taking it. It was easy to tell Marta not to worry when I'd been worried all morning about Worth and where things were headed. Last night had been so perfect, and I simply needed Worth to agree. Simple. I shook my head at my own ridiculousness as I entered the soon-to-be patio area. "Wow, this already looks so much better," I enthused to Cal. In just one morning of work, the patio had been cleared of stray gravel and weeds. It already looked far more inviting, even without the addition of places to sit.
We're just getting started. You ain't seen nothing yet."
His tone was matter-of-fact, but his slow smile showed a certain amount of pride in his work. "Well, I appreciate the help, especially on short notice."
"No problem."
Cal dusted off his work gloves before removing them.
"Wish your boyfriend tolerated me more."
"Boyfriend?" I tried hard not to squeak like Marta or Kyla might. Not that the term was inaccurate, and I'd been the one waxing poetic that morning to Worth about being partners, but it still felt weird, being publicly linked to the guy I'd dreamed about for so many years.
"It's about time someone other than us is in the gossip hot seat."
Mouth twisting, Cal offered a lopsided smile. "Worth isn't exactly my—" I struggled with how much to tell Cal. I was far closer to Holden, Monroe, and even Knox. Not that I'd give them the lowdown either. Both because of privacy and because I hadn't figured everything out myself. And there was the teeny matter of Worth not agreeing on whether we were a thing. I'm not sure there's a label for it.
"Oh, there's a word, all right."
Cal chuckled darkly.
"Probably not in your vocabulary, though."
"You'd be surprised," I snapped back.
"Maybe so,"
Cal allowed, studying me closer. "And Worth doesn't hate you. It's complicated."
"Feelings generally are."
He stared off into the summer sun, gaze distant. He might sound pragmatic, but he'd seen some stuff.
"Hey, there's your guy now."
I followed Cal's gaze across the parking lot to Worth's shiny sports car. As he exited, he smiled, sunlight glinting off his dark gold hair. God, I loved when he smiled so freely, dimples showing, no hint of inner pain. I wanted to make Worth happy in the worst way. I'd told Worth it couldn't be my job, but I wanted it to be. I knew better than to think I could fix another person, but Worth made me forget everything other than how much I wanted him, needed him. Loved him. I wouldn't say the word around Worth, of course, but in my own head? Who cared if others would say my feelings were too fast? I'd waited 35 years for Worth Stapleton to notice me, and now he had. I'd told Marta to enjoy the moment, not worry about the future. Maybe that was the key. Figuring out how to love Worth in the now and deal with the possibility of letting him go in the future.
"Hey, Sam."
And then he turned that full wattage smile on me, and I could barely breathe, let alone remember what I'd reasoned out. Forget pragmatic. I was all in with Worth.
Chapter 20. Worth. Sam was waiting for me as I crossed the parking lot of Blessed Bean. I smiled, caught by surprise at the unexpected pleasure of having someone to return to, someone who was genuinely excited to see me, not a paid co-worker or social climbing hanger-on, but someone happy to see me, exactly as I was right then, nominally employed, mental health work in progress, and all. "How'd your meeting go?" Sam asked as I reached the patio in progress. "Fine," I lied. I'd gone because I was many things, but a liar wasn't one of them. However, it had been supremely uncomfortable sitting in a circle of folding chairs with a bunch of strangers, all of us new to battling depression and anxiety. No one had spoken much, but the chipper young counselor leading the session had at least been a sunny distraction. A little boring, honestly. "I'm still glad you went." Sam reached out and rubbed my upper arm. He wanted me to go for my own reasons, and maybe I'd get there eventually. But for now, if it was this important to him that I try the group, I'd keep going. I stopped by the house on my way back and let Buttercup out. She and Delilah were napping together. "Seriously?" Sam blinked, eyes creasing adorably in the bright afternoon sunlight. The sun made his hair glow more red than usual, and his freckles stood out like little flags. inviting me to kiss each one. Alas, we were in front of his place of business, and no kissing was likely to occur. Yep, no claws or fangs involved. I laughed and leaned into his grip on my arm. I might not get kisses, but I could enjoy the casual touch. I think they like each other. I'm amazed. As Sam laughed, an unfamiliar laugh joined in. My gaze finally left Sam's face to discover we weren't alone. Cal. How had I missed him also standing on the patio? He'd been working when I left, so I shouldn't have been surprised, yet I was. My whole focus had been on Sam, and unreasonable as it was, I resented the intrusion. Hey, even us cranky souls need companionship, right? Cal chuckled, but I didn't. I didn't like the implication that he and I had anything in common. Simply sharing a joke with him felt wrong somehow, disloyal. To whom I wasn't sure, but I couldn't shake the dark mood rapidly chasing away my bright afternoon. I should get back to work. I turned to head to the coffeehouse doors, but Sam's hand on my arm stayed me. Doesn't the patio look good? He asked, pointed gaze calling me out on my rudeness toward Cal. It does. I rubbed my suddenly fiery stomach. Sorry. Thanks for your help, Cal. It's okay. Cal was infuriatingly unflappable. I could see where he'd be good in a crisis. Sam had mentioned he was ex-military, and he had the type of voice that made people stop and listen without ever changing his volume. You've had a busy day. Oh, hey, I think that's my mom with some furniture for the patio. A wide smile swept across Sam's face as a large half-ton truck pulled into the lot. Driving a truck? Cal and I exhibited similar levels of skepticism that Sam's Sunday school teacher and town peacemaker mother would attempt such a feat. It's the neighbors. Sam shrugged like this was not an uncommon occurrence. She must have borrowed it. And sure enough, Sam's mom hopped out of the truck cab. Her reddish hair was almost all gray now, a few fine orangey streaks lending a certain impish character to her lined face. Shorter than either Sam or me, she had a few more pounds than the last time I'd seen her, but the same wide smile as Sam. She started signing as soon as she approached us, hands moving excitedly. I struggled to remember what I'd learned in high school and college where I'd taken ASL for my foreign language requirement. Luckily, Sam was there to translate for Cal and me. She says, look at all the patio furniture she collected from donations from her friends. She's pretty awesome. Sam signed as he spoke. Good work, Mom. Thank you. Mrs. Bookman signed as Sam continued translating. She usually used sign language, lip reading, notes, and other means of communication, and she was a big reason why Safe Harbor had a robust deaf community. All of the Bookmans' church services had translators, and she'd been instrumental in helping me and a few others to get the high school to add ASL as a language option. Happy to help, and happy to see you, Worth. Hello, nice to see you. I used my rusty skills as I spoke, signing far slower than either she or Sam. And nice to see you driving the big truck. I like new challenges, and driving up high is fun. Her eyes crinkled exactly how Sam's always did. You always did have the best attitude. I paused so Sam could translate since I couldn't remember the sign for attitude. And cookies. That sign I remembered, and I smiled fondly. You always did have amazing cookies, too. Maybe not as good as my mom's, but I'd always been happy when Mrs. Bookman had brought the snacks for youth group or some other event. Frosted sugar cookies and oatmeal cranberry were your favorites, I remember. I'll send some more over. She returned my smile with a toothsome grin, nodding as Sam translated. Come to lunch Sunday after church, please. I'll see.
The dull ache behind my sternum grew, and I rubbed my stomach again.
"She's offering chicken and dumplings,"
Sam added with a light laugh, but his solemn eyes urged me to accept the invite. Sounds tasty. I used to love that dish once upon a time, when it had emerged from my mom's slow cooker or appeared at church potlucks. Nostalgia aside, though, I wasn't sure if I was up for the whole church and family dinner thing, but I also didn't want to disappoint Sam with an outright refusal. "Let's get the furniture unloaded. I can help."
"Me too,"
Cal was fast to add. "Sam and I can probably handle it." My voice came out far too stiff.
"3 of us will be faster."
In contrast, Sam was Mr. Congeniality, ushering us toward the truck while his mother trailed behind. I was careful to not end up sharing an item with Cal until the last wooden lounge chair. Sam was busy signing with his mother, and I had no good excuse not to help Cal with the awkward load. "Thanks." He nodded at me as we slow-walked the chair toward the patio.
"Holden's gonna be on me even more to get a dog now that the patio's coming together. I want to level out more of the pavers, too. Make the area more mobility aid accessible."
"Uh-huh." I offered up the barest conversational encouragement.
"What's your deal? Jealous over Holden?"
Cal's mouth twisted. Well, at least the guy didn't mince words.
"Or you just don't like me personally?"
Jealous? I had to laugh at that. Trust me, I never once thought of Holden like that. Too muscled, too big, too fuzzy, too something. And now I could add to not Sam. But I wasn't about to explain any of those things to Cal.
"So it's personal then?"
Cal narrowed his eyes as we set the lounger down on the patio.
"Anything I can do to fix the burr in your saddle?"
"It's complicated." Looking away, I dusted off my hands.
"That's what Sam said, and I get it. You've been through the ringer, and you're not a talker, nor one to ask for help. Been there, man."
Cal waited until I glanced his way again to continue.
"But know that I'm here if you ever need anything. Questions, venting, whatever."
"Thanks." I swallowed hard. He was being far kinder than I deserved. "I can't. Not now. I feel like a soda canister with a faulty nozzle all shook up. My talking might turn to yelling and might never stop." I hadn't meant to say all that, but Cal merely nodded like he really did understand.
"Yelling won't scare me. Just saying. And sometimes you gotta let it out. Otherwise, you're likely to blow when you least want to."
"Thanks." I didn't see myself taking him up on the offer anytime soon, but I figured I could at least be less hostile. After we arranged the patio furniture and sent Sam's mom on her way with her favorite caramel chai, we settled in for a quiet afternoon at the shop. Sam wanted to be able to offer evening hours, but thus far, the summer business hadn't been able to justify having a night crew. Indeed, the place was a wasteland, missing only some tumbleweeds by the time Sam sent George and Marta home, leaving him and me to handle closing. After we locked up, I headed to the supply room to ensure everything was in place for the morning crew.
"You deserve a reward,"
Sam announced as he followed me into the back of the shop. "Oh?" I stopped walking, which allowed him to sweep me into a hug from behind. The windowless space afforded us a certain level of privacy, and I relaxed into his hold, already anticipating that kiss I'd wanted for hours. His breath prickled against the skin of my neck. "Because I went to that group?"
"Among other feats."
He stroked a hand down my torso.
"Believe that was you this morning trying to bargain a reward for group attendance."
"It was." Skin pleasantly heating, I squirmed to encourage more touching. Failing that, I tried to turn, but he held me tight. I'm pretty sure my exact request was to blow you.
You think you deserve that?
He nipped my ear, sending electric sparks down my spine. Yes. I laughed because he'd trapped me, and he knew it. I deserve good things, including getting to practice my oral skills.
Practice, huh?
He licked one of the cords of my neck. Not claiming to be great at it. Haven't had the most chances, but I want to be spectacular for you.
You already are spectacular.
Sam kept nuzzling my neck. The way he forced me to accept his praise bordered on sadism, and despite knowing he was sincere, I still struggled to agree with him. Easy for you to say, I scoffed. You like me no matter what.
And so would the rest of the world if you let them in.
Gripping my head firmly, he tilted my chin until he could give me a swift kiss.
You're enough, exactly how you are.
I lacked his faith in humanity. People were fickle and far more money and status driven than Sam wanted to admit.
Don't make me take away your reward.
He squeezed me closer, palms spread wide on my stomach. The blatantly possessive hold made me want more of stern Sam. Maybe I want a punishment instead.
And maybe I'm the one in charge.
Biting, he playfully tugged my earlobe. Yes, sir. I sighed happily as he spun me to face him. I was curious about what sort of punishment Sam might dole out, but knowing him, the real risk was him heaping more niceness on me. And I liked him in charge best of all.
That's better,
he said regally.
Now you may kiss me.
I took the order seriously, kissing him with the care I usually reserved for spreadsheets, final exams, and detailing my car. I brushed my lips against his, delicately relearning their shape and taste, cautiously deepening the kiss, all while holding him as if he were a luxury watch to be carefully handled and admired. I liked pleasing him, liked learning what he enjoyed, what made him gasp, what made him clutch my back, but I liked it even more when he took over with a low growl, kissing me deep and hard, tongue owning my mouth exactly how he'd owned my body the night before.
Excellent job.
His breath came in harsh pants as he rested his forehead against mine. Is that all the reward I get? I glanced meaningfully down at his fly. He arched his eyebrows.
You think you should get more?
Yes. I licked my lips, knees already heading to the tile floor even before he pressed on my shoulder. Please.
You may unzip me.
He leaned back against the utility sink. Felt naughty doing it here at the coffee shop. After hours, low chance of being caught, but I liked the sense of urgency the location lent our play. I slid his zipper down, but he placed his hand over mine before I could withdraw his cock.
Have you been good today? Do you deserve to touch it?
Damn, Sam. He was proving utterly diabolical at using my horniness to have me singing my own praises. And he knew perfectly well that I wanted to touch him more than I wanted to argue the point. Yes, I do, sir. I tried to be good.
Go ahead, then.
He removed his hand so I could withdraw his long cock. Like Sam himself, it had a certain elegance, a perfect oval head, a long shaft, and a thick vein that looked almost artistically placed. I deserved to taste it. I grinned up at him. I was on to his game now.
Getting rather cocky now.
He gave me a stern look, but I simply snorted. You said cock.
Just for that, no tasting.
He lightly thumped the side of my head. Please? I jacked his shaft slowly, trying to tempt him with my touch as much as my words. Please, I'll be good, you'll see. Tell me you want to suck me. You deserve to do the things that give you pleasure, not to simply do things for me. Trust me, blowing you is going to make me happy. I hovered my tongue above his cockhead, loving how it made him hiss. I deserve to suck you, sir. Slow. His voice was stern, but the faint waver revealed this was new territory for him, too. I don't want to come right away. I took his order literally, lowering my mouth by millimeters and ghosting my tongue along his length. Using a feather-light touch, I teased and tortured until he groaned and fisted a hand in my hair. You're being deliberately naughty. Yes. I tilted my head, forcing him to tighten his grasp, then moaned. Make me do it right. You like that? Having your hair grabbed? Tone experimental. He gently pulled. Yes, please. More. I didn't wait for his reply before I resumed licking all around his cockhead. As soon as he started using his hold on me to guide my motions, I moaned my encouragement. I happily let him guide me to take more of the shaft, gradually going deeper. You're a revelation, he gasped, voice husky. Emboldened, I tried sinking down further and using my tongue at the same time. And a show-off. Tightening his grip on my head, he pulled me back until only the tip of his cock touched my mouth. Tell me again what you deserve. Your cock. I blew a warm breath over his damp cockhead. Wrong answer. Your cum? I asked playfully. Worth. He groaned and laughed at the same time. All the good things. You deserve to be happy. Growing impatient with his mix of sensual control and pop psychology, I let out a rather indignant whine. Can we start with your cock and go from there? Tell me. He was absolutely tenacious when he wanted to be. I hope like heck I deserve you, because I'm not letting you go anytime soon, and you make me happy, and your cock definitely makes me very, very happy. I gazed up at him with what I hoped was an appropriately adoring, submissive expression. It's a start. Loosening his grip, Sam allowed me to resume my sucking rhythm, and I experimented with various combos of suction, depth, and tongue action until I had him moaning. He seemed to like it best when I sucked hard on the upper part of his shaft, concentrating more on using my tongue rather than trying to go as deep as I could. I adjusted my angle of attack to give even more attention to the sensitive underside of his cock, and he moaned even louder. A very, very good start. Damn, you're amazing. I couldn't wait another second to get a hand on my own throbbing cock, but Sam made a stern noise as I reached for my fly. No touching. I deserve to come, I wheedled. If that was the game he wanted to play, I could use it to my advantage. Ha! Chuckling, he shook his head at me, affection clear in his eyes. And I say when. That cock is mine for after. You're not the only one who deserves a reward. Yes, please. My cock pulsed hard at his words, and coming untouched was dangerously on the table, so I resumed sucking him with everything I had. Returning my hands to his hips, I tried to ignore my own need in favor of earning every moan and gasp I could from Sam. I'd never wanted to get someone off so much in my life. You want my cum? He panted. His cock seemed bigger, harder, and his thigh muscles tensed under my hands. Victory. Yes, I deserve it. Gimme, I demanded. I probably should have added a "sir" in there, but Sam wasn't the only one on edge. Good, so good. His eyes fluttered shut, and his hand tightened in my hair. Do it. Make me come. Didn't seem like it would take much, and as soon as I sped up my rhythm, his breathing became that much choppier. I sucked hard as I could while taking him as deep as I dared. One more sweeping pass of my tongue, and he was coming in thick spurts, which I eagerly swallowed. His grasp on my hair changed from controlling to petting, stroking as he mumbled more praise. You did so good, Worth. Never ever felt so good. He tugged on my shoulder. Get up here. Do you think you deserve one more reward? Yes, sir. I moaned as I buried my face in his neck. He held me tightly with his left arm while his right hand got busy with my belt and fly. When he withdrew my cock, I almost came on the spot. The air alone felt erotic and freeing after the tight confines of my jeans, and his grip was exquisite, warm and firm. He already knew how I liked it, and I rocked upward with each stroke. Please, can I come? Please? You're so sexy and perfect. He captured my mouth in a kiss that left me trembling. Yes, you can come. Thank you. Oh, thank... I didn't get to finish the thought as I came in a white-hot rush of pleasure. My lips still tasted like Sam, and his scent and nearness filled my every sense, amping up the intensity of the orgasm. And Sam knew exactly how to milk me for every last drop, coaxing a few more spurts than usual. Like the rest of me, my cock couldn't help wanting to give Sam every damn thing he wanted. Oh, Worth. Continuing to breathe hard, he held me close, face buried in my hair. The things you make me feel. He trailed off, and I found his lips for a soft kiss. Nowhere near ready for him to finish that thought. He wanted me, all of me, and that was terrifying enough. I wasn't sure I could bear it if he put a label on all the emotions churning through us both. Releasing him, I stroked his back. Let's finish up here, and I can make you feel good things all over again at home. Home, he sighed happily. The word had been almost an afterthought for me and, quite possibly, a cum-addled accident, but if it pleased him so much, I wasn't about to correct him. I like it when you call it that. You're cute. I kissed him again. The house was where I was staying, was the bearer of so much of my past, the glimmer of my future, and the ever-present reminder of what I'd lost. But Sam wasn't nearly that complicated. He was home. Not the house, but his head next to mine on the pillow, his arm around me, and his body pressed against me. That was where I belonged, where I wanted to stay as long as I could. Chapter 21. Worth. You work too hard. Standing next to me at the counter in Blessed Bean, Sam glared at me like this was true. We'd been only moderately busy all week. For a sunny Friday, we should have been far more packed. And while I had worked long hours, hard was up for debate. I'm having fun. I didn't have to force my smile. I meant it. This had been one of the best weeks of my life. Yes, I'd had the depression group obligation and a few awkward conversations with old high school acquaintances, but for the most part, I'd spent the week high on Sam and the hustle and bustle of the coffee shop. I forgot how much I love making coffee and dealing with customers. The variety of interactions makes the day go so much faster than a dozen tabs of near-identical spreadsheets. Well,
and our continued after-hours sex fest didn't hurt either. The way I counted down to closing time each day. I bet couldn't pay me to be chained to a desk. George dramatically widened his eyes like the horror of a cubicle was more than he could possibly bear. "You're the best barista here," Marta added. She seemed to have appointed herself my biggest fan. Well, biggest after Sam, who'd spent all week praising my littlest accomplishments until I'd actually come to a place of pride in my skills. "And you make the rest of us better, too." George snorted at Marta's proclamation, but Sam nodded and rubbed my shoulder. "You've single-handedly solved a lot of our quality and consistency issues, but I want you to take a day off." "When you do," I countered. For all that he could be stubborn, so could I. Maybe we could go for another Sunday drive up to the Bluffs. Preferably without the hyper-emotional talk, but I didn't want to add that with our teen audience right there. Sure enough, Marta was already giggling. "Make-out mountain?" "Perhaps." Sam's tone was thoughtful. He and I had given up trying to hide our thing from the way too perceptive teens, and unlike me, he wasn't even blushing from Marta's tease. "After church and lunch with my folks?" He shot me a meaningful look. I hadn't given him a firm yes yet on the lunch invitation. His heated gaze offered a hell of an incentive, though. "You just want to drive my car," I tossed back, deliberately avoiding answering the question. "You let Sam drive?" George cackled like that was the most hilarious tidbit ever. "Sam's a better driver," I said firmly. Marta and Sam weren't the only ones who could be loyal, and it was true. I relaxed far more when Sam was in control, whether behind the wheel or in other more personal spaces. He was a fluid, competent driver, and not having to worry was more than worth handing over my keys. "Huh." George continued to laugh. "Speaking of time off, I'm going to another concert on Saturday. Alone." "I need to go check our cup stock." Marta stalked off toward the supply room. "How do I get her to a yes?" George asked no one in particular. "Beats me. I'm the least romantic person on earth, doomed to be single for eternity." "I beg to differ." Sam bristled like I'd insulted him, not my own meager dating skills. "I'm gonna go check on Marta." Crap, I said something wrong. I held up my hands, but George simply shook his head. "Yep, but hell if I know what." He grinned impishly, clearly eager to see how I got myself out of this mess. But apologizing to Sam would have to wait, because the front door of the shop tinkled, announcing a customer. I looked up to see Sam's mom making her way to the counter. She carried a large, colorful woven purse and had sunglasses perched on her fluffy hair, giving her a much younger air. "What'll it be?" I asked, careful to face her so she could read my lips, as I used more of my rusty signing skills. "My regular," she replied, signing far slower than she would for Sam. She'd been in enough this week that I had her iced caramel chai memorized. I made her drink quickly, putting it in a to-go cup. "Want me to get Sam?" I spoke slowly as I signed. "No, you come sit with me." She could be every bit as convincing as Sam when she wanted to be. I glanced over at George, but he didn't provide an escape. "Go on." He waved toward the bank of empty tables, too helpful for his own good. "We've got barely anyone in, and you know Sam would want you to take a break." "You win. Let me carry your drink." I smiled at Mrs. Bookman, following her to a table by the window that faced the patio. "Oh, look at Cal working on the patio fence." Keeping her signing slow and simple, she pointed to where Cal had removed all the twisted old and rusted fencing. He'd replaced it with jaunty low wooden fencing that included a working gate and was currently painting it bright white. "You should go talk to him."
I should have known she'd come on a mission, but I managed to suppress a groan. Patio looks good, almost done.
Exactly. Good chance to talk to him today.
She gave me the same smiling but stern look Sam was so talented at. About what? I wasn't playing dumb. I honestly wasn't sure where to start with Cal. We weren't going to be buddies, that much was certain, and I already had the depression group counselor on me to share. I didn't need to unload on Cal, too. Mrs. Bookman held up a long, elegant finger for me to wait while she dug out her ever-present notepad and pencil.
When my Sienna died, I didn't want to talk about her or what happened. Not with anyone. I had so much anger for the whole world. I pushed away many who wanted to help. Cal just wants to help.
I don't know what I need, I admitted in a moment of stark honesty. More information? Less? I don't even know anymore. Don't even know why certain details bug me so much. Face kind, she shrugged as she resumed writing.
Because they do. Details matter, and they hurt like knives. Does it help if I say your mother deserved far better?
Unable to speak, I gave a tight nod.
She was a good person, and I miss her.
Signing, she repeated the phrase, I miss her. I pressed my lips tightly together in a losing bid to keep from tearing up. Me too, I signed without speaking.
I know.
Nodding, she gave my clasped hands a tight squeeze before picking up her pen again.
She gave so much of herself. Church, clubs, school, you. Whatever mistakes she made didn't take away from her accomplishments. Good people make mistakes.
Finishing up, she stared me down as if willing me to truly believe. I inhaled sharply, not sure whether I could agree.
Whatever your opinion of her actions, she loved you, and she would want you to be happy.
Mrs. Bookman wrote in precise lettering, I can't pretend all the bad stuff didn't happen.
Of course it happened, she wrote quickly, but it also doesn't negate the good memories.
My eyes went from stinging to actively leaking, 2 big tears rolling down my cheeks. There are some good ones.
Yes.
She reached down and pulled out a spiral-bound book from her large purse.
Like this.
What is it? She wrote quickly, pen flying.
This is one of the last copies of a cookbook we did for a church fundraiser back when you were in elementary school. So many of her recipes are in here, cookies especially, but holiday and special meals too. I saved her copy from the estate sale. When you're ready, I saved your family photo albums too.
Oh. My mouth flopped like a helpless fish, and she came around the table to put her plump arms around me, holding me tightly as I cried. I turned so she could see my mouth. Thank you. Thank you. Releasing me, she signed,
You are loved.
Thank you. I squeezed my eyes shut.
What happened?
Sam rushed over, looking ready to do battle with his own mother for making me cry. It's all good. Your mom brought me a gift.
That made you cry?
Sam continued to frown as I held up the cookbook. Mom's cookies.
Oh.
And then he was hugging me too. His mom signed something quickly, and Sam translated.
Mom says to tell her which recipe, and she'll make anything in the book for dessert on Sunday.
The 2 of you, I groaned.
Sorry, don't mean to pressure you.
Sam kissed the top of my head, apparently not caring that his mom was right there.
Just think about it?
I nodded. Then, because it felt like Mrs. Bookman's kindness needed some sort of gesture, I added, I miss her 7-layer bars.
Yes, she beamed at me as she signed. I will make them. Eventually, she headed out, and Sam and I worked quietly cleaning up, but I had a strange restlessness I couldn't shake. I'm going to take Cal a drink, I said at last. What's he been drinking most this week? The sweetened herbal iced tea Marta dreamed up, the one in the pitcher near the front of the fridge. He'll appreciate it. Sam looked like he wanted to say a heck of a lot more, but he admirably restrained himself. I scurried off with the drink, not entirely sure what I was doing. Brought you some tea. It's hot today. I held out the cup as Cal looked up from the section of fence he was painting. Thanks. He regarded me coolly, eyes wary. The patio looks great. A bead of sweat rolled down my back, making my shoulders shift, as uncomfortable as the rest of me. Thank you. For the patio? His mouth twisted, giving his face an expression just shy of insult. It's a job, and Sam's a good one. Happy to help. Yeah. That I didn't simply drift back inside had to count for something. You're good at that, I guess. Helping. I don't do the recovery dives for thanks. Cal cut past my bullshit with a single sentence. Why then? The question tore loose from my throat like it had been waiting far longer than I'd realized. To solve mysteries? Ha. He gave a brittle laugh. Hardly. I'm not Monroe, or Holden for that matter. I dive because it gives me something to do. Oh. The word tasted sour. Hell of a hobby. Perhaps that's what I'd been fighting against since my return. I didn't like being a hobby or a mystery. This was my life. And for better or worse, she'd been my mother, not a puzzle piece. Logically, I understood why people would want to solve the biggest cold case in Safe Harbor's history, but emotionally was a different story. How dare he make a treasure hunt out of my life? I glared at him until he held up a hand. It's something to do other than lose myself to the darkness. You seem like a guy who knows that feeling. The crushing weight of nothing to do. Yeah, I allowed softly. Some might golf, write songs, climb mountains, but I don't have those talents. I'm a diver. I dive. If I hadn't kept diving after my discharge, I'm not sure I'd be here. His voice was bruisingly blunt. You've got certain skills. Need to use them. Feel useful. My dusty, battered MBA sprung to mind, along with how damn untethered I felt, unable to work in the industry I'd spent nearly 2 decades in. I get it. I'm not sure you do. Cal shook his head. It's not about keeping my skills sharp or justifying my time. Each dive for me is like this coffee house is for Sam, or the church is for his dad. Service? A greater purpose? I struggled with words, but was starting to see what he meant. A way to give back? All of that, but also it's sacred. He offered me a crooked smile. Sorry, I know that sounds poetic, but it's not the warm, fuzzy feeling you're thinking. It's humbling, brings me to my knees, over and over. Every damn dive tests me, guts me too often, and it's a privilege, but the sort no one wants. But it helps with the darkness, doing the dives? I had to know. Some. He gave me a maddening shrug. Wish I had better answers for you. We all just gotta do what we do to get through. I give closure where I can. Doesn't make up for the closure some of us never got. Oh, I understood now, finally. Atonement. He wasn't only fighting darkness. He was making amends. And fuck, that was noble,
because hell if I even knew how to turn my mountain of guilt into something useful. I stood in awe of Cal at last. "Don't you put me on a pedestal," he warned, shaking a long finger. "You, of all people, should get it. Sure, deeds might be more tangible than words, but sometimes they feel like just another hollow condolence. Take your situation. Maybe closure's overrated. Knowledge sometimes hurts." I regarded him solemnly, holding his gaze. "Yep," he nodded sharply, "but so does not knowing." "No winning." I sunk down on one of the new-to-us lounge chairs. Thank you. Thank you for trying, for bringing her home. She deserved that." My voice came out croaky. Sam was right. The word home had power and weight, but it was true here, and perhaps I hadn't thought of things like that before. Cal hadn't merely helped solve a mystery. He'd returned something missing to where it belonged. And yeah, the knowledge, the facts revealed, hurt. No escaping that. But Cal had done right by my mom, better than I'd ever managed. And for the second time that day, I was brought to tears, great gasping breaths. Hey now." Cal crouched in front of me. "She's home now. That matters." "It does. It really does." I wiped my eyes. "I was mad at you, and I know that's not fair, but it makes me so damn angry. In the fucking water, all those years, so close and so far away. But you're not the one who put her there. You're the one who brought her back." My voice wavered, a thread in the breeze. "Thank you." "No thanks needed," he said gruffly. "Told you, it's a damn privilege what I get to do, and you're the only one who has to do the real hard work." "I do?" "Yeah, you do. Otherwise, that darkness is gonna keep eating you up. You're the one who has to make sense. Find what passes for peace for you. Only you can do that." "I'm trying." I took a deep breath. "It's hard." "Yep, it is." He held my gaze steadily, giving me dignity even as I fell apart on him. "Hey, a group of us, mainly vets but a few civvies, have a PTSD support group. Casual thing, you'd be welcome." "I don't have PTSD." I tilted my head from side to side, trying to get my stiff neck to pop. "Depression, yeah, but no one's ever called it PTSD for me." "Maybe they should start." Huh. There was a certain sense to that logic. Trauma, post-traumatic stress. I'd had a trauma, and I sure had stress over it. "I'll think about it." "And think about church on Sunday," Cal added as he straightened. "Not you too," I groaned. "I know it would mean a lot to Sam's mom." "No, it would mean a lot to Sam." "Oh." I studied my hands, wringing my fingers. "I'm a newcomer, but even I know he's got it bad for you." Cal's voice was gentle but firm. "And like I said, he's a good one." "He is." I bit my lower lip. "I don't want to hurt him." "Then don't." Cal made it sound so damn easy. However, I wasn't so certain. Hurting Sam was the last thing I ever wanted to do, but letting him down seemed inevitable. Like earlier when I'd said something wrong, I needed to make it up to him, but I wasn't sure I knew how to be the man Sam deserved.
Chapter 22. Sam. A strange rustling woke me up on Sunday morning. I cracked an eye open as Worth emerged from the bathroom in a towel, a most pleasant sight, But instead of coming back to bed where he belonged, he was riffling through the bags of clothing he'd picked up at the second-hand store to supplement all the T-shirts he'd been borrowing from me. "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice rough from sleep.
"Getting dressed."
Not bothering to glance back at me, Worth dropped the towel and pulled on a pair of the boxer briefs he'd also purchased. "Nice butt. You should bring it over here." I patted the empty spot next to me where he should be. The motion made Buttercup look up from her place at the foot of the bed. "Remember, I gave you the day off."
"Church is at 8:30, right?"
He glanced back over his shoulder as he stepped into a pair of dark dress pants. "You're coming?" This was news, because he'd been non-committal about church and lunch with my family all week. I'd stopped pushing after his emotional day on Friday. "You don't have to."
"I know I don't have to."
Buttoning up a crisp white shirt he'd grabbed from the closet, he crossed the room to drop a kiss on my head.
"And that's why I want to."
"Church together. People will think we're a couple," I warned, trying to add a laugh, but failing.
"We kind of are, right?"
Worth quirked his lips as he scratched Buttercup's ears.
"I messed up on Friday when I joked with George that I'm not romantic. I should have said I've never been good at romance before you."
"I could have done better than stomping off," I admitted. I'd purposefully not brought up the matter all Saturday, but I did appreciate his apology.
"I don't know how to make you the promises you deserve, but I'm also not ashamed to be part of a couple with you, if that's what you want."
I tugged him closer for a real kiss, sweet and slow.
"Hey now, don't want to be late for church,"
he yelped when I tried to pull him into the bed with me. "Sudden craving for boiled percolator coffee?"
"Perish the thought."
He shuddered before straightening and snapping his fingers.
"Come on, Buttercup."
Bid for morning sex denied. I hurried through my shower and breakfast. We left Buttercup and Delilah sharing the couch again. Worth had bought Buttercup a couple of chew toys, but she seemed to prefer lazy lounging. When we'd taken her to the vet to rule out a microchip, they'd estimated she was 3 or 4, which made sense since she had good energy without puppy silliness. But even without being rowdy, Buttercup finding friendship with my aloof cat was most unexpected. As we entered the church, we didn't get farther than the rotunda area before Ginny Davis stopped us with a near-maniacal grin. "Sam, so good to see you, and look who you brought this week." She beamed brightly at Worth, who suffered through the obligatory small talk of Ginny reminding him she'd been friendly with his mother and inquiring about his well-being before she turned her vulture-like attention back to me. "Did you think about the offer?"
"What offer?"
Worth asked before I could reply. "Some developer wants to buy up downtown." I waved a hand. It wasn't particularly nice of me, but I couldn't help wishing Ginny would fall into the nearby circular fountain. They tried to get the lucky penny before Monroe put his foot down and said he wouldn't sell.
"They want to buy the coffee house? Because you own the building?"
Worth frowned, but his expression was more thoughtful than my own glower. "They can keep on wanting because they're not getting." "Your loss," Ginny chirped. "It's a mighty generous offer." "Some things are priceless." I shot Worth a pointed look.
"And some things are practical,"
he shrugged, clearly having missed my unspoken message entirely. "I'll just leave you my card." Ginny offered us both a plastic smile. "Again." "Thanks." I pocketed the card because pitching it in the fountain would be rude. Turning back to Worth as Ginny tottered away on her spiky heels, I lowered my voice but kept it firm. "I'm not selling. Ever."
"You could get a different, cheaper location. Increased liquidity wouldn't be a bad thing given your ongoing cash flow issues."
Worth sounded every inch the Ivy League MBA, and I made a rude noise. I'm not running a business. This isn't a corporation. Exhaling hard, I softened my tone. We were in a church, after all, and Worth was only trying to help. This is about so much more than bottom lines. I know. Staying true to his earlier assertion about not caring what people thought, he put an arm around me. And you do amazing work. The kids love you and need you and the whole organization and its programs. But the work is you, not the location. You're right, but I don't like it, I huffed. And we're staying put. Here's to hoping the opening of the pup patio this coming week is a huge success. We're in the right place for hope. Trying to recover my usual optimism, I grinned. I'd say a prayer business turns around if I thought the universe listened to me. I don't pray for particular outcomes. Sobering my tone, I leaned into his embrace. I pray for the strength to deal with whatever happens. Oh. Worth swallowed like he was thinking hard, but right then Holden waved as he wheeled toward us. Looks like Sam finally dragged you here. About time. He smiled warmly at us both. Cal's sitting with the choir today. I'm not supposed to know he's doing a solo, so I can't look nervous on his behalf. Come distract me and sit with me? Sure. We followed Holden to one of the accessible front rows with room for wheelchair seating. The pew was also placed with a good view of the sign language interpreter, so I wasn't surprised when my mother slid in beside me a few minutes later with a little wave for the young female doing the interpreting. We had a group of paid certified interpreters that rotated, and they were often joined by high school and college students working their way toward certification. As the service started, I couldn't help smiling. Worth on one side, my mom on the other, my dad welcoming folks in his radio-worthy baritone. It was everything I'd ever wanted, and when Worth gave my hand a discreet squeeze, my heart swelled to almost painful proportions. I'd wanted this for years, and not simply my schoolboy crush on Worth, back when I'd wanted the hot high schooler as a status symbol. No, I'd spent the past 15 years wanting this. A loving partner to show off, sure, but also someone to hold my hand, to value my time and energy, to understand why I loved this place so much and what it meant to me, and why I came back week after week, long after any familial obligation was over. Wow, he's good. And look at the kids. Cute, Worth whispered to me, as Cal and the choir did a lively number about Jonah that got all the kids in the service hyped. I followed Worth's gaze to the family 2 pews over, a pair of moms who came into the coffee shop often with their blended multicultural family of adoptees. Maybe someday. Super cute, I agreed, continuing to hold Worth's hand. Bet our kids wouldn't be so well-behaved. It was a blatant fishing expedition, but Worth merely squeezed my hand and gave me a far more indulgent look than I deserved. Your kids? They'd be dancing in the aisle and climbing the altar. Guilty. I floated happily along on a cloud of someday as the choir took their seats so my dad could continue the theme of Jonah and the true meaning of faith and forgiveness. As always, my dad spoke and signed his sermon, a comforting familiarity. However, I was too caught up in Worth's nearness to absorb most of the familiar lesson, and indeed, I almost missed standing for the final hymn. I'd also wanted someone for the after-church socializing, a reason to leave early, someone to exchange knowing glances with, someone to be proud of, all of that. Bring on the sappy, mushy, sentimental stuff. I was all for it. I'd been the single guy at far too many events not to enjoy every moment of having Worth by my side. And that it was Worth, specifically, made a huge difference. Sure, he was handsome and well-dressed and the guy who lit my bedroom on fire, But he was also Worth. Kind to my mom, using his returning signing skills with her and her friends, and quick to heap praise on me and the coffee shop whenever he could. In sum, he was the perfect boyfriend. So glad you made it. You both need a day off. You work too hard. Signing quickly, my mom greeted us with a playful scolding as we gathered at their nearby house for lunch. In addition to Worth and me, there were several friends and neighbors, pleasant chatter filtering from the dining room and backyard to the living room.
"Sam's the one who does most of the work,"
Worth said loyally, pausing so I could translate.
"I get to play around with the espresso machine all day. It's fun."
"I'm thankful you could join us for lunch, Worth." Both speaking and signing, my father came into their cozy living room, having exchanged his suit for rolled-up shirt sleeves and an open collar. Taller than me, with far less hair, he had my nose and wide hands. A pair of wire-rimmed glasses perched on his face, precarious as always.
"Thank you for having me."
Worth gave him a hearty handshake.
"Good sermon, sir."
"None of that sir business. It's Peter." Dad clapped him on the back as he steered us toward the dining room and adjacent patio where the others were gathered. "And thank you. Jonah is one of my favorite lessons."
"If only everyone's prayers for rescue worked like that."
Worth's tone was almost wistful. I pulled up short in the dining room doorway, eager to hear how my dad might respond. "I like to think all prayers are heard. Sometimes the answer isn't what we hoped or comes in a far different form than we wanted." Dad echoed Worth's thoughtful tone. "To me, Jonah and the whale has always been more about forgiveness than a reward for faithfulness."
"Yes, because God had to forgive Jonah,"
Worth nodded. "No, Jonah had to forgive himself for disobeying God, and let go of his anger at God."
"Oh."
Worth's mouth made a perfect circle.
"Maybe I need to reread that entire passage."
"Maybe so." Dad gave his shoulder a friendly squeeze. "And I'm here if you need to talk through it."
"Thank you, sir. Peter."
"Now, enough deep philosophical talk before the food." Dad seemed to pick up on Worth's tenuous mental state and adopted a lighter tone. "I've been desperate to know what you think of Sam's big plans for his house."
"Sam's plans?"
Worth's forehead crinkled.
"Oh, yeah, housing foster teens. That's a great idea."
He managed to sound supportive, but his expression was rather confused and grew more so as Dad continued to enthuse. "The next step is helping him track down some more furniture, but I love what he's done with the upstairs rooms so far."
I haven't looked in the upstairs rooms."
Worth's expression went from confused to distinctly pained. Eyes wide, Dad blinked several times, then removed his glasses to clean them. "Surely you're not sleeping on the couch, Sam?" "Okay, moving on." I shepherded the three of us into safer conversational waters, joining a lively group of older women for my mom's chicken and dumpling lunch. And while the 7-layer bar dessert was worth any awkwardness, I was still plenty relieved when we returned to my house after lunch. No big emergencies at the coffee shop, so the rest of the afternoon stretched tantalizingly in front of us. However, Worth seemed far more contemplative than seductive, heading right for the stairs after we let Buttercup out.
"Show me the rooms."
Hand on the banister, he turned back toward me, eyes stormy.
"I can't believe I let myself go, 2 or 3 weeks now? Just pretending like the second floor doesn't exist."
"And that's fine." I tried to soothe him with a hand on his back, but he kept marching up the stairs. "You'll see the rooms when you're ready, and if that's not today, that's totally okay. No pressure."
"I'm never going to be ready."
His expression was like cardboard, dull and flimsy, one good rainstorm away from collapsing.
but it's part of your vision for the house, like your dad said. You want to fill this place with kids, and that's not a terrible idea."
"Ringing endorsement," I teased, then sobered. As long as I could remember, I'd wanted a large family. Growing up first with a much older sibling and then as essentially an only child, I'd always known I wanted a partner and a house full of kids. In college, I'd watched a documentary about older kids awaiting adoption and foster placements, and I'd decided then and there that I'd focus on those harder-to-place ages. My work at the coffee house with young adults had only strengthened my desire to provide a home and family for tweens and teens in need. I really do want kids. I've done the classes and required certifications, made it through the home study a few weeks back. I've been working with my caseworker as to whether a group foster home situation, foster to adopt placements, or a combination of the two might be best. I paused, but Worth nodded for me to keep going. There seems to be some reluctance around me being a single guy, and no placements have been offered yet. However, I could see the possibilities even before I bought the house. I know it's beyond complicated for you, but my vision of a family is a big part of my dreams for the future. And so was Worth, but I didn't want to add that right then and spook him. But a partner had always been part of the vision, and while I'd matured, that mythical partner had always looked an awful lot like Worth.
"I like your big dreams,"
he said softly, and maybe he couldn't quite add himself to the equation yet, but that support meant something.
"Your kids are going to need their own pew, and I wasn't kidding about them not staying seated. You'll have to work on your enforcer voice."
I think my stern voice works fine. Tilting my head, I gave him a long stare until his cheeks turned pink.
"True. And yeah, I'm not ready to see the rooms, but I also need to, because this is important to you. So show me where this soccer team's worth of teens will live."
Okay. Strangely nervous, belly fluttering, I let him lead the way upstairs. There were originally 4 rooms up here. The small guest room will likely eventually be an office for me, and your mom's sewing room is slated to be a single room. I started there, opening the door to the room, which had great natural light thanks to 2 dormer windows. We'd painted the walls a light purple that had some gray overtones. Neutral but nice next to the white bed frame my mom had picked up bargain shopping. No other furniture yet, other than a small bookcase where Mom had stowed some of her favorite classics.
"I like the wall color,"
Worth said softly, pausing by the bookshelf to thumb through a worn copy of Anne of Green Gables.
"Mom liked this book too."
Good. I could barely speak, and my hands trembled.
"My room next."
Leaving the sewing room, Worth strode determinedly to the room next door. "You don't have to—" I trailed helplessly behind him as he threw open the door to his former room.
"Oh, wow."
Standing in the doorway, he licked his lower lip while breathing hard.
"There's a mural."
He took a tentative step into the room painted sky blue. Along the longest wall, we'd painted the outline of a cityscape. "It's chalk paint," I explained, pointing to a bucket of colorful chalk hanging from a hook. "It was Knox's idea. That way the kids can add their own touches to it, like windows and trees and signs, whatever they dream up."
"I like it."
He leaned against the wooden bunk bed on the opposite wall.
"And I always did want one of these. Would have made for easier sleepovers."
"Yeah." My voice was still thicker than a premium mattress and about as dense. I wanted to reach for him, but I wasn't sure which of us might shatter first if I did. Worth drifted out of the room, heading past the remodeled bathroom with its double sinks to the former primary suite, the one place I hadn't been able to imagine living myself. As soon as Cal had proposed the attic idea, I'd known exactly what I wanted to do with this room instead of occupying it myself. If you like bunk beds, you might like this. I took a fortifying breath as I reached past him to open the door. This room is so huge that we were able to make it a quad with double bunks, and then this room has its own bathroom too. Bright. Gazing around at the apricot-colored walls, he crossed the room to peek into the ensuite yellow bathroom, where we'd gone with a fun beach theme with surfboard curtains. Never realized how big the room was. Or light. 3 windows. Wow. He sunk down in front of the row of bunks. I'm shaking, and I don't even know why. I am too. Plopping down next to him, I held out my own hands. It's okay if you hate the room, or if it makes you angry. Whatever you feel, it's okay. I don't feel much of anything. He ran his hands through his hair, sunlight catching the golden strands. And that's good. I used to be so afraid of that door. I wasn't supposed to wake them up if I couldn't sleep. Oh, Worth. It was me. I was going to be the first to cry. And I wasn't allowed in here to play, so I only have hazy memories of the room. Big bed, pink floral spread, dark walls and wood furniture, big pieces, dreary. This is good. Exhaling what sounded like 40 years of pent-up breaths, he rubbed his knees. Good. This is good. It's going to make some kids really, really happy. I hope so. And I hoped he'd be there by my side, but rather than voice that wish, I settled for taking both his hands in mine, holding them tightly. And I want to believe my parents were happy here. Both of them, at least some of the time. They had to be, right? He pressed his lips tightly together. I remember them happy. I'd only ever seen their public-facing selves, but if it would help Worth, I'd share my memories too. Your dad making your mom laugh at a 4th of July barbecue, her touching his sleeve or neck. I know their relationship was complicated, but I think there were happy moments. Yeah. He let his head fall forward onto my shoulder. There were happy moments. I'm working on remembering. Dad and I making pancakes while Mom slept in. Dad teaching me how to drive and not telling Mom when he let me speed on the back roads. And Mom doing the exact same thing. Holidays. Dad saying, "That's my girl," when she'd bring out the turkey. Yeah, happy. Not always, but it was there. That's good. I held him close. Not that the bad didn't exist, but it's okay to shift your focus from the hard times to the good. You're talented at that. He gave me a damp smile, not crying exactly, but his eyes were teary and red. Seeing the bright side? I kissed the top of his head. Yeah, I need to do that more. Tilting his head up, he ghosted a kiss across my mouth. Thank you. Thank you. What do you need now, Worth? I asked softly. I thought I knew, but I wanted to hear it from him. You. I need you. Give me some more good memories. Upstairs, in our room, please. My pleasure. Standing, I extended a hand to help him up. Our room. My whole body was thrilled with his words. There truly wasn't much I wouldn't do for this man, but the way he needed me was like catnip for my soul, a thing I'd craved and never even known about. Worth wanting me was wonderful, but him needing me was absolutely intoxicating. Let's go.
Chapter 23. Worth. Maybe it wasn't fair to Sam, the way I used sex to buffer uncomfortable emotions, but right then, confronted with all the changes to the second floor, as well as the things that triggered lingering memories, I wanted Sam to put me right again. He was my center. The depression group emphasized self-care activities like meditation and journaling. Sam was that for me, my favorite form of self-care, and the thing that rebalanced me. He could put me on my knees and clear my head with a single word. I hoped he would do exactly that. Yet when we reached the 3rd floor, Sam headed purposefully through the bedroom, bypassing the bed and all its delicious distraction possibilities, heading right for the bathroom. "What are we doing?" I asked. We'd both showered prior to church. "We are taking a bath." Looping his arms around my neck, he gazed fondly at me as if offering a gift. "In the middle of the afternoon? On a Sunday?" Funny, I sounded far more like the scandalized virgin than Sam, who released me to start confidently stripping off his dress shirt. "Yes, Worth, people can take bubble baths any time of day, and getting clean is hardly a sin." His eyes glittered. "Of course, the plans I've got in mind are plenty naughty, but not sinful. Nothing we do when we make love is a sin. I refuse to believe that." "I agree. Nothing between us is a sin." I skated my hands down his bare shoulders. "Everything you make me feel is too right to be wrong. Even the hard things. You make the difficult stuff hurt less. No saying thank you." He placed a finger over my lips. "It feels right to me too. And no thinking about the hard parts right now. Strip." "Yes, sir." He tilted his head, watching intently as I made quick work of my clothes. "You really do like following orders, don't you?" I gave a slightly uncomfortable laugh as I nodded. "Don't ask me to analyze it. I like not having to guess. Guessing games are stressful. I like knowing exactly what I have to do to earn a reward." "Exist." Grinning affectionately, Sam removed his pants before embracing me tightly from behind. "But if you want specific orders, make us a bubble bath. Hot but not too hot. Lots of bubbles." He made a little go-ahead gesture, raising an eyebrow like he had high standards for bath making. The hint of sternness made me want to give him towers of bubbles. Forget if it was silly for adults. If Sam ordered it, then Sam was getting the perfect bath. "You're good at giving orders." I added a healthy amount of the herbal bubble bath he had on the side of the tub, along with a scoop from the jar of Epsom salts nearby. The Japanese-style deep tub was tucked against an attic eave, not the longest, but more than able to accommodate 2 adults. The way Sam indulged his own comfort was inspiring to me. I'd ignored such things for far too long, acquiring status symbols, but never really thinking about what would replenish me. And if Sam ordered me to do that kind of self-care, well, so much the better. "You're easy to boss around." Standing next to me, Sam swirled a hand through the steamy water. "Maybe because you seem to need it so much." "I do." My voice wavered, a moment of bald honesty. "I need someone to please, someone with clear expectations, someone without—" I trailed off because up until a few weeks ago, I would have added wanting someone with no complicated emotions. But with Sam, it had been complicated from the jump, and emotional went without saying. Crazy as it was, I craved how everything with Sam was tinged with layers of feeling. Terrifying, but I wouldn't trade him in what we had. "No games," I said instead. "Someone I can't let down." "Worth?" Sam grabbed my bare shoulders, stopping me from adding more bubbles. "You can't let me down. Ever." "You have so much faith in me." I stared at the sudsy water, unable to look him in the eye because I knew better. "Always." Tipping my chin with gentle fingers, he forced me to meet his gaze. "Listen to me. You are not a disappointment to anyone. The world is better with you in it." I'm trying to believe that. My voice came out all croaky. Even if no one else notices, I tend to let myself down. Sky-high expectations and all.
I know, and I know you're trying. You're doing great. Just keep remembering it's okay to be human.
Sam kissed me so sweetly and thoroughly that I almost forgot about the filling tub until he released me and switched off the tap.
Now into the water. Be good, and I'll let you scrub my back.
Thank you. After we settled in the hot water, I proceeded to do just that, using a big fluffy sponge sitting near the bath salts. There were simple pleasures in the warm water, the slippery bubbles, his pink and soapy skin, the small sounds of encouragement he made. Maybe it's good to be human.
It is.
Smiling, he carefully turned to face me and made a happy noise as I soaped his chest. I loved how the auburn fuzz tickled my fingers.
And come on, admit it, bubbles are pretty awesome.
I wrung out the sponge, watching the bubbles roll down his defined upper arms and chest. Yeah, they are. Giving in to a silly impulse, I made a tower of bubbles and set it on his damp hair like a crown. King Sam, I love it. He preened until we were both chuckling.
My turn.
With no more warning than that, he blew a big handful of bubbles at me, so I had to return the favor, flicking a shower of bubbly water in his direction. And then it was on, a bubble war that ended with Sam half sprawled over me, laughing so hard his torso shook against mine. He pressed me into the back of the tub, pinning me against the cool porcelain.
Pray for the floor.
His tone was rather proud right before he kissed me, slithering and stretching so that one foot rested against the tap. He was the sexiest ginger merman ever. Pray for my heart. I almost said it aloud, like my heart wasn't already Sam's, like I had any chance of escaping his hold over me. Nope. Hook, line, sinker. He had me. Any illusion of control over my emotions was as fragile as the rapidly popping bubbles. Pray for Sam's heart. That might be more accurate, because his was more at risk. I remained unconvinced of my ability to protect him from my own dumbassery. Not liking that line of thinking, I slid lower in the bath. Water sloshed over the side of the tub, but the adjustment brought our cocks more directly in line.
Oh, I like that.
Grinning triumphantly, he straddled me properly and took both our cocks in his slick grip. I put a hand over his, but he brushed it aside.
Hands back. Hold on to the tub. Let me drive.
Always. I smirked as I followed his instructions. As if I have a choice.
You do, but you also love letting me steer.
His tone was much more serious than my flippant joking. I do. I gentled my own voice, stretching to try to capture his mouth. Kiss me.
Bossy?
He granted me my kiss before biting the corner of my mouth, and I gasped. In an astoundingly short amount of time, he'd figured out how much I craved the sting of pain with my pleasure. One intensified the other, and Sam was already a maestro at giving me exactly what I needed. Leaning forward, he nibbled down my neck and shoulders, raking his teeth over my collarbones and leaving me trembling. "Please, Sam," I panted. I kept to his orders and didn't reach for him, but I couldn't help rocking against him, trying to encourage him to stroke us both off. His cock felt delicious pressed against mine in his tight grasp, and it was entirely possible I might come simply from the pressure and the little love bites. More, please.
Because you asked so sweetly.
He started stroking, a motion that started under the water, gliding over our cocks, making bubbles swirl and dance around us.
Returning to the tender skin of my neck and chest, he latched on for a deep kiss that had me moaning and squirming. Releasing my flesh, he gazed up at me, eyes glossy and intense. "I do love seeing you come apart from me." "I am." I groaned a low and lusty sound that echoed off the tile walls. My back arched and my thighs burned, and still it wasn't enough. I pressed my knees harder into the tub, the ache pushing me higher and closer. "Please, please let me come." "You're good." Sam kept stroking and peppering me with kisses, only his harsh breathing betraying that he also struggled for control. "So good for me." "Yes, I am." The words sprang free, not from some power game, but because I actually believed it in that moment. I was good. I was everything Sam wanted and needed, at least right then. I'd clutched the tub edges for years if he asked, but rather than my ability to follow orders, my value sprang more from how Sam gazed at me, like I was a mystical vision. He'd said earlier that I couldn't disappoint him, and I wasn't quite there on believing him, but in this, in what our bodies shared, I was certain of my ability to please him. "You are." His eyes flared hot and bright, speeding up his stroking. He also increased the pressure of his grip, which had us both moaning. Right as I was about to beg again, he shuddered. Come with me, now." And I did. No better able to deny him my climax than anything else. By sheer force of will, I kept my eyes open. Watching Sam come was the real vision. The way his skin flushed pinker, head tipped back, lips parted on a soundless wail, and hands clutching my hips. I'd never seen something so beautiful and precious, and as my orgasm ebbed, unexpectedly intense elations filled my every cell. Wow! Elation gave way to giddiness. I couldn't help laughing, full-body chuckles at our wet, wonderful, and sticky mess. Oh, wow. We're gonna need a shower and then a mop. Sam peered over the tub's edge at the puddles on the floor. And possibly a nap because my muscles have turned to mashed potatoes. Totally worth it. I laughed harder. Pun intended. Sam shook his head, chuckling along with me. Yup. I grinned at him, but something in his gaze made me sober. Tenderness, the likes of which I'd never known, flooded me. I finally released the tub edges to cup his face while trying to label what I saw in his eyes. His affection was a gift, one I couldn't begin to figure out how to say thank you for. Sam. I licked my parched lips. The water was cooling, and with it, my chance to say what I needed. The past few weeks have been everything. Everything. And I know you don't want thanks, but I hope you know. I know. His eyes were as soft and gentle as his hands on my torso, holding me close. And I feel the same way. I do. How? The gifts kept coming. The way he echoed my feelings was overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Tell me how to be what you need. Keep being you, that's all. Just be you. He pulled me down for a soft kiss. I wasn't sure it was all that simple, or enough. How could I possibly be enough for this marvel of a man? Chapter 24. Worth. Damn it. I peered at the spreadsheet on Sam's ancient laptop for the umpteenth time that afternoon. I might have moments where I doubted my value to Sam romantically, but I was good at numbers. Always had been. I trusted my analysis implicitly, but that didn't mean I liked what I was seeing. Well, how bad is the damage? Sam wandered over to the table in the back of the shop where I'd set up the computer to review bills and cash flow. Pretty darn bad. You're behind with almost every supplier. There was little point in sugarcoating the news, not that my pounding head and churning stomach would allow for much sweetness anyway. The cash reserves are dwindling, and the latest work training grants are held up by some legislative red tape, which means your ability to make payroll is in jeopardy, and business is down nearly 30% compared to this time last summer, at least from what I can tell from your limited records. Sam made a frustrated noise as he peered over my shoulders. Yeah, records have never exactly been my strong suit. Isn't there any good news in all those number boxes? I wish. I reached for his hand, pulling it over my shoulder. I didn't want to bring up the subject of the developer offer again, but it loomed large, at least in my mind. But Sam had an attachment to this building, this scrap of downtown. I, of all people, could understand that. After all, I was the one who'd driven hours and hours simply to see a particular tree. We'll turn business around. His voice was too bright. The pet patio has been popular. Might help if the patrons sitting out there actually purchased coffee from us. I gestured out the window at the patio, where a group of women sat. 2 of them had cups from Green Label Coffee with them, and none of them had food or beverages from us. Another seating area held a clump of students who'd brought a pair of beagles, but no coffee cups there either. Oops, I'll get Marta to make a sign that the patio is for patrons only. Good. I stretched, rubbing my chest. My heartburn had returned while I'd reviewed all the numbers. The ulcer medications were no match for dismal news. Are you okay? Sam leaned down to press a kiss on the top of my head. Stomach again? I'm fine. I hated that he needed to fuss over me. I should be helping him, not one more thing for him to be concerned over. Worry less about me and more about your shop. I can do both. His tone was wounded, which made my stomach ache that much more. Sorry, hard day. As far as apologies went, it was pretty weak, but it was the best I could do. I forgot my morning meds, so I had to go back to the house and take them way behind schedule, and I was late to my group. Then, instead of letting me sneak in the back, the counselor made me share. That does sound hard for you. He sounded genuinely sympathetic to my complaints. And probably why your stomach is off now. Yeah. I blew out a long breath. This therapist thinks I have PTSD. That's what Cal thinks too. The counselor called it unresolved trauma. There's a group for that apparently. God, I'm just so sick of dealing with my brain. I understand. I had to suck on my cheek to avoid saying something I'd regret. Instead, I stared down at our linked hands. Look, I'm trying not to take your bad mood personally. Sam sounded more irritated than usual, underscoring my ever-present worries that he'd eventually get sick of me and my drama and moodiness. I don't have to share your brain chemistry to understand how frustrating it can be to confront certain problems. Heck, I want to play ostrich about all these money problems. It's not fair. I made a sour face, hating how whiny I sounded even to my own ears. I'm doing all this work, therapy, medication, the group, possibly another group, and it still feels like I'm digging out from under a pile of wet sand. Every time I think I'm making progress, more sand gets dumped on me. Sam gathered me into a tight hug. I wish, like anything, I could make it easier on you. And I wish I didn't need anyone to give me special treatment. As soon as the sentence left my lips, Sam released me with a pained hiss. Wow, Worth, tell it like it is. Sorry. My apology was cut off by Marta hurrying over. Sam, we need you up front. A customer has a question. Coming. He gave me a last lingering look over his shoulder. We'll talk more later. Maybe before trivia night? Is that tonight? I groaned. Sam had missed the past few weeks of his weekly date with his friend group, a fact Holden had reminded him of at church on Sunday, and I'd possibly agreed to tag along, something I was dearly regretting right then. You don't have to go. His shoulders slumped. I was the worst kind of heel. Sam, later. He scurried after Marta, leaving me to put my head in my hands. Not surprisingly, after that, I couldn't concentrate on the spreadsheet, but I wasn't ready to return to the front either, so I surfed away from the spreadsheet window to my seldom-checked email. I had an email from an old professor, someone I'd reached out to at the beginning of the whole SEC investigation mess and never heard back from. She asked me to call ASAP. Luckily, she'd provided a number because I hadn't kept any contacts when I'd switched numbers. Taking my phone, I slipped out of the coffee shop to sit on the far corner of the patio. Professor Jenkins? Worth Stapleton. Her cultured voice was warm and welcoming, a far cry from most who'd known me back in the Bay. I was beginning to think you don't check email or voicemail these days. I don't. Realizing how that sounded, I backtracked. That is, I just happened to log in and see your message. What's the urgent matter? I'm slated to teach a graduate symposium in the fall on SEC investigations. Oh, I supposed I was about to be Exhibit A. The acid in my stomach rose to burn my chest and throat. Now, before you owe me away, let me explain. My graduate assistant has fallen through, and I thought of you because you've recently been through the awful process. Yep, been there, lost any shred of credibility I had, and I didn't do anything wrong. I know, Worth. I know you, and I've reviewed the case filings. Professor Jenkins was nothing if not thorough. You were tangled up in the whole mess, but the investigation couldn't find any evidence of misdoing on your part. I'm inclined to agree because I know your character. I'm sorry. I was out of the country on sabbatical most of last year. I know your reputation took a horrible hit. That's putting it mildly. My jaw clenched so tightly that it was hard to speak. I didn't want to list off all I'd lost. The condo, my friend group such as it was, and my professional contacts. But I also wasn't going to minimize the hell I'd been through. However, I always said you'd have a future in teaching, and I meant it. Way back when she'd been a younger professor and I'd been at the top of my MBA class, she'd tried to get me to take a teaching fellowship. I'd considered it briefly, but my ego had enjoyed the recruitment process from all the big firms too much. You've got a lot of knowledge to share, and you might as well put this sordid business to good use. In fact, spend a few semesters with us. Perhaps work on a few papers, and I wouldn't be surprised if the SEC itself hired you away. Might as well make lemonade out of lemons and all that. Isn't hiring me going to hurt your own rep? I asked. She might be pragmatic, but the last year had shown me others were far less willing to help when their credibility was at stake. My boy, I've been in this game so long now that my reputation is the last thing I'm worried about. And if it takes a little smudge or two to get you working for me, well, I'll risk it. There was a clicking sound on the other end of the line, like the professor was playing with the pen, undoubtedly while growing impatient with me. Now, when can we meet to discuss the details? I'm not in the Bay at the moment, I admitted. I went home. Home? Unlike Sam, who would have thrilled to hear me call it that, Professor Jenkins, a lifelong San Francisco resident, sounded mildly horrified. I wasn't aware you came from somewhere else. Safe Harbor. It's a little town in Oregon. I've been visiting a few weeks now. I glanced around for anyone listening.
I shouldn't have said visiting, but I wasn't sure what else to call my unplanned stay. My neck prickled. I wasn't sure why I felt disloyal, but I did. Well, get your behind back to where you belong so we can start planning the semester. There's still a career for you in finance, Worth. I'm grateful. I drew each word out, trying to buy time for a real answer. But Professor Jenkins always had to cut to the chase. Are you wanting out of the industry altogether? No, it's complicated. The professor wouldn't understand this little coffee shop and the joy I'd found here, and she might understand my feelings for Sam, but knowing her brisk style, she'd simply tell me to pack him up too. I'd dreamed of a call like this one for months, but now that the opportunity was here, my lips seemed to have forgotten how to say yes, and as to my heart, well, that was the complicated part. I suppose I can give you a few days to think and see if you can uncomplicate things, but then I'll need to move down my short list. You're at the top. Thank you. I understand. This was an opportunity many would jump at, and I honestly wasn't sure why I wasn't more excited. I pocketed my phone and sat in silence. My stomach rumbled unhappily, the gnawing pain as bad as it had been in weeks. In fact, when I pictured the Stanford campus and the hustle and bustle of the surrounding Bay Area, my stomach rebelled more. If I took the job, I'd need more ulcer meds. I needed to tell Sam. I owed him that much, but I didn't know which would be worse, if he told me to take the job or begged me not to. Worth, come quick. George came to the patio door, hair even more wild than usual and apron splattered with coffee and milk. I think the espresso machine is done for. Oh no. This was all Sam needed. A broken machine would break what was left of the bank for the business, and now my news would have to wait. I'd promised to help Sam save the business, but without an espresso machine, there might not be much business to save.
Chapter 25. Sam. Tell me it's fixable. I paced back and forth behind Worth, who was bent over the espresso machine, muttering and cursing as he searched for why it had suddenly stopped heating and would only sputter cool water. I'm not sure. Worth motioned for me to come closer with my phone, which we were using as a flashlight so he could examine the machine's innards. But you fixed it last time. I tried for an optimistic tone for my own benefit as well as for George and Marta, who were both hovering nearby. I have faith in you. Maybe it's a matter of ordering a new part? Marta suggested. That's smart. George nodded up and down like a yo-yo on a string. Shaking his head, Worth let out a defeated groan. Sweat beaded up on his temples. That would assume I knew what was broken. We'll figure it out. I forced a smile as I turned toward Marta. For now, put up a sign that the espresso machine is down, but we can do iced drinks and non-coffee drinks. On it. Marta headed to the art closet with George fast on her heels. There's the problem. Worth made a noise not unlike a tire rapidly deflating. Fuck. Darn it. I winced. That bad? I was hoping it was simply a gasket we could replace, but it looks like it's the boiler itself and part of the control board. It's an old machine. These kinds of catastrophic failures aren't unheard of. Mouth puckered and eyes pained, Worth dried off his hands on a rag. It was used when we got it. Since the teens were occupied, I let some weariness creep into my voice. It's held together with love and hope at this point, but like Marta said, we can order the parts, right? That's assuming the manufacturer still makes parts for this old model. The cost of a boiler might be close to a down payment on a decent new machine. And good luck finding someone who can service one this old and in this condition. Worth squished his eyes shut. I'm good, but replacing a control board and boiler is beyond me. Fuck. You tried. I didn't bother censoring his language. We only had a couple of customers in the shop, and it was the only applicable word to the situation. Putting an arm around his shoulders, I gathered him close. It's okay, Worth. It wasn't. This expense was the last thing we needed, and I had no clue how we'd find the funds to fix or replace the machine. But Worth was breathing hard, hand braced against the counter, and I was willing to tell a white lie if it helped him feel less terrible. My arm remained around him as a younger patron approached the counter. Anyone who wanted to have an issue with me showing Worth affection could take a number. Espresso machine is broken. I didn't finish the warning before the young woman squealed. She had green hair in stubby pigtails, dark lipstick, and a rapt expression that instantly put me on edge. "Oh my God, it is you, isn't it?" She leaned forward to gesture at Worth. "You're Worth Stapleton." "Who wants to know?" Drawing myself up to my full height, I stepped in front of him before he could answer. "I'm Ellie, of Ellie's Awesome Podcast Reviews. I'm kind of a true crime junkie." She pointed at her black t-shirt, which warned against messing with a woman who knows how to stage a crime scene. Lovely. "I'm spending my summer visiting the sites of some of my favorite crimes." "We're about to close early," I said firmly. "Marta, add another sign saying we're closing early on account of the machine being down, and we'll open for non-espresso drinks in the morning." Turning back to stare down Ellie, I hardened my voice further. "Sorry, but I'll have to ask you to leave now." "Oh, couldn't he sign something for me first?" Ellie pouted. "I'm a big Professor Justice fangirl, and I just loved his podcast series on the Stapleton housewife disappearance. So much drama. And now there's going to be a book."
"So there is."
Worth sounded 900 years old as he stepped around me.
"No autographs."
"Oh, please. I've driven out to the lake, walked around that cabin, driven by the house." "You did what?" My jaw flapped open as Worth made a wounded sound. "Don't worry," Ellie waved a hand dismissively. "I didn't go in or anything. There was a dog barking, so I didn't even park."
"I'm going to be sick."
Worth rushed away toward the restrooms. "You can leave now." I glared at Ellie. "And no more poking around town. This isn't some TV show." "I know." Her perky tone hadn't flagged one bit in the face of my ire. "That's what I love about true crime. Real people and places." "Yeah, real people with real losses." There was a granite edge to my voice. "Worth lost his mother and father both. Have some compassion." I shook a finger at her when she didn't budge. "And if you don't want a restraining order, you'll stop visiting private property." "Hey, I'm not some sort of stalker." She held up both hands, which featured black and white nails. "The Stapleton case is public knowledge." "Worth isn't. You leave him alone." I issued the order with every ounce of command I possessed, and Ellie finally scurried away. I immediately sent messages to Holden and Monroe, warning them about Ellie's true crime tourism. I doubted Holden intended for his podcast to have groupies, but I couldn't help how my back muscles tensed. While waiting for Worth to emerge from the restroom, I called Rob, our friend who was also the chief of police for Safe Harbor, to ask for advice on how to handle the situation. After finishing the call, I approached the restroom Worth had disappeared into. "Worth?" I knocked softly. "You okay?"
"No."
"Can I come in?" I'd already been on edge, and now my heart clattered against my ribs.
"I'll come out."
He slipped out the door to head for the nearby storeroom, sinking onto a stack of boxes of bagged coffee beans.
"Don't worry. I doubt I have anything left to hurl."
"Here." I handed him a bottle of water from the stash on the shelf. I alerted Holden and Monroe to the true crime junkie. Neither knew anything about her, and then I called Rob. As soon as he heard it was about you, he went into police chief mode in a hurry. He'll schedule some extra patrols to drive by our house.
Our house.
Worth all but spat the words.
I thought it's always going to be that house, the one connected with a notorious crime.
That's not entirely true. I placed a hand on the back of his neck, rubbing lightly. And I'm trying to help the house be something else, something more, filled with love and family. It's not the house's fault. That's why I rescued it from the developers.
The same ones that want to buy this place? They wanted to knock the house down?
Pulling away from my touch, Worth clenched the water bottle hard enough that it made a crackling noise.
Maybe you should have let them. Less chance of attracting true crime groupies. God, I didn't even know that was a thing.
One bad apple doesn't spoil the whole tree, Worth. It's a good house, and this is a good coffee shop. My voice came out low and urgent. I'd known he'd bring up selling as soon as the espresso machine broke, but now he had new ammunition. I know you're ready to sell this off to the developer, but places matter. History matters.
And so do fresh starts,
he countered, pacing to the far corner of the small room. Spinning on his heel, he pointed back toward the front of the coffee shop.
If you sell, you can likely afford better equipment in your next location.
I don't want a next location. I didn't make the mistake of reaching for him again, instead trying for a calming tone. I warned Ellie about coming back. I'll keep you safe. He shook his head.
There's no hiding in Safe Harbor.
Worth. He cut me off with a disgusted noise.
This is why I should take the job offer.
What job offer? A prickle raced down my spine, making my abs quiver and my knees clench.
An old professor of mine from Stanford wants me to come be a teaching assistant for a class in the fall. A way to redeem my reputation, get back into finance, maybe even work for the SEC.
Oh. The weight of that one syllable was almost more than the little storeroom could hold. I supposed I'd always known I couldn't hold him here, but I'd hoped, and I'd for sure thought I'd have more time. I see.
You could come.
He reached for my hand, but for the first time ever, I didn't reach back.
Chapter 26. Worth. You could come? As soon as I said it, I knew it was the solution to all my issues. Except Sam wasn't nodding, or reaching for my hand, or doing anything other than looking like I'd gut-punched him, complete with stricken expression and hunched posture. Sam? You want me to leave Safe Harbor? His voice was soft, harsher than a whisper but lower than his normal volume. To be with me. I put my hand down since he clearly wasn't about to grab it. You've said yourself there's a need for youth intervention services all over, and if you sell the building, the charity would have funds to start up elsewhere or expand. But this is where I want to make a difference. Sam's eyes were wide and dazed. Swallowing hard, he grabbed another water from the shelf, this one for him. Where I can make a difference. And you've done amazing, but maybe it's time to think bigger. Think of all the good you could do in San Francisco. What you're really saying is it's time to give up. He stopped to take a long swig of water. Don't fight for the coffee shop. Don't try to make my house a home. Don't put down roots in the one place I've ever loved and wanted to be. This is my home, Worth. I know. My chest hurt, a deeper ache than heartburn. This wasn't going to be nearly as simple as I'd hoped. But it's not mine. It could be. It was at one time. He fiddled with the water bottle label before staring me down. Do you really want back into the career that was sucking your soul? That's a little dramatic. Is it? Sam scoffed. Setting the water bottle aside, he laced both hands behind his head as if restraining himself from shaking me. When you arrived here, you were running on fumes, mentally, physically, emotionally, all of that. And you've done nothing but complain about how shallow and fickle your colleagues in investing were. Why would you want back into a world that was literally making you sick? I put my entire inheritance, the initial sale of the house, every cent I got after my parents, into getting my degrees. Investing and finance is all I'm good at, and I made a damn good living from it once upon a time. Tilting his head, Sam gave me the most skeptical look I'd seen from him. You can pull perfect espresso shots from a cranky old machine. You teach confidence to nervous 19-year-olds. You handle chaos in customers. Your worth isn't tied to your MBA or your earning potential. But if I made more money, I could help you more, fund more of your dreams? I tried for a hopeful tone, but my words came out closer to begging. You don't know me at all if you think I care about your salary. I care about you not operating in a world you hate. Sam paced farther away, each inch another prick to my soul. I was losing him. My dreams are rather simple, honestly, and they're all here. If you truly wanted to help, you'd stay and help me fight for what matters. It's you, isn't it? You're worth Stapleton. The true crime junkie's voice still rang in my ears. There would be no escape if I stayed. How many others would come simply to have a look at me? If I stay, I'll always be worth Stapleton. Sam made a frustrating noise. You're worth Stapleton in San Francisco, too. And you were worth Stapleton before your mother's disappearance, and you'll be worth Stapleton wherever you live. Ouch. He wasn't wrong, but I didn't like his point one bit. But I can be less prominent elsewhere, with fewer reminders every damn day of what I lost. Or what you gained. He spread his hands wide. Maybe you don't see it, but you've been healing these last few weeks. You've put on needed weight. Your skin tone is better. You're sleeping deeper. You're eating more foods. You've found a dog who adores you. You smile more, and you seem far happier. I am, but I can take my meds in the bay. Buttercup can come, and if I had you, I'd keep on being happy. It's you that makes me happy, not Safe Harbor. You make me happy, too. Sam sounded way sadder about that than I would have thought, which made my pulse thrum with a desperation I'd never felt before, even at my lowest. I couldn't lose him. I couldn't. He was the only thing that had gone right for me in years. Then make me happier and come to San Francisco. And watch you be miserable? Sam's eyes were shiny, and he wiped at them. Help you run away instead of healing? I thought you wanted to be with me. My voice was as small as I felt. I do. I love you, Worth, and I'm not afraid to say that. His voice was firm, but I didn't have a chance to thrill over his words before he continued. I want to build a life with you, a family, a partnership. There's any number of places where we could do that. The irritation in my tone was only going to push him further away, but I didn't know how to rein it in. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose you either, but I have to wonder if you really know me at all. I do. Needing something to hold on to, I gripped the metal shelving hard enough to leave imprints on my palm. And I love you too. Can't you at least think about coming with me? Can't you at least think about staying? He shot back. My body bowed, physically recoiling from his anger. I hadn't ever seen Sam angry. Frustrated, sure, and protective earlier with the true crime junkie, but not angry, and his displeasure was all directed at me, probably with good reason. I wish I could. I looked down at my shoes, the same loafers I'd had since my arrival. Maybe I'm not what you need. Worth. Sam's tone was gentler now, but it felt more like pity. He stepped closer, hands flexing, then stopped his approach to stare down at me. You could be. You are. You're more than enough right now, but you can't see it, and I can't make you. There wasn't enough oxygen in this room for both of us. My breath came in shallow gasps, my throat so tight it was a wonder any air was making it through. Sweat ran down my back. I've got to get out of here. Need to breathe. Okay, want to go for a walk or a drive? Sam's face was creased with concern, but his offer felt like yet another instance of him thinking he needed to take care of me. And he'd rejected my efforts to be the one taking care of him. I loved him so much that my whole body ached, yet I couldn't stand to look at his gorgeous face for another second. Alone. I need to be alone. I tried to move past him, but he blocked the door. Where are you going to go? He sounded as pained as I felt. Worth, talk to me. Stay. Don't do something we'll both regret. I'm not going to do something stupid. I don't need a babysitter, and I know you think you know better than me what I need, but right now I need to be alone. I can't think, and I need to think. My words came too fast and my hands shook. I wouldn't blame Sam if he didn't believe me. I sure sounded like I was falling apart. However, instead of restraining me, Sam stepped aside. Okay, but be safe, please. I will. I licked my lips. I wanted to touch or kiss him, but I'd crumple like a wet napkin if I gave in to the impulse. As it was, I could barely make my feet plod forward. The time had come. I had to leave. But where I was going, I had no clue.
Chapter 27. Sam. After Worth left, I went through the motions of closing the shop on autopilot. I sent a terse, not going to make it text to Holden about trivia night, typing with stiff fingers and cloudy brain. Thank goodness for George and Marta's help, because left to my own devices, I might have forgotten to lock up. Are you okay? Marta asked as we finished wiping the last of the tables. Fine. I couldn't offer even a ghost of a smile, but I tried for a reassuring tone. Just worried about the espresso machine. And Worth. Marta didn't allow me the dignity of pretending she hadn't noticed his abrupt exit. Likely, she and George had heard at least part of our conversation. That, too, I admitted. There were no secrets in a town this small, which was undoubtedly part of why Worth wanted out. And he'd said he wanted me to come with him, but I couldn't help but feel rejected. He didn't see the value in this town, in this coffee shop, and quite possibly in me. He'll be okay. Marta placed a slim hand on my arm. Worth might be fine, but I had no such faith in my ability to survive him leaving. He sure left like a bat out of hell. George shook his head, spiky hair bouncing. Marta let out a long-suffering sigh. George, way to be helpful. Sorry. Cheeks pink, George looked suitably sheepish as he headed for the back door. Marta, I'll wait outside for you if you want a ride. Yeah. Marta darted her gaze around the shop as if nervous to look too long in George's direction. Well, you two certainly seem to be getting along better. I waited until George had headed to his car to comment on the apparent progression in their friendship. What changed? He took me to a cat cafe. Hands moving restlessly, Marta went beet red. He did what? He found a cafe where you can play with rescue cats. A little smile danced across Marta's face. Said he thought of me when he found it, and he wanted to do something I would like, instead of continuing to invite me to his thing of going to big concerts. That was sweet, I nodded, but my brain spun into overdrive. Had I tried too hard to involve Worth in my things? The coffee shop, church, the house? What did Worth truly want and need? He'd accused me of thinking I knew best, and it was a fair criticism. I'd assumed the town could heal Worth. But what if I was wrong? We had an amazing time. Marta giggled softly. She was adorable happy, and it was easy to see why George was smitten. And then we went to see some live music at a little restaurant. It was a fun compromise. I'm happy for you. I managed more of an actual smile for her. Compromise. Had I offered Worth any compromise? In the bedroom, he loved me commanding, but maybe I'd been the wrong kind of bossy outside of bed. George also asked what I needed to feel safe. Marta turned more serious. That mattered. Oh, wow. I had to steady myself with a hand on the nearby counter. Had I ever thought to ask Worth that? And what if the answer was something I didn't want to hear? I'd thought he'd been selfish, asking me to go with him when he knew how much I loved my life here. But perhaps I was also guilty of centering myself and my own needs. Go, George. Maybe he learned something from watching you and Worth. You think so? Blinking, I pursed my lips. I'm not feeling especially smart right now. Look at how you protected him from the true crime stalker chick. Marta scooped up her purse from behind the counter. You were fierce. That was awesome. Yeah, I said weakly. I wasn't so sure. I hadn't even given Worth a chance to be the one to speak. I'd been so determined to save him from trouble, save him from himself, despite knowing full well I couldn't do that. Worse, I'd acted like only I could rescue him, like he needed me, instead of supporting his efforts to rescue himself. Whatever's going on with you two, you'll work it out. Marta gave me another pat on her way to the door. You guys take care of each other. Oh. My mouth fell open. I took care of Worth, yes, but how had I missed that he also took care of me? And I certainly hadn't made it easy on him either. In my efforts to be his savior, I'd put up roadblock after roadblock when he'd attempt to return the favor. Even in bed, I doled out his chances to do things for me, never fully relaxing into letting him take care of me. Night, Sam. Marta gave me a little wave before flitting away, undoubtedly eager to get to George. They were cute and smart. I was the dumb bunny who had to head home to an empty house. No surprise there. No Buttercup to greet me either. There was a note on the counter in Worth's scrawl. Took Buttercup for a drive. Sorry. I wish things could be different. So sorry. I'll be safe. The promise stung as much as the apology. Worth knew I didn't trust him not to self-harm. He'd been working so damn hard on his recovery, but I hadn't given him the gift of my trust. No, I let my fears lead. And now I was losing him. The defeat was clear in his words. Earlier, I'd been so angry that he wouldn't fight for us, but now I was more sad. And mad, but at myself, because I'd wanted him to fight without truly being willing to do the same. Meow. Yow, wow. Pacing the length of the kitchen, Delilah yowled her fool head off. Her feline tone was nothing short of scolding, and under other circumstances I would have laughed. I know, I miss them too, I said to the empty room. My gaze landed on a spiral-bound book near Worth's note. His mom's recipe book from the church fundraiser. Someone had put a sticky note by the oatmeal cranberry cookies. I lacked dried cranberries, but had everything else, including some chocolate chips. Lacking for any better ideas, I whipped up a batch while Delilah continued to make her kitty disapproval known. Creak. I kept startling at every sound, whirling around to find nothing but the same empty old house. I'd been the one with the dreams, but Worth had made them seem possible. Worth, who'd made this a home. Oh. I lined up the cookies to cool. The evening light was starting to shift. The late summer sun would set soon, but there were no guarantees Worth would return by nightfall. Wait. Why was I waiting for Worth to come back to me? What if he didn't? What if he simply kept on driving? No, I couldn't bear that thought. I put some warm cookies onto a little plate and headed for my old rattletrap car. It was time to fight for what truly mattered.
Chapter 28. Worth. I needed my dog. I had no clue what I was doing or where I was going after I left the coffee house, but I needed Buttercup. She, at least, was delighted to see me. Her adorable Sheltie friskiness wasn't enough to coax a smile from me, which only made her try that much harder. She brought me her seldom-used chew toys as well as a tennis ball Sam had been using to teach her to fetch. Sam. Funny how a few weeks ago I would have said this house was so filled with old memories, nothing could ever squeeze them out. But now I looked around and saw Sam everywhere. Sam in the backyard throwing the tennis ball for an ambivalent Buttercup. Sam in the kitchen making me tea and toast. Sam in the living room, sprawled on that ugly couch. And Sam all over the third floor, making the attic into an oasis. And on the second floor, I saw his dreams, his hopes, the family he wanted to grow here, the kids he wanted to rescue, the life he wanted to build. How could I take him away from all that? How could I stay? I simply didn't know, but I also couldn't remain in the empty house for another moment, my restlessness driving me toward my car with no real purpose in mind other than needing to get away from everything. Sam, memories, future worries, all of it. I pointed the car toward Portland, but I only made it a couple of miles outside Safe Harbor before I spotted two grubby teen boys walking on the opposite side of the road, half-heartedly attempting to hitch from the passing traffic. I drove past, but Sam's face when he talked about Sienna hung in my mind. Those boys were someone else's kids, and while they weren't toddlers, they were way too young and stupid to be trying to hitch rides. The long list of potential dangers had me slowing down, doing a U-turn, and heading back to carefully pull even with the duo. "You need a ride into Safe Harbor?" I asked, studying them closely. If they refused, I'd call the non-emergency police line to see if an officer could do a welfare check. Blonde with skinny limbs and big joints, they looked vaguely familiar in matching faded jeans and gamer t-shirts. They were definitely brothers, and their similar heights made twins a fair guess. But where had I seen them around? Coffee shop? Church? "I know you." One of them stepped closer to the car. "Seen this hot rod parked at the haunted house." "Ronan," the other boy said urgently, "it's not haunted anymore." "Once haunted, always haunted," Ronan shrugged. Seeing as I'd argued that point with Sam not an hour earlier, I was inclined to agree. Ronan turned back to me. "And you were at church Sunday. Mom made us go." "Where's your mom now?" "Working. She's a nurse at urgent care. You gonna call her?" Ronan asked warily. "I should, but I can run you back into town." I motioned at the back seat. "Get in." "What are you boys doing hitchhiking anyway? It's dangerous." "Boys," Ronan snorted as the other kid climbed in first. "Roland and I are 15, not babies." "We'll have licenses soon," Roland added. Lord help us. These two behind the wheel were going to be trouble. "And we were going to try to make it to Portland and back before Mom's shift ended, but no one picked us up." Plenty of bad stuff can happen at any age when you try to hitch. I turned back toward them. "Either of you have a phone? I get not wanting to alarm your mom, but at the very least you should text someone that you have a ride and my license plate number." "No phone." Ronan sighed like this was a fate worse than death. "We're supposed to be grounded. No electronics for 2 whole days." "Everything okay at home?" I asked as I put the car in gear. My finger hovered over the hands-free talk button on my steering wheel. Sam would know far better than me how to handle this situation, but the thought of calling him made my neck tense. "Everything's fine." Ronan's tone was rather flippant, but he didn't sound like he was hiding anything. "We weren't running away, just nothing to do until school starts, and being grounded sucks." "Nothing?" I asked. I drove slower with the kids in the car. Sam and I would never let our kids... Whoa, wait, back up, brain. I wasn't supposed to be thinking sentimental thoughts about the future with Sam, not when we'd parted so badly, and more alarmingly, my head had been all too willing to fill the second-floor rooms of the house with imaginary, well-behaved tweens and teens. The vision felt so real my ears rang with boisterous voices. I shook my head, returning to the matter at hand. "Aren't there summer activities to do with other Safe Harbor kids? Sports, community center, camps, pool?" "I'm allergic to team sports." Ronan made a rude noise. "And no money for that either." "All the day camps are for little kids," Roland added. "And the pool is packed with more little kids. Hate swimming." Roland gave another disgusted snort. Safe Harbor needed more options for tweens and teens like these guys. I could practically see Sam nodding along. "This is where I want to make a difference." Sure, there were likely bored kids all across the country, but I couldn't deny the need in Safe Harbor for services like what Sam was trying to do. And more, the charity could expand. Perhaps partner with local schools and organizations to bring summer activities. Slow down, cowboy. I shook my head again. I wouldn't be here next summer, and Sam was overworked as it was. Forget the matter of funding. He was already stretched thin. He'd need help to expand beyond barista training, and help to raise those kids he wanted. Gah! My gut was twisted into a complex Celtic knot, all my feelings for Sam competing with my fears and the past I couldn't seem to escape. "What are you going to do in Portland?" I asked to distract myself from those thoughts. "Dunno." Ronan's flip tone continued. "Explore. Anything's better than home alone grounded just because we forgot chores." Again. Roland laughed self-consciously. "And we're gonna be grounded longer if Mom finds out we tried to hitch a ride." Probably not a bad idea. I gestured at my phone resting on the console. "You sure you don't want to text or call your mom? Tell her you're safe?" "She works a lot of hours." Worry made Roland sound younger. "We shouldn't bug her." "It's a mom's job to worry." As I said the words, I heard a distant voice in my ears, following Holden and me up the stairs as we hauled that old couch up to the attic. She was a good mom. A surety I hadn't felt in decades settled over me, followed rapidly by a wave of profound sadness. "Sounds like you have a pretty good one. Maybe think about giving her fewer reasons to worry?" "Maybe." Ronan was more defiant than agreeable, but Roland made a thoughtful noise. "We should have done the chores and made dinner." "Yep." My throat dried to a salty crisp that made words a challenge. "You only get one mom. Take care of her." "It's not that late," Ronan sighed, a tiredness there he hadn't shown before. "We could still clean, tell her we're sorry, and that you won't do this again. I'm serious about the dangers. Kids end up dead, and you might not care enough about that, but trust me that your mom wouldn't ever get over it if you got hurt." "We get it." Ronan was back to being sullen, but maybe he'd heard me. Maybe. I took the turn onto our street slowly, and Ronan pointed. "That's our house, the red one." "Thanks for the ride, mister."
Roland tapped the back of my seat. Worth. You can call me Worth. You'll be Worth Stapleton wherever you live. Sam's words rang true, and unlike earlier, the idea didn't feel like a prison sentence. I don't hate myself anymore. I'd been stalked by that feeling for so long that I hadn't registered its absence. I'd done my time at one of the best universities in the world and been miserable. I'd had a good job and hated myself every damn day. Maybe Sam was right, damn it, and I was healing here. Thanks for being nice, Worth. Ronan looked suitably contrite as they scrambled out of the car. Why don't you stop into Blessed Bean tomorrow? I called after them. Lemonade on the house. You can talk to Sam about some better ways to keep busy and out of trouble. Okay. They made their way inside, and I watched the lights come on before I drove off down the street, past Sam's house. No. It was mine. Would always be mine. Just like my name and who I was deep down. I could live any other place in the world, and this would still be my home. My hometown. My Sam. How could I leave? Was I worthy of staying? There. That was truly the question that had plagued me all evening. Sam loved to talk about what I deserved. But did I deserve this life? Did I deserve to have dreams? I supported Sam's hopes while trembling at the idea of letting myself think so big. Buttercup whined as I slowed further in front of the house. A light was on in the kitchen. I could go in. It could so easily be our house. But I drove on. There was one stop I needed to make first. Then, maybe, just maybe, I would be ready to come home.
Chapter 29. Sam. Years later, I'd wonder how I'd known where to find Worth, and I wouldn't be any closer to explaining the intuition that had led me to the cemetery on the edge of town. It was still a little light outside as I pulled into the historic plot, with rows of neat headstones ringed by a wrought iron fence. It was well maintained, with short grass and gravel paths. I knew where Worth's parents' headstones lay. His father's was more weathered, part of a family plot. When his mother's remains had been located, the town had hosted a memorial with contributions going to a headstone for her. Those of us organizing the memorial had tried to get Worth's opinion, but at the time he'd tersely given permission for her to be buried in the family plot with no other instructions. Thus, both stones were simple affairs. Names, dates, no real hint of personality, which was a shame. Near each other, which one hoped they would have wanted, but that was a complicated conclusion, same as everything else about this case. No, not a case. This wasn't simply some random collection of facts laid bare for public examination. Monroe's and Holden's efforts might have helped solve the mystery by treating it as more of an academic matter, but as I'd told Ellie, the true crime junkie, these were real people, real lives, and their real son sitting between the two stones, Buttercup lying loyally by his side. I'd spotted his car and parked behind it before proceeding on foot. I was about to announce my presence when I heard him murmuring, his voice carrying on the evening wind. Talking. He was talking to his parents. I needed to back away and leave him to his private moment, but my feet didn't want to obey. My therapist, the group, Sam, everyone says I need to do the work to help myself. But the work hurts, because I'm supposed to work on letting go of feeling guilty. How can I let it go when I can't ever apologize? The pain in Worth's voice rooted me to the spot, made my breath come fast and shallow. You're gone, and the guilt remains like a permanent stain on my soul. I can't take back my past words, actions, or thoughts. That especially. He paused, and I swallowed hard, searching for the right words that might make him hurt less. But Worth seemed determined to wrestle something out, so I let him continue while I tried to decide how to announce my presence and, more importantly, reassure the man I loved.
I believed the worst. I screwed up. I didn't show up. I've failed so many times since that day.
Worth's voice broke, and my heart right along with it.
I failed you both. For years. Everyone has said I need to forgive you, but that's not it. How do I forgive myself?
I hated that I didn't have an answer for him. I clenched my hands so tightly they ached, and my knees locked, making moving forward impossible.
Sam likes to say I'm human, but that's not enough for me. I want to be a better human, and maybe that's how I keep moving forward. I promise I'll do better.
Idly patting the grass next to him, Worth exhaled hard, voice much more steady now.
I won't forget what you taught me, the good and the bad. I came here to tell you that you did the best you could. You were good parents because you did the best you could with the circumstances you were given. But so did I. So did I.
Yes. I wasn't sure if the word left my throat, but Worth turned his head to look over his shoulder, directly at me.
Caught. Okay, Sam. You can come over. Think I'm done for now.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I gingerly stepped forward. I'm so sorry for the intrusion. It was your private moment, and... Worth cut me off with a raised hand.
I knew you were there. I heard tires and guessed. Or rather, I knew. I could have stopped talking, but it was you. If my parents were here, I'd bring you around to see them. Wouldn't be embarrassed to talk in front of you.
Oh. I made a noise that was part gratitude, part sob. It sucked for us both that we'd never get that meet the parents moment, but knowing Worth would have wanted that meant everything.
And maybe I kept talking because I don't want to have secrets.
I don't either. I plopped next to him because standing over him felt awkward. Buttercup roused enough to stick her doggy snout out for pets from me. The sun was starting to fade, with pretty pink streaks across the late evening sky. And you're right. You did the best you could with what you had to work with. You were Marta's and George's age when your mom disappeared, still a kid in so many ways.
I had a lot of growing up left to do. I needed guidance.
He pursed his lips as his forehead creased.
No, that's not it. Parenting. I needed parenting. Needed some adult influence, yes, but my parents specifically. And I haven't really ever let myself feel that loss, to actually miss them.
Oh, Worth. I put an arm around him, gratified when he didn't flinch away. My eyes burned for all the years he'd tried so hard not to give in to his feelings. It's absolutely okay to miss them. That's what grieving is.
I don't know how, he said softly. And they deserve to be missed, but I don't know how. Another thing I failed at.
Not understanding how to deal with everything you were feeling is not your fault, I said firmly. I kept my voice even, trying not to reveal my anger at the unfairness of a world that hadn't let a lost boy grieve his mom and dad. Give yourself grace. Maybe forgiveness is a goal for the future, but you can start by being gentler on yourself.
Yeah, I'll try.
He huffed out a warm breath as his head landed on my shoulder.
More bubble baths, fewer guilt trips.
I know a tub. I gave a rusty chuckle. But there's also a lot of great tubs in the world. I stared off into the dimming horizon. Sharing the realizations I'd had earlier was hard, each word scraping against tender parts of my soul. I like my tub here, but it's not the only option. I think I tried too hard to impose my own needs and wants on you. If something terrible happened to me, I'd want to stay right here, hunker down further, but maybe that's not what you need."
"Something terrible did happen to you, Sam."
Worth took my hand in his. The strength and sturdiness of his grip made me tremble for reasons I didn't fully understand.
"It's okay for me to grieve. It's okay for you as well."
"I was a little kid." My voice was as shaky as my hand in Worth's. Seeming to sense my fragility, Buttercup moved to place her head in my lap, soft ears perking up like she was on guard to do battle for me. Sienna was 10 years older. Her loss was more about my parents. It wasn't anything like your ordeal.
"Is there a limit on grief?"
Tilting his head up, he gave me a pointed look.
"I might be learning this whole grieving business, but my group counselor likes to say that hardship isn't a competition. Everyone has their own burdens, you included."
"Oh." The word floated across the cooling night air.
"You spend so much time trying to reduce others' burdens. Maybe you forget you have them too?"
Worth squeezed me closer against him. "Yeah, and maybe that's why we're so drawn to each other. Perhaps my heart had recognized a fellow griever, even if I hadn't consciously seen myself that way." Worth nodded.
"We both faced a lot of internal pressure to be perfect."
"Huh." I rubbed my jaw with my free hand. "I meant more about both having lost someone important, but you're not wrong. I've never really thought about my life that way." I raked my teeth over my lower lip. There was a fine line between ambition and pressure. I liked to think of myself as a natural do-gooder, like I'd come out a born social worker. But how much of my personality and goals were shaped by my past? I'm right where I want to be, but would I be here if Sienna had lived? I guess that's one of those unanswerable questions.
"Yeah, I'm not sure who I'd be if my folks had lived."
He laid his head back on my shoulder, breath soft and warm. Buttercup still had her head in my lap, and it was a warm moment that contrasted the seriousness of Worth's words.
"I like to think I'd have been a better person, but honestly, I probably would have ended up a self-centered investment banker anyway. I was hell-bent on proving myself even before everything went sideways."
I lightly elbowed his side. "You're not self-centered, even at your worst. And your education and the years you put into your career matters. I'm sorry if I minimized that." My voice came out rough. Apologies were hard. "If you want a future in finance, especially one teaching better ethics to the next generation, I'm not going to stand in your way."
"Block the door, Sam, please."
Worth made a frustrated noise that echoed through the empty cemetery. Buttercup startled and stood, moving over to Worth's other side, adding her glare to Worth's.
"You always put everyone else's needs first, but yours matter as well. You can't send me off to San Francisco when I know that's not what you want at all."
Deep breath, deeper exhale. "You wouldn't be going alone." Raising his head, Worth frowned, eyes narrowing.
"You said it earlier. Your whole life is here."
"But you're the life I want." Somewhere in the hours between Worth leaving the coffee shop and this moment, I'd realized what truly mattered was being together and finding a way to build a life together. And a teaching assistant position, that's not permanent, right? Maybe we'd eventually compromise on living in Portland, somewhere close but not safe harbor, somewhere new to make fresh memories.
"But without safe harbor, I wouldn't have you. And without you, I wouldn't be here."
Worth's tone was a plea that cut deep into truths I tried not to think about. "Don't say that."
"We both know it's true. You saw the shape I was in the night I arrived."
Cupping my chin, Worth copied my usual trick, forcing me to meet his earnest gaze.
"And yeah, I came to see the house and my thinking tree,
But on some level, deep down, I was coming for you. Me? I shifted backward so I could study him more intently. I wanted to believe him, but my inner gawky teen refused to accept a reality where Worth Stapleton had returned for me. Yes, you. He tugged me right back into an embrace. Buttercup let out a happy doggy sigh as I settled in against Worth. All those memes and positive messages you sent to my phone, you were my lifeline. And without a shared past, without memories from right here in this town, you wouldn't have reached out. And when I needed a friend most, you were there. I needed you. Whether or not I consciously knew it, I needed you. I'll always be here for you, Worth. Always. I might be uncertain about everything else, but that was the one bone-deep truth I didn't waver on. Then let me be here for you, please. Usually, when Worth begged, I happily indulged him, but I couldn't give in so easily here. Too much was at stake. I can't ask you to stay. Just admitting that hurt, and it was my turn to bury my face against him, inhaling his familiar scent before continuing. That's not fair. I've had time to think, and it's unreasonable to demand you stay here and work in a non-profit coffee shop. That's my dream. It doesn't have to be yours. You're not asking. I'm offering. Or rather, I'm deciding. As if he knew full well I'd simply decline any offer, Worth hugged me tighter. I'm staying. I don't want to go work for Professor Jenkins, and it's not simply because the rat race was killing me. I'm tired of living a life where my value to others is determined by what I can provide them. The professor is one of dozens of people who could have reached out months and months ago. However, it's not until I have what someone needs that they come looking for me. But not you. You wandered into my messages when there was nothing in it for you. There was you. My voice was far stronger now. He would have always been so much more than nothing for me, regardless of whether he'd ever responded. That he had made all of this that much sweeter, that much more significant. You're always going to be more than enough. And that's why I'm staying. Because here I can be Worth Stapleton, and that's enough to deserve good things, to deserve you, to deserve a life together and a family. My pulse sped faster with each beautiful word from Worth's lips until my heartbeat pounded in my ears. I want those things so much, but it has to be your dream too. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't let him simply hand me everything I wanted while denying himself. Not only did the unfairness go against my core beliefs, but eventually he'd come to resent me, and that I couldn't have. You gave me the dream. I won't lie and say I wanted those things all along. I didn't. I couldn't envision a future at all when I arrived here. He made a soft choking noise like he might cry, then recovered enough to pet Buttercup's head. But you made me dream bigger than I ever thought possible. I want to raise a pack of rowdy hooligans with you. I want to find a way to provide summer activities for tweens and teens in Safe Harbor. Maybe that will be my project, like the coffee shop is yours. But I want to save Blessed Bean, too. What if it's not savable? I whispered, finally voicing one of my worst fears. You've taught me that almost everything is redeemable if you try hard enough. We'll save it, together. Yes. I wanted to believe, even though reality made it hard. And if that means a new location, so be it. It won't. That building matters to you, so it matters to me. Same as my old house. Our house, I corrected him. No matter what happened in the future, this time together had made it our house. In fact, I wasn't sure it had ever been solely mine. Yes, our house. The more I know and love you, the bigger I keep dreaming. I love that. I kissed his cheek. And I love you. He pressed a soft kiss to my lips, one filled with promise and hope. I'm staying, but I need you in order to build the life I want. I need us both to turn our dreams into our future. So dream with me, please. There was only one possible answer.
Chapter 30. Worth. Yes. Sam's whole face lit up, brighter than the full moon, eyes sparkling along with the scattering of stars starting to appear in the night sky. Yes, I'll dream with you. All my air whooshed out at once. Oh, thank goodness. You doubted I'd agree? Sam's mouth puckered like my lack of faith tasted sour. Maybe I doubted me, I shrugged, knowing he was going to hate that idea even more. I'm still not sure what I did to deserve you and your unconditional support. Your kind of loyalty is rare. You're rare too, always have been. Sam's voice took on a fond, faraway tone. I remember the first time I was truly aware of you. It was after church one Sunday, and you were practicing signing with my mom. You looked up and smiled directly at me, and I was a goner. One smile? That's all it took? I smiled, but my tone was skeptical. Buttercup apparently took offense to my tone and nuzzled my side impatiently. You were kind. At a time when a lot of kids were cruel and petty, you were kind. You never made me feel stupid or silly. Sam shifted against me. Of course not. The very idea of hurting Sam, even unintentionally, wounded me to my core. And you weren't out back then, but you didn't make fun of my way too obvious crush on you. Even in the faded night sky with the moon already out, Sam's blush was adorably obvious. You fought for sign language classes at the high school, and always tried your best when communicating with my mom. So I was a nice high schooler? I was blatantly fishing, but I also needed the reassurance that Sam loved me, not some idealized teen image of who I'd been. And now, grown-up you is still kind. You kept Buttercup even when you were hurting and unsure about everything else. Buttercup perked up at the sound of her name, and Sam gave her a pat. You were kind to Marta and George and the rest of my crew. You immediately understood why they're so important to me, but that's who you are. So when I say you're enough, that's what I mean. Who you are deep inside is a good person, one I can't help but like. I don't always feel like a good person, I admitted as I held Sam close for strength. My doubts were waning, replaced by Sam's absolute certainty that I'd earned his affection. I know. Sam leaned against me. Buttercup mimicked him, and my heart was so full I almost couldn't stand it. And I'm not going to stop telling you that you are good enough. You deserve me. I deserve you, right? Of course, I blinked. Maybe even a better... Sam cut me off with a rude noise. There is no better for me, only you. Good. I held him closer, sniffing his soft hair and basking in his warmth. Guess I'll work on accepting how damn lucky I am. You do that. He used his stern voice on me, but then we both laughed. Take me home, Sam. Continuing to chuckle, I offered him a hand up from the now cool ground. Happily, and I've got cookies for you. Made some oatmeal chocolate chip earlier. You baked for me? I grinned widely. Thought I might need bait. He grinned back as we walked toward the cars, Buttercup trotting at my side. She was more than ready to depart the cemetery. I wasn't the superstitious sort, but it was a bit spooky after dark. Also, I wanted to be home with Sam more than anything else. Since we'd arrived separately, We drove our respective cars back to the house, then kissed in the driveway like we'd been apart years, not 10 minutes. We stumbled across the backyard, trading kisses and giddy laughter. This was the homecoming I'd never known to want, but craved nonetheless. Someone so happy to see me emerge from my car that he couldn't keep his hands off me. Someone who made me drunk with happiness merely by existing. By the time we'd reached the kitchen door, Sam had pulled my t-shirt loose, and I'd already given him a slight hickey on his neck. The faint pink mark turned me on so much that I pushed him up against the nearest cabinet, while Buttercup dashed ahead of us into the living room. "Keep kissing me like that and we might not make it to the bed." Sam used a warning tone, but hardly seemed put out by the prospect of a quickie in the kitchen. I, however, was. "Stairs, now." I ordered in my best imitation of Sam's stern voice. "I want the bed. I need you to make love to me." Need, not want. I needed him in me, needed the feelings only he could induce, needed the reassurance and connection and release. All the things. "I think that can be arranged." He gave me an arch look before freeing himself to strut toward the stairs. He paused by the living room couch where Buttercup and Delilah were already cuddled up. Guess Buttercup's settling in for the night down here." "Meow." Vocal as ever, Delilah gave me a look that threatened to off me in my sleep if I moved either of them. "Maybe we're too loud for them." Sam waggled his eyebrows at me. "Good thing they're staying down here, then. I want you to make me scream." I winked at him as we continued toward the stairs. "It's a tall order, but I can deliver." Sam's swagger was back. The past few days had been hard on him, especially today, and I hadn't realized I'd missed that cocky edge to our interactions until it reappeared. There's that confidence I love. "You really love me?" Hand on the banister, Sam turned toward me, an unexpected vulnerability in his eyes. How could I not? Careful to not tumble us both down the stairs, I hugged him close. He'd listed off my better qualities earlier, but it was harder for me to articulate everything he meant to me. "You gave me a home when I had none, showed me a life I truly want to lead, and loved me even when I wasn't sure I was worthy. You'll always be worthy." Sam chuckled at my unintentional pun and then sobered. "And this will always be your home. You will always be my home," I corrected him, which earned me another long, soul-deep kiss. And then we were back to kissing and fumbling through the house, all the way to our oasis on the 3rd floor. We should probably shower. I glanced at the bathroom door as Sam feasted on my neck, clearly unbothered. "Damn, you're good at that. You're hell on my patience." "I don't want to wait either." Sam nipped at my collarbones as he divested me of my shirt. His nimble fingers made quick work of my belt next. "Shower after. Maybe a bath." "Definitely a bath," I grinned. Sam made me want all the fanciful, indulgent things. Midnight bubble bath sounds perfect. "It does. So does this." Sam kissed me, a soft, slow burner that started sweet and ended with us naked and rolling around on the bed. Straddling me, Sam slid a hand down my torso, fingers lingering over my heart before dancing across my ribs. Already anticipating, I strained toward him, hard cock brushing his, making us both hiss. He hovered his hand above my abs until I made a frustrated sound and arched my back so my cock brushed his palm. And instead of playing the sort of power game I'd ordinarily approve of, Sam took pity on me and stroked my cock firmly. "Sam."
Closing my eyes, I rocked up to meet his hand, luxuriating in how damn good everything felt with him. And I wanted to feel even more. I ran my hands all over his back and sides, everywhere I could reach. No asking permission, no receiving orders, just us tonight, making out, ravenous for each other with an urgency we hadn't had before. Making love while being in love was simply that much better, the way emotion infused every touch and kiss. Also, my newfound certainty that I was staying made this feel like the start of something big and important. Us. Home. Forever. We'd started this thing that first night under my tree, but tonight was a new beginning in so many ways. I love this, I sighed contentedly as Sam nibbled under my earlobe and leisurely stroked me. His erection nudged against my hip, and I reached for his cock, half expecting Sam to bat my hand away to stay in control of the situation. Instead, he stretched against me, head falling back, body welcoming my explorations. Yes, I love touching you and tasting you. I playfully licked what I could reach of his neck and chest. His grip tightened on my cock, and our moans mingled. Nice as it would be to get off this way, I wanted him inside me more. Don't want to come, I panted, stretching my arm to fumble in the nightstand for lube and condoms. I need you. You've got me. Sitting up, Sam took the supplies from me, but when I would have flipped over, he stopped me with a hand on my stomach. No, stay like this, on your back. I want to see you. I want that too. I'd noticed that we mainly had sex with Sam behind me, which was hot as hell, but limited my ability to see his expression and all the emotions therein. Perhaps Sam had worried about showing too much too soon, but now we trusted each other, loved each other. Sam already saw so much more of me than anyone else ever had. I welcomed his intense gaze as he moved between my legs. Helping, I drew my legs up and back, moaning softly when he started tracing slick circles around my rim. He slowly worked me open, watching me the whole time. I didn't look away, because Sam's expression was arousing as fuck, the way his eyes flickered hot and his kiss-swollen lips parted. God, I love you so much, I groaned as he finally slid 2 slippery fingers deep enough to graze my prostate. Sure you don't just love my fingers? Sam teased. Love all of you. I was serious in my reply, and his face softened. Reaching up, he touched my face with his left hand, and I kissed his knuckles. Now, Sam, please. Love you too. He smiled fondly as he took care of the condom. I'd never thought of condom-free sex as a turn-on, but I wanted the rubber gone, wanted to feel him bare. Soon. I'd talked to Dr. Washington about getting tested so I could make sure I was taking care of Sam. I want you so much, I breathed out as Sam positioned himself. Much as I loved prostate action, I'd come to love this part too. The stretch, the fullness, the warm feeling of taking another person inside me. Want you too. Want this. Sam often entered me slowly, almost too slowly, but tonight he pushed in with an assertiveness that had me gasping. Yes, I moaned, rocking up to meet his thrusts. Love it when you tell me what you want. Want you. His eyes were dark and hooded with desire, and his thrusts had a new level of intensity. More, I demanded. Sam complied, pushing my legs farther back and sitting up so his cock slid deeper, nailing the exact spot I needed. Yes, that. Uh-huh.
Sam released a low, guttural moan, usual patience snapping as he went hard and fast. His lack of control made me groan right along with him. The way his head fell back and his grip tightened on my legs made my cock pulse against my stomach. Sam going after his own pleasure was hot as hell. That's right, take me. I was beyond caring if my dirty talk was cheesy. My words seemed to spur Sam on, which was all that mattered. Worth, tell me again, he panted. I knew exactly what he wanted and needed to hear. I love you. Always? Like earlier, the hint of vulnerability in Sam's voice almost did me in. For the first time, I could see I wasn't the only one with self-worth issues. Always. I'm going to love you forever, because you're enough too, Sam. You are. Oh, God. The absolute pleasure that washed across his face was breathtaking. I'd done that with only my words. My love, which was the easiest thing in the world to offer him. It was enough. It was more than enough, because Sam's thrusts sped up, and his "I'm so close" noises got louder. That's it, Sam. Come in me. I couldn't care less about my own orgasm, but Sam grabbed my hand and placed it on my cock. You too, he ordered in that stern voice that never failed to get me harder. Want you to come too. I stroked myself in time with his rapid thrusts, but my focus remained mostly on Sam. I'll get there, promise. Get yourself off, I begged, voice wavering. Maybe I was closer than I thought. Love watching you lose control. I am. Fuck. Sam, my do-gooder choir boy, cursed and fucked me hard and fast, and his transformation to primal sex god was enough to push me right to the edge, closer with every erratic thrust of Sam's. And then he cursed again. Fuck, God, Worth, yes. He was coming, and I swore I could feel the pulse of his cum, even with the condom between us. His pleasure tipped me right over, made me shoot all over my stomach. My orgasm came in almost painful waves, making me shudder and shake, robbing me of breath and voice. Finally, as my heartbeat returned to normal, I laughed. Hey, look at that. We both won again. We tied. Sam made a happy noise as he untangled our bodies and took care of the condom. Everyone's a winner. Yep. I chuckled louder, then pulled him down next to me. I really do love you. Me too. Sam yawned big and nuzzled into my side. We never did eat the cookies. Darn, and I might fall asleep in the tub. Sleep. I kissed the top of his head. There will be plenty of time for other baths. I like knowing that. He offered me a dopey smile before reaching over to flip off the light. And morning is going to come way too soon. Unfortunately, yes. But set the alarm early enough for us to sneak a shower together. And then we've got a coffee shop to save. Rest up.
Chapter 31. Sam. We didn't save the coffee shop the next day or the day after, and by Saturday I didn't feel like going in simply to tell people the espresso machine was down and to ask if they might like a cold drink instead. We'd made gallons of tea and cold brew and offered smoothies in ever-increasing exotic flavors. And none of it mattered because business had continued to dwindle, and we were no closer to answers for the broken espresso machine. A repair person had been summoned to provide the verdict we already knew. The machine was toast and would cost more to repair than its current value, and vintage parts were hard and pricey to come by. Saturday, I took time in the shower and dallied in the yard with Buttercup until a frustrated Worth herded me into his car, a rare time when I was the passenger. "We'll be late." "Can we really be late if there are no customers?" I mused, knowing full well this was a reversal of our usual roles. I'd been grumpy for days, while Worth had tried so hard to be optimistic. And I did have him, and that counted for a lot, but it was wearing, being so happy personally and so worried about the shop and my mission in running it. Had I screwed up irreversibly by not treating Blessed Bean like more of a business and less of a nonprofit? The worry had plagued me all week. Worth had told me over and over that our misfortunes weren't my fault, but I wasn't so certain. Pouting in the unfamiliar passenger seat, I almost missed how crowded the parking lot was at Blessed Bean. In fact, Worth had to park at the defunct gift store next door. A crowd had gathered by the front door of Blessed Bean, and several people appeared to have homemade signs, including Kyla and several of our barista crew, with giant pieces of poster board taped to sticks. What the heck is this? I craned my neck, trying to make sense of the scene as Worth and I exited the car and made our way to the front of the coffee house. It's a protest of some kind?
Not a protest, a rally.
Worth pointed at Kyla's sign, a colorful exhibition of what looked like Marta's careful lettering. Save Our Shop. SOS. The other signs all held variations of that same slogan. SOS, Save Our Shop. Another one of the largest ones added, Fill your cup for our favorite cup. A peek inside the front window revealed a long line wrapping around the whole room, with George and Marta working the registers. 2 of our other baristas served up drinks at the other end of the counter. Wow! I whistled. The early morning air was chilly, but my shiver had little to do with the temperature. Worth held the door open for me, but rather than passing through, I paused to stare at him. He didn't seem nearly as gobsmacked as I was. Did you know about this?
George and Marta might have asked for my advice.
Worth gave a deceptively humble shrug.
But I had no idea this would be the turnout.
I peered closer at the crowd. A good number were from the church, while others were fellow small business owners or neighbors. Holden and Cal were near the front of the line, along with Monroe and Knox. Other friends, classmates, and trivia night regulars were also in line. They'd all turned out, but a few familiar faces left me gasping. A group of former baristas, kids I'd trained, all grown up now, stood to the side. There was Jeff, a little girl under each arm, adoring wife by his side. Mitzi, one of my earliest success stories, was in her mid-20s now, sporting a baby bump with a bemused partner by her side. Kyle and what looked like his entire gaming group were there, and still others. Well over a decade of work represented in the growing clump of people connected with Blessed Bean. Some had only been with us a few weeks, while others were woven into the fabric of the place, vivid reminders of our lengthy history. They all came, I marveled, barely able to suck in a complete breath. My heart hammered and a tremor raced through me. So many people! And how are we supposed to serve them? They can't all want cold brew or iced tea.
You'll use that.
Guiding me past the line of people, Worth led me to the front and pointed at a gleaming espresso machine, which was most definitely not our ancient rattletrap. And this one was apparently working, a fact evidenced by the number of patrons holding hot beverages. Worth! Eyes wide, I turned toward him. What did you do?
Me?
Worth put a hand to his chest, way too innocent to be believed. Nothing. Sam, come see. Marta came around the corner to tug me over to the new machine, a far larger and fancier one than the one we'd made do with all these years. Where did this come from? I looked around the room as a coffee cart owner I recognized from Portland stepped forward. I'd placed several kids with Robbie and his friend Brady, who was also there. I needed to upgrade one of my machines. Robbie pointed at the machine, which looked in far too good of condition to be slated for upgrade. But when I narrowed my eyes, Robbie held up a hand. You've given me so many great employees over the years. Cutting you a good deal was an easy decision. I'm not sure we can even do a deal on something this nice used. My chest hurt, a bleak and hopeless pit opening behind my sternum. Our cash flow situation was that bad. He'd have to take this machine and all the lovely goodwill it represented back. It's already taken care of. Brady gestured toward the group of my former baristas. Your kids have your back. Mitzi strode over to put an arm around me. We all chipped in. My kids. They really were, all of them. I thought I was waiting for a family, sorting through all the foster system red tape, remodeling the house and furnishing bedrooms, but this was already my family. Every face told a story. My first recipient of a work training grant, the barista who'd stayed on for 4 years and trained countless others, the families of origin I'd watched reconcile, and the found families I'd seen created. Former roommates, co-workers, and even a few marriages directly linked to this place. To me. Your name alone is a powerful fundraiser, Robbie chuckled. Try to use your talents only for good. So much was donated that we're good on cash flow even before today's take comes in, Worth added. Oh, my word. All I could do was gasp, utterly in awe of the scene and the generosity. Sit down before you fall down. Worth steered me into the nearest chair, one of the last open ones. The place was utterly packed, to the point where there were several chairs I didn't recognize among our usual assortment, and the pet patio overflowed as well. Look how empty Green Label is. Marta let out a very George-like cackle, which predictably drew him to Marta's side. We're gonna chase them out of business. George rubbed his hands together. Or, at the very least, remind people how important this place is. Standing behind me, Worth laid a hand on my shoulder. You're the heart of this town, Sam, and people need to remember that. Me? I could think of many long-standing citizens more deserving of that title. My father, Frank and Leon, Rob, the police chief, Dr. Betty, the same pediatrician who had treated me and was now treating the next generation of Safe Harbor kids, the entire faculty of the public school system. I'm barely a finger or toe, not the heart. My joke fell flat as no one laughed. Instead, many people were nodding, and more than a couple said, yes, you. This is more than a coffee house. Stepping around my chair, Worth swept his arms wide. It's an institution, a saving grace for so many people for a lot of very different reasons. It's a gathering spot, a launching pad, and a safe place to land. And a family, I said softly, so overwhelmed I could scarcely get a word out. But Mitzi had nailed it. My kids. And they were also family to each other. In fact, this whole event had the feel of a giant family reunion, complete with dozens of selfies, backslapping hugs, and people promising to keep in better touch. But I didn't do this alone. Sure, you had help, but you're the one who tells the rest of us that everyone needs a team, and no one should go it alone. But you're the engine behind so much good. Without you, this place doesn't exist. Worth crouched in front of me to hold my hands, apparently not caring one bit who saw or had an opinion. I'm not sure I deserve... I trailed off. I sounded exactly like Worth, and not surprisingly, he leveled a pointed stare at me. You've spent weeks telling me what I deserve, and you're going to try to say you don't deserve all these people supporting you? No, guess not. Continuing to feel like I might crumble like a day-old scone, I offered a tight smile. It feels strange, though, being the recipient of so many nice gestures all at once. Join the club. Worth rolled his eyes at me. He wasn't wrong. I was being ridiculous. However, I'd never seen myself in this light before. It was strange and more than a little jarring. But there was also Worth, keeping me centered, holding my hands when I would have shattered. Like you keep insisting to me, you're worthy. I am. I had to smile at the pun before I sighed. I can't help but feel I brought some of this on myself with poor record-keeping and whatnot. Why do you demand grace for everyone except yourself? Worth made a frustrated noise. You don't have to be perfect. You're perfect as you are. My father, trailed closely by my mom, stepped next to Worth. My parents held steaming cups of coffee and wore red and white SOS shirts with Blessed Bean's logo underneath. Imperfectly perfect. Unsure whether to laugh or weep, I settled for an unsteady chuckle. No fair joining forces. You're perfect, and we love you, my mom signed. She paused for Dad to translate for others listening, then added, We're all Team Sam. Team Blessed Bean, I corrected, pointing at their shirts. No, Team You. Worth shook my hands gently. Team Sam. To Sam! A giant cheer went up that echoed throughout the building, then carried out onto the patio. I was humbled to my very core. And Worth was right. I talked so much about what others deserved and their value, and I seldom stopped to consider my own. To Sam. Apparently, this was one of those golden days. I'd won Worth Stapleton and the heart of an entire town, and my coffee shop would live to fight another day. Dropping Worth's hands, I stood and brushed off my jeans. Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do. Make some coffee? Worth beamed at me. Make some coffee, I nodded. And maybe I didn't quite believe all the wonderful things everyone kept saying about me, but this I could do. I could serve the people I loved, all of them here together, and that was a pretty brilliant start, especially with Worth by my side.
Chapter 32. Worth. A little before noon, the crowd finally thinned to manageable proportions. We'd had a surplus of baristas all morning, and now that the long line had been handled, an efficient crew was cleaning and restocking, leaving me at loose ends. Sam was talking with a group of his former baristas, and I didn't want to intrude on the reunion time. However, I did have one piece of unfinished business. Over by the front window, Monroe and Holden sat at Holden's usual table with empty cups in front of them. Their respective partners were nowhere to be seen. This was a chance that might not come again, so I quickly made 2 cold brews, to their usual preferences, and carried them over. Need a refill? Sure. Monroe's expression was wary. I hear you might be sticking around. I'm planning to. Sam. Licking my suddenly parched lips, I made a vague gesture. We're in love. I noticed. Congrats. Monroe kept his tone level. Happy for you. Holden also seemed cautious. Further evidence of how much I'd hurt 2 of my oldest friends. So, love means you're staying? I shrugged like it hadn't been the most agonizing choice of my life. Sam loves Safe Harbor, and Safe Harbor loves him right back. They love you too, Worth. We all do. Holden gestured for me to take one of the empty chairs at their table. I gratefully took a seat. Better to hide my trembling hands and jelly-like knees. I'm
I'm not going to say I know everyone loves me too, because I don't, but I'm working on letting myself see kindness and affection from others. I took a deep breath. Time to say what I'd come to say. And I've been kind of a crap friend since coming back. I'd like to apologize. It has seemed like you've been avoiding us, Holden nodded. Or that you're mad. Leave it to Monroe to get right to the point. Holden cocked his head. Studying me in that way only professors seem to have, and I resisted the urge to squirm. Are you upset about the podcast? It's not the podcast. Monroe shook his head sadly. It's my book. Holden quirked his lips as he shook his head. Nah, the podcast is the reason that true crime addict showed up, and I can't guarantee she'll be the last. You guys, still trying to one-up each other. I groaned because we'd be here all afternoon if I let them try to answer for me. It's neither of those things. I'm not mad anymore, and certainly not at you. I kept my distance because of me, not you. Not sure I buy that. Holden leaned back in his wheelchair. She was your mother, and perhaps we didn't give that enough weight, treated you more like evidence and less like a friend. When Knox and I saw you in San Francisco, I should have realized you were in crisis. I could have done more. I didn't need to be so focused on the case. Monroe sounded rather resigned. That focus is what led to the big breakthrough, I pointed out. And neither of you were bad friends. You came for me when I was hurting. You called, you texted, you tried. You kept reaching for me, even when I couldn't reach back. That was Cal's advice. Holden smiled fondly. I'd need to remember to thank Cal again the next time I saw him. You were all good friends, Knox and Cal included. I started to say I didn't deserve their loyalty, but an image of stern Sam glaring at me made me pause and reframe. I'd been hurting. Hurt people deserved kindness, even me. I was in a bad place. We know, and we don't blame you for it. Holden reached across the table to offer a quick pat on my hand. And if you were mad, it would be understandable, Monroe added, tone still measured as if he were on edge about saying the wrong thing. We called attention to a lot of stuff you probably didn't want aired publicly. Thanks to you, the case got solved. I had to breathe between words in order to say what I needed to. Thanks to you, she's home, in safe harbor, where she belongs, which isn't to say I don't miss her. That did it. Unleashed the waterworks. The heat rose in my face until my eyes burned and overflowed, tears rolling down my cheeks. Worth. Buddy. We're here for you. Speaking at the same time, Holden and Monroe both reached for my hand, enveloping me in a firm, steadying grip. Always, and no matter what. And if you don't want me to write the book, I'll tear up the contract. Monroe's voice wavered, almost as much emotion there as my own voice had held. There will be other opportunities to examine cases that aren't close friends. Your friendship means more to me than a book deal. Or a podcast. I can stop talking about the case entirely. Holden was quick to add, A few weeks ago, I would have taken you up on that. I swallowed hard. Honesty hurt, but lying would be worse. I would have said to hide all my family's dirty laundry. I wanted to pretend none of it actually happened, and I definitely didn't want to have to confront the reality of what did happen. The words that came so easily to both of you I struggle with. Murder. Victim. It still doesn't seem quite real. I get that. Monroe nodded. And the offer still stands. But now, I want you to tell the story.
You do? But I want to help. At the cemetery, sitting with my parents' graves, I'd finally come to terms with the complexities of their story and the public curiosity about the case. The answer wasn't to hide away, but rather to control the narrative. I'm not a writer, not even close. I'm a numbers guy. I couldn't do the story justice, and it's a story that needs telling. You think so? Monroe leaned closer, peering deep into my eyes. I think it's complicated, like life, and that's the tale I want you to tell. I closed my eyes as the words started tumbling out, one after another. Tell about the woman who loved dancing and who married too young, yet she did her level best to be an amazing mom. Tell about that. Prove she was more than simply a victim duped by a calculating criminal preying on her unhappiness. My voice took on an emphatic edge. She was a good mom, and I think she did love my dad, and he loved her. Complicated. Not an easy fit, but not the worst either. Tell about how he grieved, how much the blame hurt him. Worth. Monroe made a pained noise, one I felt deep in my soul. And say I blamed him for years. I'm in the story as well. I was slowly coming to terms with accepting my role. It was the sort of part no one ever wanted to play, but I couldn't spend the rest of my life running from it either. I want you to tell the whole story, not just the pretty parts. Tell the parts where people screwed up, where they jumped to conclusions, where they were only human themselves. I had to stop there to wipe my eyes again. Wow. Are you sure you're not the writer? Monroe, too, needed to dab his eyes. Strangely, his tearing up calmed me. If my Navy Lieutenant Big Bad NCIS investigator friend could cry, so could I. I'll do my best. I'm honored that you'll let me try. You're my friends. I glanced outside the front window, where patrons continued to linger in front of the shop. So much love had filled the day that it was easier for me to see other places where love had been all along. And you guys loved her, too. We did. Holden's voice cracked. She was loved. We tried to showcase what she meant to the community, but maybe we could have centered her family and her love for them more. That's it. Rocking in my seat, I struggled to find the right words. It's a love story. Maybe not a romance, but it's a story with love surrounding it. And love that doesn't go away simply because the facts don't paint the perfect picture. Like I told Sam today, people don't have to be perfect to be loved. No, they don't. Monroe's voice turned as stern as Sam's could. It was easy to see how he'd been an imposing lieutenant. And that includes you. I'm working on believing that and letting people see my imperfections. It's okay to be a work in progress. Holden smiled encouragingly. We all are. I looked at my friends, really looked, perhaps for the first time in years. They were older and wiser, but like me, they were still human. And in many ways, it's all of our stories. Mine, sure, but the town, Sam, both of you. So many people had their lives changed because of what happened. Would Holden have met Cal without the case? Would Knox and Monroe have bonded as strongly? Like Sam said, some questions were unanswerable, and I didn't require answers to know I wasn't the only one impacted by my mother's disappearance. The whole community had been shaped by it, and I had to acknowledge that. And for all those people, Monroe's book deserved to be written. I'm grateful you're trusting us. Monroe's voice continued to waver. There's no one I'd trust more. It was my turn to reassure, so I reached for his hand, gave it an awkward pat. And there's no one we'd trust more with Sam. Obviously sensing we needed a lighter topic, Holden gave a forced chuckle and eyebrow raise. Ordinarily, this is where we'd threaten you. As friends do.
Monroe gave Holden the warning look.
But those jokes are less funny here, so I'll simply say, treat him right.
Holden's next laugh was far more sincere.
And he better treat you right as well,
Monroe added.
And you both better not miss another trivia night.
Holden wagged a finger, mock scolding, but I caught the message. Come around more often. We'll be there, I nodded. Like Sam, these friends were rare and precious, not to be taken for granted, and I didn't need to waste time worrying about if I deserved their friendship. I had it, and that was what truly mattered.
Chapter 33. Sam. I rode an endorphin high all day, reuniting with former baristas, catching up with old friends, and serving gallons of coffee. The Blessed Bean had stayed busy all the way to closing, and if even a fraction of the increased business kept up, we'd be able to justify night hours soon. The thought of being able to help more people had me more than a little giddy. And working next to Worth all day had been a further rush. Too wired to cook, we'd split a pizza, a novelty since Worth's stomach was still healing. After I put the leftovers of the pesto chicken pizza in the fridge, I walked back to the couch where Worth was sprawled. Good. He was right where I wanted him.
What a day!
He yawned and stretched his arms across the back of the couch before glancing toward the stairs. Delilah and Buttercup had disappeared up there earlier.
I might sleep a week.
Not yet. I closed the remaining distance between us, coming to stand between his spread legs. I have plans for you.
Plans?
He perked up, voice going from exhausted to interested in a single syllable.
I might wake up for plans.
Good. I sank to my knees in front of him, hands on his thighs when he would have stood.
Oh, hey.
He tugged one of my hands.
Come back up here. We can swap positions.
Who's in charge? I freed my hand from his. I had no intention of budging.
You are, but no fair. I want to blow you.
He offered me a hopeful, horny grin, but that same smile had distracted me from doing this for several weeks now. We always seemed to end up doing other things in bed. Not that I was complaining, but I was dying to try oral. Worth, though, wasn't giving up, batting his eyes at me.
And I'm good at it.
And you are. Very, very good. But it's my turn to have the fun.
I guess I can't keep you from fun.
Defeated, he sank back against the couch. Do you not like this? Gentling my voice, I reached up to stroke what I could reach of his chest and jaw. I hadn't considered that perhaps he'd been intentionally avoiding this act.
I do. It just feels weird, being the complete center of attention instead of serving you and following orders.
Worth quirked his lips as he wrinkled his forehead. He was majorly overthinking this.
Your pleasure is my pleasure. Does that make any sense?
Yes, but I feel the same way. Maybe he needed to hear that more often. I love making you feel good, Worth. You deserve to feel good. Sure, I love the toppy control games, but only because they turn you on as well. Bringing you pleasure makes me happy.
When you put it that way, I guess you can go ahead.
He offered me a smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. No guessing. I made my voice as stern as possible. You want to please me?
Yes, of course.
Heat flickered across his expression. Good. Hands up behind your head. I paused for him to lace his fingers behind his head. Don't drop them and don't come until I say so. If you're truly uncomfortable, say red, but otherwise, I'm ordering you to enjoy this.
Yes, sir,
he groaned, eyes fluttering shut. I hadn't ordered him to close them, but perhaps he needed to block out that sense. much as he had when I'd blindfolded him. I made quick work of his belt and fly, withdrawing his cock. By now, the weight and heft felt familiar in my hand, and I knew exactly how to stroke him to turn that groan into a legit moan. "More," he whispered low, and I took that as permission to get my mouth involved. When I rimmed him, he loved a lot of tongue action, so I started there, little licks and flicks, exploring what made his dick pulse and thicken, what made him moan more and rock his hips to try to chase my mouth. Emboldened, I explored, reveling in all the different textures and tastes, the thick vein that ran along the underside of his cock, the thin, sensitive skin of his frenulum, the velvety head and salty drops of pre-cum. I used the flat of my tongue to lick him up and down like an ice cream cone. "Sam, oh, wow," Worth shuddered. "Lasting might not happen." "No coming," I reminded him. "No fair being so good at this right out of the gate," Worth whined, even as he thrust toward me in a clear bid for more. His praise made me chuckle. "I've had a lot of imagination time." "Imagine me coming?" His voice was adorably hopeful. "Not yet. I want you to wait. Tell me each time you're close." I had a plan, and I was determined to stick to it. "Each..." Worth trailed off from whatever protest he'd been about to lodge as I finally swallowed his cockhead, laving it with my tongue before sinking lower, not too low. Worth might be the one with the tricky stomach, but I knew enough to be cautious with my gag reflex. Not that Worth seemed to care. He rocked up to meet each of my shallow bobs, and I instinctively wrapped a hand around the base of his cock, jacking him slowly. "Fuck, Sam, there, close." I backed all the way off, returning to delicate licks and teases before resuming my rhythm. "Please." Oh, Worth begging was the sexiest damn thing, and my own cock throbbed in my jeans. "Need to come." "Not yet." I pulled back enough to grin up at him. "I haven't had my fill." I resumed, gradually taking more of the shaft into my mouth. My brain started to fret over my inability to take all of him, but I shifted my focus to Worth, to his scent and warmth, his moans and whimpers, and the way even my smallest motions seemed to bring him pleasure. Instead of attempting to subvert my gag reflex, I lost myself in my rhythm, the effortless way we moved together, and how easy it was to make Worth tremble and beg. "I'm losing my damned mind," he complained right before moaning again. "Please, please." I chuckled darkly around his cock. Trying new ways to make him beg, I softly stroked his balls with my free hand. "Oh, fuck, not that too. I'm gonna—" "No, you're not. Not yet." I stopped the second he warned me, using only the tip of my tongue to lap up the fresh drops of pre-cum. I went feather-light for a bit, keeping us both hanging on the edge. My abs tightened, and my cock would have a zipper print for a week, but Worth tasted too good to stop. "Get close again," I ordered. "Not sure." Worth took several shuddery breaths. I swallowed as much of his cock as I dared while jacking him hard and fast. "Oh, there. Now, come, right now." I took one last long lick, then switched to jacking alone, tugging up his t-shirt so his cum painted his belly, big spurts that left white streaks across his pale skin, marking him. Fuck, so sexy. I pushed my left hand against my dick, but it was too late. I was already coming in short, intense, almost painful waves. I wrenched my fly open, and the cool air on my cock teased out one last spurt. That was so hot. Spent, I rested my head on his thigh. Did you seriously come from blowing me? Worth's eyes were wide, pupils blown with pleasure, and his lower lip sported fresh teeth marks. Told you I was going to like it. My smug tone made us both laugh. Guess I better trust you more. You should. I went back to being stern. Trust that I love you. Trust that I love making you feel good. I'm working on it. He stroked my hair. I am. I love you so much. Not as much as I love you, I teased, but he frowned. It's not a competition. Everyone wins. I snorted because we were getting darn good at the simultaneous orgasm thing. Especially us. His voice was tender, and I glanced up. His expression revealed so much emotion that my breath caught. How long had I waited to see that kind of love from another, from Worth specifically? That was the real win. His love, deep and true.
Chapter 34. Worth. I barely made it to trivia night on time. The week had flown by with booming business at the coffee shop, and neither Sam nor I was complaining about the increased workload. I'd had a late afternoon therapy appointment, so Sam and I had planned to arrive separately to the event. I'd assumed he'd beat me there, so I was a little surprised to be there before him. I greeted Monroe, Knox, Holden, and Cal, and saved the seat next to me for Sam. "We're going to need a bigger table soon," Holden joked as we debated which appetizers and drinks to get. Alcohol messed with both my stomach and depression meds, so I stuck with the lemon-lime soda and lobbied for some of the milder appetizers to balance the wings and fried pickles. Shortly after we placed our order, Sam came rushing in, breathless and more than a little dazed. "There you are." Monroe greeted Sam as he slid into the chair between me and Monroe, who was across from Knox, Cal, and Holden. "Everything okay at the shop?" "More than. Business is amazing. We were busy right up until close. We'll be able to easily add fall evening hours." "Great to hear." Holden smiled broadly. "Are you really okay?" Using a low voice, I leaned in toward Sam. "I thought you were planning to let George and Marta close." "I did." Sam wiggled his jaw like he were debating whether to tell me something. "I got sidetracked, but nothing to worry about right now." "That sounds ominous." Holden didn't even pretend to not be listening in. The appetizers and drinks arrived right then, and I let Sam get settled with a water and some fried pickles. 5 minutes. The trivia host at the front of the pub gave a warning that the first round was about to start. "You told me not to worry, but I'm worried," I admitted to Sam as I picked at a chicken strip. "You don't need to worry." Sam patted my arm. "I was late because I got a phone call." He took a moment for a breathy inhale. "From the social worker working on my application to be a foster parent." "Oh?" The whole table spoke in unison, everyone leaning toward Sam. I wasn't the only one who knew how badly Sam wanted to fill the house with kids. "She might have a placement for me, brothers, but there's a catch." Sam pursed his lips, and I knew exactly what the issue was. "Me?" I asked, but didn't wait for him to answer. "It's me living there. I'm the catch. They need a background check?" "That, and the powers that be would be more comfortable, whatever that means, if I didn't have a roommate." Sam's expression further soured, nose wrinkling and eyes narrowing. "Which is silly because you're so much more than a roommate." "If that's the holdup, I can move out." Sam squawked like I'd poked him with one of the veggie skewers. "Absolutely not." "Temporarily." I tried to soothe him, but he dodged my efforts to put a hand on his arm. "Worth could stay with us," Monroe offered, ever the peacemaker. "No." Sam's voice was firm, but the disappointment there was clear. "There will be other placements in the future." His tone was hollow, like he'd told himself that over and over on the way here. Apparently, if we were engaged or married or something, the background check on you and our situation would be viewed more positively. But we're not. Yet. Holden cackled, only to be shushed by all the others, except me. That yet was the most brilliant thing I'd heard all day. I'd just come from therapy, where we'd discussed new goals for myself and the importance of having things to look forward to. There was no bigger or more important goal for me than a future with Sam. That's an easy fix. I turned toward Sam. He'd fixed so much for me over the past few weeks, given me a home, a job, even clothes from his closet. He'd filled cracks in my soul that had been there for years and years, and he'd helped me find the tools to continue the repair work on my own. He'd been my cheering squad and my rock, and there was nothing I wouldn't offer him, especially this. Oh? Sam's skeptical tone gave me pause. I needed to do this right, or he'd balk and not see how serious I was. I scooted my chair back, dropping to one knee, not caring about the sticky tile floor or the nearby tables of onlookers, as dozens of heads swiveled in our direction. Samuel Bookman, I love you with my whole heart. I gazed up at his stunned face, willing him to see how much I meant every word. Will you do me the honor of marrying me? Sam gulped hard, eyes darting all around, but he didn't utter a single syllable as a reply. Please?
Chapter 35. Sam. Please. Worth had said please, and still I couldn't make my mouth form the word yes. Heck, I couldn't seem to wrap my mind around what was happening. I didn't doubt Worth wanted a future with me, but I also didn't know what to make of this reactionary proposal. Certainly, I was disappointed over the social worker's reluctance to proceed with the placement if I were cohabitating with Worth, but the last thing I wanted was to pressure the guy I loved. You want to marry me simply to increase my chances of getting this foster placement? I kept my voice low, but that didn't stop all the patrons around us from craning their necks, trying to listen in. Our chances, Worth corrected me, and a shiver raced up my spine. I want to raise a family with you. Sure, it was your dream first, but it's mine now too. It's ours. It is, I whispered softly, and I believed him. We'd been tentatively talking more about the future, about the summer program for tweens and teens Worth was dreaming up, and about the day when our house would be full. But all along, I'd assumed he was indulging me. This moment was the first time I realized Worth didn't simply want to make me happy, but he wanted to co-parent with me. He wanted this family too. I want a family with you, but we don't have to rush. Maybe I want to rush. Worth took my hand, squeezing it tightly. And I want to marry you because I love you, because you rescued me, but you also enabled me to save myself. Because I truly intend to spend the rest of my life telling you how lucky I am to have you after decades of feeling born under a dark star. What if this placement is one we're meant to have? Why not take the leap now? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Someone said that, Holden interrupted, only to get elbowed by Cal. Not helping. He's right, though. Worth gave a nervous laugh. You promised to dream big with me. Well, this is my dream. I want to be married, partners for life. I want to be yours forever because I can't imagine belonging to anyone else. I want to fill the house with kids who need us, and I don't want to wait. Life is unpredictable, and there are no guarantees. Other than that, I'm going to keep loving you, and I'm going to marry you. The only real question is when. I blinked. Worth was magnetic on a mission, eyes shining, voice steady and certain, chiseled jaw determined. No way could I walk away from that. I might enjoy being the bossy one, but Worth, sure of himself, made me tremble for all the right reasons. I guess that is the question then. Not if, but when. I chuckled unsteadily, holding tighter onto Worth's hand to ground myself. I thought I loved you way back when I had a kid's crush and told the whole town I'd marry Worth Stapleton someday. You sure did, someone behind us yelled. We had the attention of the whole place, but I was beyond caring. Let them watch. This was our moment. I love you so much more now. I understand what love truly is, thanks to you. In a way, though, I think I always knew I'd marry you. Like you said, it was only a matter of when. Now? Worth prodded hopefully, which brought forth peals of laughter and encouragement from the whole pub. Say yes! Come on, put the poor dude out of his misery! Do it! Giddy laughter bubbled inside me, escaping in little gasps. Well, not right here in the middle of trivia night. Hey, I'm ordained, someone else shouted. Me too, Holden offered. I married some friends a while back. We probably need a license, Worth licked his lips. I could compromise on this week or next. I grinned at his impatience. I think that can be arranged. My parents have a pretty backyard, and my dad has done a wedding or 300. I love their backyard, Worth said earnestly. So that's a yes? Monroe prompted. Come on, Sam. Let Worth stand up. Oops. Yes. I tugged Worth up to standing. Yes, of course I'll marry you. The whole place erupted in loud cheers and congratulations. The when and where would take care of themselves, soon. What truly mattered was the why. We loved each other, and we were going to spend the rest of our lives together as a family, no matter what shape that took. Chapter 36. Sam. I'm not sure I get why we have to arrive separately, I complained to Holden from my porch as I struggled to tie the dress shoes I seldom wore. We should have known better than to ask our friends to attend our elopement. Monroe, Knox, Holden, Cal, and my parents in their backyard. A small gathering and a simple ceremony. I didn't need anything big and fancy, just my dad saying the words, Worth there to say them back, and me trusting the commitment we were making. Forever. I got to spend forever with Worth, and I would have happily married him in swim trunks if it meant ensuring that happily ever after. But first, Monroe had insisted everyone dress up and had ferreted Worth away to get ready at the B&B because they'd found the perfect suit for Worth that I couldn't see yet. Then Holden had shown up in my driveway in his custom sports car, apparently here to inspect my preparations and be my ride to my parents' house. Tradition, Sam. Wheeling down the porch ramp, Holden motioned for me to get in the car. I don't make the rules. I'm just the driver. Okay. I grabbed Buttercup's leash and made my way off the porch. Do I look decent? Yep, you're presentable, Cal said as he exited the passenger seat. He gave me the most cursory of glances, instead turning a critical eye on Buttercup. What's with the dog? She's the flower girl, or ring dog. After Monroe had spirited Worth away, I'd fashioned a wreath out of blooms from the backyard, weaving them into her collar. Luckily, the Sheltie continued to be the most chill dog on the planet and had left the flowers alone. Surprise for Worth. They gonna let her in? Cal trailed off as Holden gave him an unusually harsh look. My mom's met Buttercup. She liked her. I'd meant to call my parents, but fiddling with my tie had taken longer than I'd hoped. I'd ended up wearing the gray suit I'd used for countless friend weddings, trying not to giggle giddily as I dressed. Finally, my turn. The dog should be good for the quick ceremony. Sure. Brightening, Cal scrambled into the small back seat. "Bring her along. Toss her in the back with me." "Why are you making your boyfriend squish into the back?" I asked Holden as he neatly stowed his wheelchair. "You're the groom." He gave an affable shrug. "Like I said, I don't make the rules." "Nor, apparently, do I," Cal grumbled good-naturedly from the back as I climbed in. Set, we made our way downtown, past the coffee house where hopefully George and Marta and the others were holding down the fort, letting Worth and me have the rare Friday afternoon off. But instead of turning left at Main, Holden took a decisive right. "Wait," I protested, but Holden kept right on going. "You missed the turn for my folks." "So I did." He didn't sound concerned about the mistake, continuing along until he turned into our church, which had an unusual number of cars for a sleepy Friday. In fact, the parking lot was approaching Easter level full. "What did you guys do?" I whirled on Holden as he pulled into an accessible spot near the front doors. "Us?" Holden batted his eyes at me, merriment giving his irises a golden glow. "We didn't do anything. I'm just the driver." "It's more like, what did you both inspire everyone else to do?" Cal handed me the dog as we all exited the car. I was more than a little dazed as I stowed Buttercup under one arm. "The whole town's throwing you a wedding, Sam." Holden gave a hearty laugh. "You better enjoy it." "Oh, I will." My voice sounded trapped in a tin can. My head felt all swimmy, and I held Buttercup closer as I took several shallow breaths. "The whole town?" "Yep. The flower shop found some spare arrangements." Holden pointed at a gorgeous assortment of red, orange, and yellow blooms flanking the church's double front doors. "A friend of Knox is doing photography. The bakery over on 3rd had an extra sheet cake. Funny that. You'll see it after, though. Rog over at the pub threw in some large appetizer platters so no one will go hungry. George even made an executive decision to shut the shop for an hour. Reception's there. You can thank us later." George agreed to this plan? I wasn't sure when he'd developed those kinds of leadership skills. "You sure you didn't involve Worth?" "And ruin the surprise? I might have made a strong suggestion to George." Cal gave a wide grin that lit up his chiseled, hardened warrior face. "And I twisted Doc Washington's arm, got her to agree to sing with the choir, so there's the ceremony music sorted." "Whitney sings?" My head spun as my feet stayed rooted to the sidewalk in front of the doors. "And where's Worth?" "Pipe down, Cinderfella." Chuckling, Holden attempted to steer me closer to the doors. "Monroe got your prince to the chapel on time. He's waiting up front for your grand entrance." "My grand entrance?" "Someone has to walk down the aisle," Cal said dryly. "Looks like you and Buttercup are up. And oh, look, here's your escort now." With that, my mother swept out of the church, looking absolutely regal in a green sapphire gown that made the red streaks in her gray hair glow. The skirt was long and sweeping, and the beaded top part was far more suited for a prom than an elopement. "No backyard wedding for you," Mom signed, hands flying as her expression was a mix of scolding and affection. "You look lovely," I both spoke and signed back. "But it's a Friday afternoon. Where did all these people come from?" She gave a very Holden-esque shrug before signing, "Vacation day. Friday afternoon in August in Oregon. No one working." "True." I took yet another breath as I followed her into the church. The organ was already playing, and through the rotunda I could see rows of well-dressed people filling the pews. "Wow, I guess we're really doing this." "Yes, you're getting married." Mom was back to scolding before she straightened my tie. Guess I'd bungled that after all. Then she offered me her arm as the organ music shifted to a familiar refrain, one I'd hummed as a kid 1,000,000,000 times. Opting not to stop and pinch myself, I set Buttercup down so she could walk next to us on her leash. If I was dreaming, at least it was a pleasant one. I let Mom lead us into the sanctuary and glided down the aisle, Buttercup proudly trotting in front of us. As everyone stood, I spotted our whole barista crew in a colorful assortment of party clothes, and so many friends and neighbors, every face familiar. Maybe Worth was right. I did mean something special to this town. Maybe we both did. Wait, where was Worth? I shifted my gaze from the pews to the front of the sanctuary, where more flowers adorned the rails and altar. And there was Worth, waiting. My father stood in his customary spot in front, but next to him was Worth, looking heartbreakingly handsome in a navy suit that made his hair that much blonder and eyes bluer. The suit fabric also matched my tie, a blue number I'd always favored and had grabbed mainly for luck. No way had Monroe found a suit that perfect laying around. And his silver tie matched my gray suit in a way that couldn't be an accident. Perfect. He was perfect. A dream come true. Twisting Buttercup's leash, I let it dig into my palm, waiting for the discomfort to wake me up. But it didn't. I wasn't dreaming. This was real life. I was really about to marry Worth Stapleton.
Chapter 37. Worth. Sam floated toward me on his mother's arm. Buttercup was prancing ahead of them, but I scarcely registered another soul other than Sam. Sam, with his dazed expression and shaggy auburn hair and gray suit with a blue tie. Somehow, Monroe and Knox must have known the colors he'd choose because we matched. Or maybe that was us, not the suits. We matched. Perfectly imperfect. Equally deserving of this. The point I'd made to Sam the previous week kept rattling around in my head. If I deserved love and grace, so did he. I couldn't call myself undeserving in the same heartbeat where I knew Sam deserved everything wonderful and good. Neither of us needed to be perfect to deserve the other. I'd been burdened by my perfectionism my whole life, and with Sam, I could finally let it go. I was enough. We both were. My best was good enough for Sam, good enough for me, and good enough to earn us the support of a whole town, a town that should have turned its back on me, but hadn't. And now, a good percentage of the town was here to share in our miracle. I continued to stand in amazement that we'd found our way to each other, that Sam had believed so strongly in me, even when I couldn't believe in myself. And now I believed in us, believed in the course we were on, believed in the family we'd make, the future we'd hold. Worth, Sam breathed as he approached where I stood. I held out my hands as he released his mom's arm, and he grabbed on like he, too, had knees about to give out. Not with fear or nervousness, but rather pure giddy excitement. We're really doing this. We are. I smiled at him, whole heart in my throat.
Dearly beloved,
Sam's father began in his familiar baritone voice. He said some wonderful things about love, about Sam, about me, and about the power of family created through bonds of love. But in all honesty, the service was a blur. The chorus sang, "Be thou my vision," as it had at hundreds of other weddings in this very church. The song was appropriate, as I had eyes only for Sam. My sole prayer was for a lifetime with Sam, a long lifetime, good years, challenges, crises, celebrations, blessings. I wanted it all, and I wanted it with Sam. Dr. Washington stunned with a love song in a performance worthy of any Hollywood diva. I hadn't heard the song before, but its message of finding meaning in another person deeply resonated. Sam was the reason I was still here, the reason I kept going. And yes, I'd done the work, and I owed a fair bit to modern medicine, but Sam was my reason, the meaning that underscored everything else in this life I was rebuilding. Then came the vows, and I'd never been quicker to say, I do. Sam, however, looked stunned into silence, eyes wide, mouth slack. I didn't doubt, though. He'd already said yes, and this whole thing seemed inevitable on so many levels. That it would be him who saved me, that it would be him who showed me myself, perhaps for the first time. Sam, I whispered, squeezing his hand tightly. Your turn. The people in the front rows tittered, but I waited. For Sam. I'd wait forever for him. But luckily, he didn't make me wait more than a few long seconds before making a startled noise. Oh, oops. Never done this before. That got an even bigger laugh from the congregation. I do. I really do. Good. I do too, I said even before Sam's dad prompted us for the rest of the vows. And now the rings. Heck, as the person who'd proposed, I probably should have handled this, but, like Sam, this was all new to me. Do we have rings? I whispered urgently to Sam. I knew we'd forget something. Buttercup, you're up. Sam bent low to retrieve something from the wreath of flowers around Buttercup's neck. This one was my grandfather's. He slid a plain gold band onto my finger. A little loose, but that was fixable. Perfectly imperfect, like us. I love it. My voice was as shaky as my hand. But I don't have one for you. Yes, you do. Sam nodded toward his mother, who approached us to press something into my palm. Your grandfather, she signed. Mom found it at the estate sale in an envelope of other things of his, like some medals and letters home, Sam explained. She always intended to return it to you when you were ready. I'm ready. I didn't bother swiping at my tears. I think I have hazy memories of him. Nice guy, deep voice, smelled like coffee. Winning combo. Sam laughed as I slid the too big ring on his hand, and so did everyone else in earshot, so loudly that I almost missed Sam's dad speaking again. You may kiss. I hardly needed permission, and neither did Sam, who gave me a very unchurch-like kiss that made my toes curl in my dress shoes. We were still kissing as Sam's dad pronounced us husbands, and the recessional started playing. Come on. Sam pulled away long enough to take my hand again. We've got a whole future waiting for us. And cake. Bring it on. Laughing, I let him lead me up the aisle to loud cheers and clapping. Outside, the bright August afternoon sun awaited us, but the sun had nothing on the heat and light in my soul. Sam's love lit me up, and knowing I could keep that feeling for the rest of my life made me feel as light and airy as the bubbles various guests were blowing in our direction. Think we can make our appearance at the coffee shop reception short? I whispered to Sam as we neared the door. Why? He laughed. Not like we have a honeymoon flight waiting. No, we have a home. I put every ounce of what I was feeling into the word home, layers of meaning. Oh, yes. Sam leaned in to kiss me to a fresh round of hoots and cheers. You can take me home any time, Worth. And I would, because Worth Stapleton had finally come home to Safe Harbor, and this time he was staying
forever.
Epilogue. 2 years later. Kane. "Come on, Kane!" Jared whined my name like a squeaky hinge. Little brothers. Hindrances to art everywhere. "We're going to be late!" "No, we're not," I assured him, not that it did any good. Jared was bouncing from side to side, crashing into our bunk bed, the dresser, and my desk. His ADHD was better these days, thanks to Dr. Betty, but the kids still had enough energy to power Portland. It's not like they can start without us. "Kane!" Jared sounded like he'd removed an arm. "What's so important on the mural anyway?" He pointed at the chalkboard wall, my favorite part of our room. Over the last 2 years, I'd done space scenes, zombie invasions, and fantasy wars, and Jared should know darn well not to interrupt me when I got going. But Mr. Future Businessman simply scowled and pointed at my gray khaki pants. "You got dust all over your nice pants." "I don't know why we had to dress up," I grumbled. New clothes were always too stiff, smelled weird, and inevitably I got them messy before I was supposed to. "Dad said it's because people dress up for court to show respect," Jared said archly. He'd been the first to call Sam Dad. Me, I'd taken my time. This dad business was serious stuff. I liked Sam and Worth just fine, but I wasn't quite sure I believed, even now, that we got to keep them. Trust issues, the counselor in the group at the hospital called it. Jared, he didn't have them. Trusted the whole damn world. "And there's a party after." "I'm here for the party." I grinned because I'd forgotten that part. We were all headed over to Holden and Cal's big backyard after the court thing. "And the food." "Cal's grilling." Jared waggled his eyebrows. We both loved to eat, but the way he bounced around meant Jared was always hungry. And all our dad's friends seemed to love making us food. "Yes!" I groaned happily at the thought of the ribs and chicken Cal had grilled for Memorial Day a few weeks back. "Tell me Grandma's making cookies." "Better." Jared twirled across the room, narrowly avoiding the rack over the door. "Grandma's doing 2 kinds of cookies, and Leon said he's bringing brownies. And you know Knox will bring ice cream." "Man, I love our dad's friends." I said dad's carefully, knowing that would get me a smile from Jared. "Me too." Predictably, he grinned at me. "Ooh, maybe Holden's mom will do that tater tot casserole." "Maybe." Distracted, I added a bit of missing pink to my artwork. "But first, you gotta put down the chalk." Jared used his stern voice, the one where he tried to sound all older. Didn't work. I was always going to be his big brother. However, footsteps sounded on the stairs, so I finally stepped away from the wall. All right. "Kane," Jared gasped as he saw my masterpiece. "You added everyone." He bounced over to the door and stuck his head into the hall. "Hey, Pops, come see what Kane did." "Please let it be fixable," Worth said from the doorway. Sam had been dad almost from the jump for Jared, and the Pops business was his idea too. Probably because the family on one of the dozens of sitcoms Jared loved had a dad they called Pops. Regardless, the names had stuck, and now he had me using it almost all the time. "I only painted that one lamp," I said as Pops came into the room, looking as perfect as Jared in a white shirt, gray pants, and a perfectly tied blue tie. "And I haven't taken anything apart in a long time." "Weeks." He shook his head, then gasped exactly how Jared had when he saw my wall. "That's amazing, Kane. Is it safe harbor?" "Uh-huh." I felt my face flame up like one of those steaks Cal liked to grill. I'd added signs to the buildings outlined on the wall to be the coffee shop, the flower shop, and so on. And the houses were colored like ours and all our friends. I'd tried to add the people too, and apparently I'd succeeded at least a little if Worth and Jared had both guessed.
I can't wait to see what you do at art camp in a few weeks.
Knox says I might be good enough to go to art college. I studied my sneaker, rolling my foot this way and that.
Me, college. Yes, you, college.
Pops did a better stern voice than Jared for sure.
Count on it.
College is money. I knew better than to get hopes up about such things.
And we'll find it, Pops said firmly. Speaking of finding, don't you have a tie?
Never tied one before, I mumbled, fishing it out of my pocket. All fancy like this isn't us. Jared and me, we were North Portland tough. We didn't do ties and pressed pants. Hadn't ever been out of Portland till Debbie, the social worker, drove us to Safe Harbor. Said we'd love Worth and Sam, and they'd love us. So far, Debbie hadn't led us wrong, but that flippy-floppy feeling in my stomach persisted.
Let me help?
Pops gently tied the blue tie on and straightened my collar. Something sharp twinged in my chest. Where is everyone? Dad came bustling into the room. He'd gotten his reddish hair and new beard trimmed when he'd taken us to the barber shop, and he looked all smart in an outfit identical to the rest of us. We're going to be late. Not if we take Pops's car, I grinned, and so did Jared. Minivan is so damn boring. Language, Dad said mildly as he herded all of us to the stairs. The van is practical, and it was a gift. Yeah, but Pops's car is a gift of modern engineering, Jared whistled low. Okay, you win. Go climb in the back seat. Sam gestured at the front door. But resign yourself to a minivan summer. New placement coming? I paused at the bottom of the stairs, voice coming out more wary than I wanted. In our 2 years here, we hadn't always been the only kids. Some came for short times, some for longer. Some got moved, some got placed back with family or reunited with their parents. We stayed. I tried not to have what Worth called big feelings over that, but it was hard. I liked it here and didn't much want to leave, but it didn't always sit well with me that we didn't have many options.
It'll be okay, Kane,
Pops said quietly. He knew. He knew about parents who made the news, situations that couldn't be gone back to. He knew how hard it was to think the words murder-suicide. Even now, I shuddered. I stepped closer to his side, even as Jared let out a whoop of delight. He always liked when new kids showed up. New placements, plural. 3 of them for the big room, 2 girls and an NB teen, all older than both of you. Tell Debbie we want more foster-adopt placements, Jared ordered, like we had any such say in the matter.
Yes, sir, Dad laughed merrily.
Now, who is ready to go get adopted? Me! Jared raced out the front door, but I hung back.
Kane?
Pops put an arm around me as Dad turned back too. You ready? Feeling your feelings? Nah. I blew out a breath so warm it made me feel icky. Didn't want to hurl. Pops would be nice if that happened again, though. Said he knew about having a glass stomach. Okay, maybe a little. I know we can't ever replace your bio parents, but we love you, and we want you to be a part of our family forever. Dad took my other hand. He got it too. Big feels, loving it here, loving both of them, still loving what we'd had, hating what had happened, how it had ended. Promise? I asked softly. You get to stay for always and forever. This is your home too. Good. I took a deep breath. Jared would have my hide if I really did make us all late, so I marched out into the sunshine where Worth's sports car sat gleaming, all freshly washed and polished. I had to laugh. Dude, Pops, you knew I'd ask. I knew you'd ask. Pops gave me a smile that meant the whole damn universe. I could draw for hours and never get it quite right.
You know, I might need to trade this car. Don't you joke. I pushed past Jared to plant my butt in the back seat, and to the courthouse we went. The whole main hallway was packed with people we knew. Holden and Cal, of course, and Knox, Monroe, baby Indigo, and her birth mom, who was one of the dad's new baristas. Holden's mom, Knox's dad, and all those triplets who liked to chase Jared. Frank and Leon sat on one of the long benches. Grandma and Grandpa had come along with one of the interpreters from church. George and Marta must have driven in from Portland. I hoped they'd brought the dogs on this visit. "It's just like your drawing," Jared sighed happily as a fancy-dressed lady approached the big wooden doors of one of the courtrooms. "Are you all here for the Stapleton Bookman adoption?" she asked. "All of us." Dad led the way in while Pops stuck close to me. "It's okay to be overwhelmed," he whispered. "If it helps, I am too." "Just can't believe how many people here like us," I admitted. I'd been tolerated, like some teachers had been nice. Few kids at that one school we'd been at a whole year, but it wasn't until Safe Harbor that I'd met so many people who not only put up with us, but also seemed to actually want to spend time with us. Crazy. But good. Maybe someday I'd get used to it. "They don't merely like us, Kane. They love us." Oh, there was that word again, the one that made my chest hurt and my hands clench. It was hard to get something you wanted so damn bad. Love. Dad said it all the time. Pops, too, a fair bit. Perhaps sometime I could say it back. "Guess you better hurry up and adopt me then, or there's going to be a lot of unhappy people here." That was about as close as I was getting to love right then, and Pops seemed to know it because he smiled. "Can't let them down." He stopped right by the door, though, and pressed something hard and metal into my hand. "What's this?" I turned the key, a plain metal one with a blue top labeled Home. "You're about to be officially part of the family, and you're starting high school in the fall. About time you had a house key of your own." I couldn't speak. Not one word. I just hugged him super tight. Home. I could always come back to this home. Always. This was my reminder. I'd always have a home here. And for the first time, I truly believed it. We'd found our forever home in Safe Harbor with our forever dads. This concludes Find Me Worthy by Annabeth Albert. Narrated by Elliot Sands and Lance West. Copyright 2023 by Annabeth Albert. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Annabeth Albert, care of the Night Agency, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
an envelope of other things of his, like some medals and letters home," Sam explained. "She always intended to return it to you when you were ready." "I'm ready." I didn't bother swiping at my tears. I think I have hazy memories of him. Nice guy, deep voice, smelled like coffee. Winning combo. Sam laughed as I slid the too big ring on his hand, and so did everyone else in earshot, so loudly that I almost missed Sam's dad speaking again. "You may kiss." I hardly needed permission, and neither did Sam, who gave me a very unchurch-like kiss that made my toes curl in my dress shoes. We were still kissing as Sam's dad pronounced us husbands, and the recessional started playing. "Come on." Sam pulled away long enough to take my hand again. "We've got a whole future waiting for us. And cake." "Bring it on." Laughing, I let him lead me up the aisle to loud cheers and clapping. Outside, the bright August afternoon sun awaited us, but the sun had nothing on the heat and light in my soul. Sam's love lit me up, and knowing I could keep that feeling for the rest of my life made me feel as light and airy as the bubbles various guests were blowing in our direction. "Think we can make our appearance at the coffee shop reception short?" I whispered to Sam as we neared the door. "Why?" He laughed. "Not like we have a honeymoon flight waiting." "No, we have a home." I put every ounce of what I was feeling into the word home, layers of meaning. "Oh, yes." Sam leaned in to kiss me to a fresh round of hoots and cheers. "You can take me home anytime, Worth." And I would, because Worth Stapleton had finally come home to Safe Harbor, and this time he was staying forever.
Epilogue. 2 years later. Kane. "Come on, Kane!" Jared whined my name like a squeaky hinge. Little brothers. Hindrances to art everywhere. "We're going to be late!" "No, we're not," I assured him, not that it did any good. Jared was bouncing from side to side, crashing into our bunk bed, the dresser, and my desk. His ADHD was better these days, thanks to Dr. Betty, but the kids still had enough energy to power Portland. It's not like they can start without us. "Kane!" Jared sounded like he'd removed an arm. "What's so important on the mural anyway?" He pointed at the chalkboard wall, my favorite part of our room. Over the last 2 years, I'd done space scenes, zombie invasions, and fantasy wars, and Jared should know darn well not to interrupt me when I got going. But Mr. Future Businessman simply scowled and pointed at my gray khaki pants. "You got dust all over your nice pants." "I don't know why we had to dress up," I grumbled. New clothes were always too stiff, smelled weird, and inevitably I got them messy before I was supposed to. "Dad said it's because people dress up for court to show respect," Jared said archly. He'd been the first to call Sam Dad. Me, I'd taken my time. This dad business was serious stuff. I liked Sam and Worth just fine, but I wasn't quite sure I believed, even now, that we got to keep them. Trust issues, the counselor in the group at the hospital called it. Jared, he didn't have them. Trusted the whole damn world. "And there's a party after." "I'm here for the party." I grinned because I'd forgotten that part. We were all headed over to Holden and Cal's big backyard after the court thing. "And the food." "Cal's grilling." Jared waggled his eyebrows. We both loved to eat, but the way he bounced around meant Jared was always hungry. And all our dad's friends seemed to love making us food. "Yes!" I groaned happily at the thought of the ribs and chicken Cal had grilled for Memorial Day a few weeks back. "Tell me Grandma's making cookies." "Better." Jared twirled across the room, narrowly avoiding the rack over the door. Grandma's doing 2 kinds of cookies, and Leon said he's bringing brownies. And you know Knox will bring ice cream.
Man, I love our dad's friends. I said dad's carefully, knowing that would get me a smile from Jared.
Me too. Predictably, he grinned at me. Ooh, maybe Holden's mom will do that tater tot casserole.
Maybe.
Distracted, I added a bit of missing pink to my artwork. But first, you gotta put down the chalk. Jared used his stern voice, the one where he tried to sound all older. Didn't work. I was always gonna be his big brother. However, footsteps sounded on the stairs, so I finally stepped away from the wall.
All right.
Kane, Jared gasped as he saw my masterpiece. You added everyone. He bounced over to the door and stuck his head into the hall. Hey, Pops, come see what Kane did.
Please let it be fixable, Worth said from the doorway. Sam had been dad almost from the jump for Jared, and the Pops business was his idea too. Probably because the family on one of the dozens of sitcoms Jared loved had a dad they called Pops. Regardless, the names had stuck, and now he had me using it almost all the time. I only painted that one lamp, I said as Pops came into the room, looking as perfect as Jared in a white shirt, gray pants, and a perfectly tied blue tie. And I haven't taken anything apart in a long time. Weeks. He shook his head, then gasped exactly how Jared had when he saw my wall. That's amazing, Kane. Is it safe harbor? Uh-huh. I felt my face flame up like one of those steaks Cal liked to grill. I'd added signs to the buildings outlined on the wall to be the coffee shop, the flower shop, and so on. And the houses were colored like ours and all our friends. I'd tried to add the people too, and apparently I'd succeeded at least a little if Worth and Jared had both guessed. I can't wait to see what you do at art camp in a few weeks. Knox says I might be good enough to go to art college. I studied my sneaker, rolling my foot this way and that. Me, college. Yes, you, college. Pops did a better stern voice than Jared for sure. Count on it. College is money. I knew better than to get hopes up about such things. And we'll find it, Pops said firmly. Speaking of finding, don't you have a tie? Never tied one before, I mumbled, fishing it out of my pocket. All fancy like this isn't us. Jared and me, we were North Portland tough. We didn't do ties and pressed pants. Hadn't ever been out of Portland till Debbie, the social worker, drove us to Safe Harbor. Said we'd love Worth and Sam, and they'd love us. So far, Debbie hadn't led us wrong, but that flippy-floppy feeling in my stomach persisted. Let me help? Pops gently tied the blue tie on and straightened my collar. Something sharp twinged in my chest. Where is everyone? Dad came bustling into the room. He'd gotten his reddish hair and new beard trimmed when he'd taken us to the barber shop, and he looked all smart in an outfit identical to the rest of us. We're going to be late. Not if we take Pops's car, I grinned, and so did Jared. Minivan is so damn boring. Language, Dad said mildly as he herded all of us to the stairs. The van is practical, and it was a gift. Yeah, but Pops's car is a gift of modern engineering, Jared whistled low. Okay, you win. Go climb in the back seat, Sam gestured at the front door. But resign yourself to a minivan summer. New placement coming? I paused at the bottom of the stairs, voice coming out more wary than I wanted. In our 2 years here, we hadn't always been the only kids. Some came for short times, some for longer. Some got moved, some got placed back with family or reunited with their parents. We stayed. I tried not to have what Worth called big feelings over that, but it was hard. I liked it here and didn't much want to leave, but it didn't always sit well with me that we didn't have many options. It'll be okay, Kane.
Pops said quietly. He knew. He knew about parents who made the news, situations that couldn't be gone back to. He knew how hard it was to think the words murder-suicide. Even now, I shuddered. I stepped closer to his side, even as Jared let out a whoop of delight. He always liked when new kids showed up. New placements, plural. 3 of them for the big room, 2 girls and an NB teen, all older than both of you. Tell Debbie we want more foster-adopt placements, Jared ordered, like we had any such say in the matter.
Yes, sir, Dad laughed merrily.
Now, who is ready to go get adopted? Me! Jared raced out the front door, but I hung back. Kane, Pops put an arm around me as Dad turned back too. You ready? Feeling your feelings? Nah. I blew out a breath so warm it made me feel icky. Didn't want to hurl. Pops would be nice if that happened again, though. Said he knew about having a glass stomach. Okay, maybe a little. I know we can't ever replace your bio parents, but we love you, and we want you to be a part of our family forever. Dad took my other hand. He got it too. Big feels, loving it here, loving both of them, still loving what we'd had, hating what had happened, how it had ended. Promise? I asked softly. You get to stay for always and forever. This is your home, too. Good. I took a deep breath. Jared would have my hide if I really did make us all late, so I marched out into the sunshine, where Worth's sports car sat gleaming, all freshly washed and polished. I had to laugh. Dude, Pops, you knew I'd ask. I knew you'd ask. Pops gave me a smile that meant the whole damn universe. I could draw for hours and never get it quite right. You know, I might need to trade this car. Don't you joke. I pushed past Jared to plant my butt in the back seat, and to the courthouse we went. The whole main hallway was packed with people we knew. Holden and Cal, of course, and Knox, Monroe, baby Indigo, and her birth mom, who was one of the dad's new baristas. Holden's mom, Knox's dad, and all those triplets who liked to chase Jared. Frank and Leon sat on one of the long benches. Grandma and Grandpa had come along with one of the interpreters from church. George and Marta must have driven in from Portland. I hoped they'd brought the dogs on this visit. It's just like your drawing, Jared sighed happily as a fancy-dressed lady approached the big wooden doors of one of the courtrooms. Are you all here for the Stapleton Bookman adoption? She asked. All of us. Dad led the way in while Pops stuck close to me. It's okay to be overwhelmed, he whispered. If it helps, I am too. Just can't believe how many people here like us, I admitted. I'd been tolerated, like some teachers had been nice. Few kids at that one school we'd been at a whole year, but it wasn't until Safe Harbor that I'd met so many people who not only put up with us, but also seemed to actually want to spend time with us. Crazy. But good. Maybe someday I'd get used to it. They don't merely like us, Kane. They love us. Oh, there was that word again, the one that made my chest hurt and my hands clench. It was hard to get something you wanted so damn bad. Love. Dad said it all the time. Pops, too, a fair bit. Perhaps sometime I could say it back. Guess you better hurry up and adopt me then, or there's going to be a lot of unhappy people here. That was about as close as I was getting to love right then, and Pops seemed to know it because he smiled. Can't let them down. He stopped right by the door, though, and pressed something hard and metal into my hand. What's this? I turned the key, a plain metal one with a blue top labeled Home. You're about to be officially part of the family, and you're starting high school in the fall. About time you had a house key of your own. I couldn't speak. Not one word. I just hugged him super tight. Home. I could always come back to this home. Always. This was my reminder. I'd always have a home here. And for the first time, I truly believed it. We'd found our forever home in Safe Harbor with our forever dads. This concludes Find Me Worthy by Annabeth Albert. Narrated by Elliot Sands and Lance West. Copyright 2023 by Annabeth Albert. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Annabeth Albert, care of The Night Agency, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.